A very good morning to one and all. So please switch off your mobile phones, or you can put it on silent mode because chief guest has already arrived. And those who are outside, please come and take your seats. Please switch off your mobile phones or put it on silent mode. संजय सर Okay. A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Anjali Kaushik, working as a faculty in Rufaidah College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, welcome you all to this beautiful, green, smoke-free and plastic-free campus of Jamia Hamdard. It's a real pleasure to be here to welcome you all to the 3rd International Conference on Transgender Healthcare 2022, organized by Association for Transgender Health in India in collaboration with Rufaidah College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard. Friends, theme of this conference is Building Foundation for the Delivery of Transgender Health in the Indian Subcontinent. Honorable Chief Guest of the Day, Honorable Vice Chancellor, respected dignitaries on the dais, respected seniors and dear friends, Association for Transgender Health, that is ATHI, and constant efforts in partnership with the World Professional Association for Transgender Health have made IPATHCON a strong voice in the Indian subcontinent, advocating for the provisioning of affordable, accessible, and standardized transgender healthcare. Friends, during these 2 days, we'll be discussing about the existing protocols and prevalent standards of care for the delivery of transgender in the backdrop of the Indian culture. And we all know that it's always good to have blessings from God Almighty before any program. So I would like to invite Maulana Sahab to recite few verses from the Holy Quran. Maulana Sahib.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا يسخر قوم من قوم عسى أن يكونوا خيرا منهم ولا نساء من نساء عسى أن يكن خيرا منهن ولا تلمزوا أنفسكم ولا تنابزوا بالألقاب। कुरान के 26वें पारे में एक सूरत है हुजरात के नाम से, उसकी एक आयत और उसका भी एक छोटा टुकड़ा मैंने अभी आपके सामने पढ़ा है। इसमें क्या मैसेज है, जब मैं आज सुबह सोच रहा था कि क्या चीज़ आपके सामने रखूं तो मुझे ये आयत दिमाग में आई और मैंने सोचा कि ये शायद रिलेवेंट होगी आपके लिए। आप इसका मतलब सुनिए। ज़मीन और आसमान का बनाने वाला आपसे हमसे सबसे कह रहा है कि कोई मर्द किसी औरत का कभी मजाक ना उड़ाए और न कोई औरत किसी मर्द का कभी मजाक उड़ाए। मजाक उड़ाने को वो बहुत नापसंद करता है। और फिर आगे कह रहा है वो कि जिसका हम मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं हो सकता है कि वो हमसे बेहतर हो, हम नहीं जानते उसके बारे में, हो सकता है कि वो हमसे बेहतर हो जिसका हम मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं। अगर हम किसी औरत का मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं तो हो सकता है कि वो औरत हमसे बेहतर हो, और अगर हम किसी मर्द का मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं तो हो सकता है कि वो मर्द हमसे बेहतर हो। और किसी को उल्टे सीधे नामों से ना पुकारना, इस चीज़ को मज़हब इस्लाम बिल्कुल नापसंद करता है। उसकी मिसाल ऐसे जैसे किसी की आँख में कुछ तकलीफ़ है हम लोग उसको काना कह दें, किसी की आँखें नहीं हैं उसको हम लोग अंधा कह दें, कोई ठीक से चल नहीं पाता हम उसको लंगड़ा कह दें। इन नामों से पुकारने को बहुत नापसंद किया उसने और कहा हरगिज़ हरगिज़ इन नामों से ना पुकारना कभी किसी को। ये आयत जब मैंने आज पढ़ी सुबह तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि जैसे ये कुदरत ने ये बात मेरे जहन में डाली कि मैं आप सबके सामने रखूं कि जो भी ज़रा सा कमज़ोर है हमारे अंदर, किसी चीज़ की भी कोई कमी अगर हमारे अंदर है, हमारे जिस्म के अंदर कोई चीज़ भी, तो उसका मजाक उड़ाना और उसको छेड़ना, उसको परेशान करना, इसकी बिल्कुल इजाज़त नहीं है। बल्कि आपको मैं अगर एक लफ्ज़ बताऊं जो इसमें इस्तेमाल किया गया है, हराम। हराम का मतलब होता है आपको किसी सूरत में परमिशन है ही नहीं इसकी कि आप किसी को नीचा दिखाने के लिए उसके लिए उल्टे सीधे लफ्ज़ बोलें। अपनी बात ख़त्म करने से पहले मैं एक आखिरी बात बोल रहा हूँ, और मेरी ये बात जो है, जो मैंने अभी आयत पढ़ी, समवन विल ट्रांसलेट आफ्टर मी, तो ये जो बात मैंने बोली है इसके बाद मैं आखिरी बात बोल के मैं आपसे आपके सामने से चला जाऊंगा। यहाँ मस्जिद है, आप सब लोगों ने देखा होगा। करीब 25 साल पहले की बात है कि एक आदमी मस्जिद में नमाज पढ़ने आता था। और आप सब लोग जानते हैं कि नमाज पढ़ने से पहले हाथ, मुंह, पैर वैर सब धोया जाता है नल पे बैठकर। तो जब वो अपना हाथ पैर धोने के लिए वहाँ नल पर बैठता तो उसके आसपास जो लोग बैठते वो हट जाते उसको देख के, नहीं नहीं हम इसके पास नहीं बैठेंगे। फिर वो बेचारा जब मस्जिद में नमाज पढ़ने आता तो आपने देखा होगा कि लाइन लगा के नमाज पढ़ते हैं, तो कोई उसके करीब खड़े होने को तैयार नहीं, हम इसके बराबर में नहीं खड़े होंगे। अच्छा, वो आदमी बेचारा इतना शर्मिंदा होता था कि एक दिन वो कहने लगा, मेरे अंदर अगर कोई कमी है तो ये मेरी अपनी बनाई हुई नहीं है, ये मेरे बराबर में क्यों नहीं खड़े होते। जब मैं अपना हाथ, मुंह, पैर धोता हूँ, जिसको हमारे यहाँ वज़ू करना बोलते हैं, कि जब मैं वज़ू करता हूँ तो ये मेरे बराबर से उठ के भाग जाते हैं, और कुछ लोग मुझे मस्जिद के अंदर आने नहीं देते हैं। क्या मैं अलग से अकेले में नमाज पढ़ लिया करूं, कहीं मस्जिद में ना आऊं सबके सामने? मैंने कहा नहीं, आप आइए, जैसा आपका दिल चाहता है आप वैसी नमाज पढ़िए, और कोई नहीं खड़ा होता आप इसकी परवाह ना करिए आप। उसी ज़माने में एक दिन ऐसा हुआ, हमारे यहाँ किसी स्टूडेंट को कोई तकलीफ़ हो गई और उसको ब्लड की ज़रूरत पड़ गई। उसके दोस्त मस्जिद में आए, कहने लगे एक ऐसा ब्लड चाहिए जो O पॉजिटिव हो, ज़रा मुश्किल से मिलता है। आप मस्जिद में ऐलान कर दिए कि अगर ऐसा कोई आदमी है तो वो उसको ब्लड दे दे, उसकी जान बचा ले। तो मैंने मस्जिद में ऐलान किया कि भाई अगर कोई आदमी ऐसा है जिसका ब्लड O पॉजिटिव हो तो वो चले। कोई तैयार नहीं हुआ, कोई खड़ा नहीं हुआ। वो आदमी खड़ा हो गया जिससे दुनिया नफरत करती थी, जिसको कोई अपने बराबर में खड़ा नहीं होने देता था, वो खड़ा हो गया, कहने लगा मेरा है, चलिए मैं देता हूं। वो गया और उसने ब्लड दिया, और आपको यकीन नहीं आएगा, ब्लड देने के ठीक 7 दिन के बाद वो दुनिया से चला गया। और 2 दिन पहले उसने मुझे बुलाया अपने पास, उसका घर था यहाँ सामने की आबादी में। उसने कुछ पैसे निकाले और पैसे निकाल के मेरे हाथ पे रखे, शायद 1600-1700 रुपए थे। कहा कि इन पैसों से मेरे लिए आखिरी कपड़ों का इंतज़ाम कर दीजिएगा, आखिरी खुशबू का इंतज़ाम कर दीजिएगा, और जो भी कब्र खोदने में जो पैसा लगेगा वो इसमें लगा दीजिएगा। जिस आदमी को मस्जिद में लोग आने से रोकते थे, वही आदमी लोगों के कंधे पर बैठकर मस्जिद में आया, उसका जनाजा आया, और सारी दुनिया वालों से कह के चला गया तुम्हारी कोई हैसियत नहीं, कुदरत ने मुझे इस्तेमाल किया किसी को ज़िंदगी देने के लिए, मैं बड़ा हूँ। और हकीकत यह है कि उस दिन मुझे पता चला कि ऐसा कोई इंसान जिसके अंदर किसी किस्म की कोई कमी है, वो मोहब्बत का, प्यार का मोहताज है, हमारी नफरत का मोहताज नहीं है।
Thank you so much, Maulana Sahib, for your these kind words and heart-touching story that you shared with us. Thank you so much. And next, I would like to invite Ms. Jamal Fatima for English translation of these verses which were said by Maulana Sahib. Ms. Jamal Fatima.
Thank you, Ms. Anjali. The English translation is as follows. O believers, do not let some men ridicule others. They may be better than them. Nor let some women ridicule other women. They may be better than them. Do not defame one another, nor call each other by offensive nicknames. How evil it is to act rebelliously after having faith, and whoever does not repent, it is they who are the true wrongdoers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jamal. Light symbolizes knowledge, and knowledge removes ignorance, just as light removes darkness. Also, knowledge is a lasting inner wealth by which all outer achievements can be accomplished. Hence, we light lamp to bow down to knowledge as the greatest of all forms of wealth. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais for lamp lighting. एसी बंद करना आवाज आ रही है। Thank you all. Thank you so much. Please be seated. It's our Indian culture to welcome our guests, invitees, and friends so that they feel appreciated and motivated. It also gives a sense of caring and feel them at ease. Therefore, I would like to invite Professor Veena Sharma, Principal, Rufeda College of Nursing, to deliver the welcome address. Professor Veena Sharma has done her Masters of Nursing from RK College of Nursing, Delhi University. She has done her MPhil in Education from Central Institute of Education, Delhi University. Madam has a total teaching experience of about 29 years. Ma'am has been a mental health professional since a long time, since 29 years, and she is associated with Jamia Hamdard since 1992 and is currently serving as Principal, Rufeda College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard. She has more than 50 publications in various national, international and index journals, and ma'am is asking me to stop here only. Welcome you, ma'am.
Greetings of the day to the distinguished people on the dais and off the dais. With immense pleasure, I would like to welcome you all to the 3rd International Conference on Transgender Healthcare, IPATHCON2022, which is a joint collaboration of ATHI and Jamia Hamdard, Rufeda College of Nursing. Nursing is a profession of nobility and compassion, which is constantly evolving to address the needs of society. Rufeda College of Nursing in particular is one of the pioneer institutions in nursing in Delhi and India, proactively involved in year-round outreach activities to inculcate in the students the values of gender equality and respect to everyone in society, irrespective of caste, color, gender, and socio-economic status. ATHI, in association with Rufeda College of Nursing, intends to address the nationwide need to increase the number of healthcare providers who are prepared to deliver gender-affirming care to transgender patients, and also advocating for the provision of affordable and standardized transgender healthcare. At this juncture, I would like to extend warm welcome to the chief guest of the inaugural session today, Shri Alok Saxena, Additional Secretary and Director General of NACO, who has very kindly and graciously consented to be the chief guest for the inauguration of the conference today. Sir, we welcome you to IPATHCON2022 at Jamia Hamdard. I'm honored to welcome Dr. Sanjay Kalra, President IPATH. Dr. Sanjay Kalra is an endocrinologist at Bharti Hospital, Karnal, Haryana, and an eminent practitioner of gender affirmative healthcare. We welcome you, sir, to IPATHCON 2022 at Jamia Hamdard. I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to Dr. Lynn Fraser from USA. Dr. Lynn Fraser has been a pioneer in transgender healthcare and active in WPATH since its inception in 1979. Dr. Lynn Fraser, we welcome you to IPATHCON 2022 at Jamia Hamdard. I am delighted to welcome Air Commodore Dr. Sanjay Sharma, CEO and MD of ATI. Dr. Sanjay Sharma has been tirelessly working for the welfare of the transgender people by generating awareness, sensitization, and advocacy for this marginalized yet substantial population of our society. Dr. Sanjay Sharma, welcome to Jamia Hamdard. With great pleasure, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Afshar Alam, Vice Chancellor, Jamia Hamdard. Professor Dr. Afshar Alam has always been the motivating and guiding force for organizing such substantial events. Under his leadership, Jamia Hamdard is marching forward and serving the society in every possible way. It is my privilege to welcome Mr. Saeed Saud Akhtar, Registrar, Jamia Hamdard, who has always supported us in all our ventures. I would like to give hearty welcome to Major Fakir Chand Sharma, a centenarian. Major Fakir Chand Sharma is father of Dr. Sanjay Sharma, and it is my good fortune to welcome you, sir, to IPATHCON at Jamia Hamdard. I would like to extend warm welcome to all the distinguished guests from outside Jamia Hamdard, deans, heads of the departments, and faculty members from Jamia Hamdard who joined us today morning in this inaugural session. Hearty welcome to all the delegates who chose to participate in today's conference at Jamia Hamdard. I assure you that this platform will give everyone the opportunity to understand the essentials of transgender healthcare. Welcome all once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear friends, whenever we attend any conference or workshop, we always have a curiosity to know that how this particular conference is going to help me. What new things I'll be learning through that conference, or what will I gain through that conference. So, and also what is the scope of that particular conference. So we are honored to have Dr. Sanjay amongst us. Dr. Sanjay Kalra is an endocrinologist working at Bharti Hospital, Karnal, Haryana. He is a graduate from CMC Ludhiana and completed his post-graduation in medicine at Pandit Bhagwan Dayal Sharma Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Rohtak. He has done his fellowship in endocrinology and metabolism at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. The past president of Endocrine Society of India and Vice President of South Asian Federation of Endocrine Societies. He has served on the Executive Council of the Research Society for Study of Diabetes in India. He has developed the term glucocrinology. I think we all are hearing this word for the very first time, this particular term. Glucocrinology and lipocrinology, and the glucocopper tool to assess coping mechanism. And is the winner of Dawn Award 2009. He has published the concept of diabetes fatigue syndrome, euthymia in diabetes, quaternary prevention in endocrinology, and quinary prevention. He is a member of IPATH and a practitioner of gender affirmative healthcare. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, madam. And on behalf of IPATH, the Indian Professional Association for Transgender Health, a warm welcome to all of you. The topic we have for this conference is building foundations. मगर आज की जो मेरी फाउंडेशन है वो मौलाना साहब ने बना के दी मुझे, और तहे दिल से शुक्रिया. थैंक यू फ्रॉम द बॉटम ऑफ माई हार्ट. मौलाना साहब ने एक आयात पढ़ी कुरान शरीफ से. ही read a verse from the Holy Quran which told us the foundation not only of this conference, not only of transgender health, but of healthcare, medical care of humanity. That is what you have taught us, sir, in just a few minutes. You have taught us the meaning of humanity. आपने हमें इंसानियत की परिभाषा सिखाई है. You have taught us what humanity means in real terms, and I am grateful. मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ. We will build upon this. We will build upon this over the next 2 days. Now, dependence is something that none of us like. I would not want to be dependent on any other country, for example, for political leadership. I would also not want to be dependent upon another person for my health care. Why should I not be able to take care of my own health, my own body? और पैगंबर ने भी तो कहा है कि हर मर्ज की दवा है दुनिया में एक्सेप्ट फॉर ओल्ड एज. बुढ़ापे के अलावा अपार्ट फ्रॉम ओल्ड एज देयर इज अ ट्रीटमेंट फॉर ईच एंड एवरी इल इन द वर्ल्ड. तो वो मेरे पास क्यों नहीं आता? वाई एम आई डिपेंडेंट अपॉन अ डॉक्टर? फ्रॉम डिपेंडेंस वी मूव टू समथिंग कॉल्ड इंडिपेंडेंस. सो आई वुड वॉन्ट टू बी इंडिपेंडेंट. आई एम अ प्राउड सन ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंट इंडिया. But is there anything beyond independence? Is there a higher evolution? And then the answer is yes. And that answer is interdependence. As an independent country, now North Korea is independent, Myanmar is independent, and they must be doing a good job of taking care of their citizens. But the moment you understand the concept of interdependence, then trade begins to grow, communication grows, commerce grows, and you become more prosperous, you become happier. Let us bring this concept of interdependence into transgender health. Each and every stakeholder in transgender health is important. Each and every stakeholder brings something different to the table. And when we are able to internalize the importance of interdependence, then we are able to achieve the advantage of being with each other. एक हिंदी में कहावत है, there is a saying in Hindi, 1 + 1 2 नहीं होता, 11 होता है. 1 + 1, Dr. Lim, is equal to 11. It is not equal to 2. But that 1 + 1 will become 11 only if you are able to converse with each other. Conversation means speaking and listening both. ये चीज़ भी मौलाना साहब ने हमें सिखाई. मौलाना साहब taught us this as well. He has told us very clearly कि भगवान कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं करते. God does not accept if you practice even verbal violence. And our friends in the transgender community are no stranger to this. Verbal violence chubti hai. Verbal violence hits you. It hurts you. And that is what we learn from the Quran. Verbal violence is haram. It is not to be allowed. But how will you fight verbal violence? Will you fight it with violence again? Maulana Sahab, yes या no? Violence का जवाब violence से तो नहीं होगा. So we have to be understanding. We have to be inclusive. So first of all, we'll practice interdependence today and tomorrow. We'll learn from different people. We will also be inclusive and we will interact with each other. As an audience, आपकी जिम्मेवारी क्या है? What is your responsibility? That is to be interactive. Badger the faculty with as many questions as you can. Difficult questions, easy questions, silly questions, intelligent questions. Each question is equally important. And if we are actually able to practice this, interaction, interdependence and inclusivity, our work is done. On behalf of the scientific committee, we have tried to provide a very wide spectrum of science and scholarship to you. Our speakers, you will see, bring a wide spectrum of geography and gender to the table. Our topics include not only spiritual and social health, but also history and heritage. Our president of World Path, WPath, will be speaking about that. Of course, we have public health, but we have clinical health as well. Clinical health, not only surgical and supportive, but also medical and mental. We have speakers from 4 continents. We have scholars not only from India, but from Pakistan as well, who will be sharing their experience and expertise with us. So this is IPATH for today and tomorrow, IPATHCON. But the IPATH journey will continue beyond tomorrow. And I thank everybody for having entrusted me with the opportunity to lead IPATH for the next 1 year. अकेले मैं नहीं कर सकता. Alone I cannot do. We need to work together as a team. So what are we going to do as a team over the next 1 year? What is my vision for IPATH? First of all, connectivity. We are connected on WhatsApp, but now IPATH will become more prominent on social media like Twitter and Facebook. Let us connect with other people. Let us tell them who we are and what we can do for them. We will also connect beyond the borders of our country. South Asian Path, W Path, and we look forward to working closely with you, madam. We will also go beyond the confines of transgender health. So we will interact with our colleagues from endocrinology, gynecology, plastic surgery, psychiatry. Lot of work needs to be done. And we thank our colleagues in nursing for leading from the front. Thank you, madam. Dr. Veena, madam. So first is connection that we will focus on over the next 1 year. Another C that we will focus on is competence building. And thanks to Dr. Sanjay Sharma and Dr. Rishi Gupta, we have got approval for a Center of Excellence at AIIMS. We will also be conducting workshops on disorders of sexual differentiation on transgender medicine. One center that is already identified for a workshop is Osmania Medical College at Hyderabad. And we thank Madam Mukund Mala for being the torchbearer of transgender health in Telangana. It's not that we will just stick to connections and competence building. There are also other things that have to be done. We already have the Indian Standards of Care version 1. We will try to create version 2. And God willing, agar Bhagwan ne chaha, God willing, we will have a transgender health textbook also by the next IPATHCON. We thank all our colleagues, Dr. Aksa Sheikh is there, and so many other people for writing about transgender health in various journals, journals of endocrinology, journals of medical ethics, in the lay media, and we thank you. You are doing a great job for us. Any other suggestion, any comment or criticism, insights and ideas, we are most open. Please feel free to reach out to us. We are just a WhatsApp message or a phone call away. What I pray for, and फिर से सर आपने जो आयात पढ़ी उसका मुझ पे बहुत impact पड़ा. What you taught us, that will have a lasting impact on my psyche. यही चाहूँगा, what I will expect from everyone is, let us all pray together for health and happiness, for peace and prosperity. अमन शांति की दुआ करते हैं. जय हिंद.
Thank you so much, sir, for elaborating on the scope of the conference. And I think we all agree that each and every stakeholder in the transgender healthcare is equally important. And connectivity, interdependence, interaction, cooperation, coordination, and a feeling of exclusiveness, inclusiveness are some of the terms that we need to work upon. And that's true, sir, that if we converse with each other, then definitely 1 and 1 will make 11. Thank you so much, sir. Now it's the time for felicitation, and it's an honor and privilege to have amongst us Shri Alok Saxena ji as a chief guest. And felicitation, we know that it's expression of pleasure and happiness created and actually coated with love and respect. So may I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly felicitate our chief guest. Friends, please give a huge round of applause to welcome our chief guest. May I now request Chief Guest of the Day, Shri Alok Saxena ji, to kindly felicitate Honorable Vice Chancellor Jamia Hamdard. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Jamia Hamdard to kindly felicitate Dr. Lynn Fraser, Director and Founder, WPATH. May I request Honorable Vice Chancellor to kindly felicitate Dr. Sanjay Kalra, President IPATH. May I request Honorable Vice Chancellor to kindly felicitate Dr. Sanjay Sharma, CEO and Managing Director, ATHI. May I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly felicitate Professor Veena Sharma, Principal, Rufeda College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard. May I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly felicitate our Registrar, Mr. S.S. Akhtar Sahab. Sir, one more thing, sir. I would like to request to felicitate Major Fakir Chand Sharma ji also. Yes, thank you, sir. Next, आपको हैंड ओवर कर रही हूँ. आपको कुछ देखना है? ये वाला है. ये है और ये है, ये मैं लेके जा रही हूँ. फिर आप मुझे बुलाना. Do you have this program sheet? No. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Deepika to conduct next few sessions. Over to you, Deepika.
Thank you. Good morning once again. I'm Deepika, working with an organization called Alliance India and representing transgender community here and working with Dr. Sanjay Sharma in ATHI. Yeah. So, मुझे एक जिम्मेदारी दी गई है. यहाँ पे दो हमारे चीफ गेस्ट हैं, उन लोगों को इंट्रोड्यूस कराने के लिए. So first, I would like to introduce Dr. Lynn Fraser. She's director founder of WPATH, World Professional Association for Transgender Health. Dr. Lynn Fraser in the World Profession Association for Transgender Health, WPATH, since its 1979. She was the lead author in mental health and telehealth for International Guideline for Transgender Health Standard of Care version 7, and is the lead in ethics and education of SOC 8. Dr. Fraser is past president of WPATH and is the co-founder and past co-lead of the Education Institute, which has trained extremely 5,000 clinicians in 58 countries. She is now increasing global access to competent the compassionate trans health care, and his certificate is online counseling and mental health facilitation in the developing world. Over to you, Dr. Lin. Please come.
इनका कन्वर्टर किधर है? Fantastic.
Where's the little thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Right? This is good. No, I think this is good. I think so. Good morning. And thank you for that lovely introduction. It's such an honor and a privilege to be with you all today. The opening of the conference was probably the most moving opening I've ever seen in trans health, because you included the spiritual component, and that is something that I haven't seen done, and it set the stage for me. I believe that this is very much a spiritual field. It's about connectivity, inclusivity, love, and it's about working for something larger than self. Working together for something larger than self. Now, I was introduced as a person who's been in the field for 50 years. I saw my first trans person in 1972, and I'm a therapist in private practice in San Francisco, but over the years I've become involved with the world of professionals and the community with the goal of increasing access to healthcare, compassionate and competent healthcare for all trans people. And my goal from a very early age, becoming involved in this field, was to be global, to be truly global, and to listen to Dr. Sanjay, two Dr. Sanjays actually, about the dreams of the field here in India. It's the dream that so many of us have had. And I really applaud you. I applaud knowing that you are so much further along than most countries already. You have governmental support, which we still don't have. I'm from the United States, and we don't have it formally. We certainly have it from our president and many, many people in terms of authority, but we don't have it as formally as you already have. So I just want to say you are starting in a place where your dreams and your vision can come true. Because one of the things I want to say about this field, of all fields, is interdisciplinary. It's an interdisciplinary field, and that includes mental health, primary care, surgery, voice, education. I mean, you think of any medical and mental health field, and there are fields that work in trans health. And then, last but not least, very important, involves the community, because the community are people who know what is needed to provide competent and compassionate health care. So it's very important to remember that as you work in developing your standards of care, that the community voice is heard. So, I want to say that before Dr. Sanjay was thinking of who to invite from WPATH, he included me because I have been in the field for probably longer than anyone who's still practicing. And then my colleague, Dr. Michael Marshall, was also coming with his partner, and my partner is here. And he, unfortunately, I don't know if you heard, he died just a few weeks ago. We had been planning our trip together and had an entire program, and he died suddenly. But why Dr. Sanjay selected Dr. Marshall, and I'm dedicating this talk to him, was that he was an openly trans man who focused on two things: intersectionality of all kinds. He was so inclusive and wanted all people, races, any kind of intersectional experience to work together in this field. But he also focused on wellness, because so much when you're studying and working in trans health, we were talking about trauma, stigma, lack of acceptance. But Dr. Marshall also wanted to celebrate wellness. What does it mean in terms of wellness in trans health? And I think that's also something very important. Yesterday we had a press conference, and a trans man whose name is Man, I'm not saying it right, I don't think, but he focused on gender euphoria. So I want to remind you too, because I really have worked so long in the field, and I know trans people as a group are so resilient and so persistent and so patient, and yet are understandably impatient as well, which is also our job to, and you're doing in here, and you were laughing, Sanjay, but it's part of our work here, is to work more quickly, if we can, so that trans people can have the same rights as anyone else. And that's very important, human rights. All right, so that's what I wanted to say about Dr. Marshall. And I spoke more about this particular slide about him, but I'll be moving more quickly through the slides now. This slide is something that I meditate on, and I really liked the idea of how, like I said, this conference opened with the idea of lighting using candles, and I don't know what it was. It's about knowledge, but what we did, it was, like I said, very moving. But I meditate on this particular image, and it's an image for all of us, because in therapy, we help people build a narrative where the threads of a life come together to find meaning. And in my language, where ego and archetype come together over a course of a lifespan, and that's what we work towards for all of us. And for me, I've been able to live my dream working in this field through service and stewardship, to work again together for something larger than self. I keep reminding myself of that. And think about this for yourself in terms of the story of trans health. The purpose of human life is to serve and to show compassion and the will to serve others. And if you think about what our job is here, how do we propose to achieve that? And the goal, one of the goals here, is to set up a national center of excellence. So, I want to talk about how the field has developed, some themes, what it was like back when I started, and what I've learned over time. What are the challenges then and now? Many are the same, and why you should join me. So, I traveled a lot as a young person, and I feel like travel is very useful to work in trans health. And what's happened over time in 50 years? We have standards of care. You already have standards of care. WPATH has standards of care versions 1 through 8. I've seen us go through 8 different guidelines. We've moved from the idea of treatment to health care, and that's what Dr. Marshall was interested in, wellness. So instead of treating someone, we're talking about evolving towards the whole person. Transgender is no longer considered a disorder, and that's a very important aspect to really understand. We're not talking about a disorder. We used to call it gender identity disorder, it was called. Now it's gender incongruence. The paradigms have shifted. So the name was gender identity disorder to gender dysphoria to gender incongruous. The organization that I work in has changed from the Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association to the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. We follow a strategic plan, and our leaders, and this is important to understand here, our leaders are stewards, partnering with other stewards. But we're also scientists, advocates, and we have a strong relationship to the community. Education and training, this is a goal for IPATH. And in WPATH, we started the Global Education Initiative, now Institute, in 2013. And we've trained over 5,000 professionals worldwide. And we're hoping our team will be coming to India and to help you as you develop your training programs throughout India. Think in terms of competencies. When you think of education, and the competencies in education and training are interdisciplinary care, which I mentioned already, relationships, knowledge, content knowledge, and the bottom line is a moral center, ethics. And I think you already are thinking about ethics as I saw the opening of this conference. And then to always think about who you are as a human being. And not to forget your family. sometimes this is round the clock work. And you can be caught up in this calling and not spend enough time with your family. I'm very fortunate. I have a very supportive family. My partner is here and goes to conference with me, although he has a full-time work himself. He's right up here. Raise your hand. Yeah. He's gone to many conferences with me and family. And we just had a grandchild 4 weeks ago. So, our first granddaughter. Yeah. Okay, so what are the enduring themes? And that's what is important. These are the takeaways for this talk. This is a pioneering field. If you have an opportunity to really think in terms of the future, it moves very fast, even though a lot of trans people would disagree. But it's a pioneering field, and it's at the forefront of knowledge, what we're doing now in terms of brain science, in terms of reproductive care, in many ways. It's interdisciplinary, here we all are. And it's important to listen to your own truth. When you're working with someone, to believe what they're telling you, to believe them, and be able to tell that truth to anyone who might stigmatize or might have a different approach, like about conversion, at any rate. Working in partnership, including community. This is another field where you make friends, and you'll be friends with people for the rest of your life, because you're all working for the same thing. It's a commitment to human rights, and always, again, that moral center. So for me, I started with travel, and I was one of the first people to travel across the ocean on an airplane in 1947 and lived overseas. And I think what I learned as a world traveler was the best training I ever had, more than graduate school. I worked for Pan Am, which a lot of you probably have never heard of, an airline. And I was in India in the 70s. When I saw my first trans person as an intern, I was also traveling. I came to India. And this is some photos from India. I also worked in Nepal, and for the Tom Dooley Foundation. And that's me, actually, in a flight attendant uniform, actually, working in India, taking blood samples in the mountains. But what I learned in Nepal was about healthcare, and to learn to listen with no judgment. And there I learned the competencies in education that we use in WPATH today. I learned them in Nepal in the 70s, in a training program there about learning content, interdisciplinary work, relationship to people, and having that moral center. So I just want to tell you, some of it came from this part of the world that we use in WPATH today. So, first client in 72, she taught me so much, and I just listened because I had not ever been exposed to a trans woman, as far as I knew, and she taught me everything I knew. I got involved with the community right away. We worked and learned in secret basements in the 70s in San Francisco. And the knowledge base was, we didn't have much, but the people did. And they taught me. That's what I did. I remember sitting on the floor in basements in San Francisco, and that my client wanted me present at her surgery. Her surgery had been approved, and I went to see her surgery. She felt that she would get better care if I was there, and the surgeon said, okay. So that happened. But these are the books that were out there. And what I said earlier about listening to yourself and listening to the person you're talking to, listen to what they have to say, because the literature says things like this. Wait, let me move to this next slide, to there, splitting, perversion. That was what the literature looked like, and I understand that some of your literature looks something like that. Maybe not quite that bad. But if you listen to the person that you're talking to, you realize this isn't true. And you have barriers to care. This is from a slide that I got from a talk that your team, Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Amrita Sarkar, Dr. Aksa, I think they're here, gave at our in Montreal. Where are you? There's Sanjay and where's Amrita? Aksa? There. Oh, there you are. Okay. Anyway, so at any rate, my understanding is you have some of the same barriers here. Here's a picture, though, of way back when, where I saw the surgery with my client, and it was a reputable place. But I also had an opportunity to see a non-reputable surgery that was in somebody's garage. So what was going on when I started is people were actually having surgeries in reputable places, but they also were having backyard surgeries. And this is the location of one of the surgeries. It was the backyard. This is the nomenclature when I started, sexual deviation. Then we had a conference where we got together in 1979, and these were the pioneers, put together the first standards of care. We're now at 8. And what this our organization does, which will be hopefully coming here and working with training, we publish standards of care, we have a journal, we have the Global Education Institute, and we have symposium, and I recommend that you come to the WPATH symposium as well. The mission is to promote evidence-based care. Education, research, public policy, and a vision is envision a world, and this is the vision that we're all working together on. People of all gender identities and gender expression have access to good health care. This is in our standards of care. This is our first president who died of AIDS. But one of the things I want to say also about the pioneers in this field, that people were at the top of their field already, and then felt like they were able to, because they were at the top of their field, they were not afraid to speak truth to power. They could go out on not exactly on a limb, but found that make this field respectable, because they already had gotten to the top of the field. This is an example of another pioneer, a surgeon, who founded something called Interplast. He went around the world as a plastic surgeon and did surgeries on children, and was the chair of plastic surgery at Stanford. He got involved. But that's what you find, and I don't know if you find it here, but what we had is our pioneers were already people who knew what they were doing, and they were able then to start a new field. And they had the ear of people at the top. And I think that's what I'm noticing here at this university. So this is what we do in the field. This continues. We live with integrity. We keep going, one foot in front of the other. Work for something larger than yourself, and work together. Keep the vision. The leaders are stewards, and ethics again at the center. I can't emphasize that enough. And I already mentioned in terms of growth and expansion what I've seen over 50 years. Transgender beyond disorder. And we have competency-based education and training, and part of that is we have a book club. And that's where I met Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Sarkar, and Dr. Aksa, is through the book club. And we learned about literature and not literature. We learned that a lot of people can't read through working with the work that you're doing in India. And we had many people from WPATH listening to Dr. Aksa, Dr. Sarkar, and Dr. Sanjay talk about the literature and non-literature here, and what you're doing in terms of the more of a literary tradition. I was very impressed. Again, this is what our first standards of care looked like, just a few pages. not based on research, but based on professional consensus. It was always binary. Persons moved from one gender to another, had hormones and surgery. Now it's open. People have options, multiple options, to match their bodies to their felt gender. And our surgeons and our hormone providers will help. And that's the idea. It's not just one way. People have options. And these are just some pictures of our leaders over the years and the visions from our leaders. Learning from other cultures is very important, and providing training. Also to think about to have fun together. This is one of our presidents, Stan Monstry. He is probably he's the pioneer in phalloplasties, and from Belgium. Another one, Dr. Walter Bachting, he came up with during his presidency, each president had a slightly different vision, and his was about moving from treatment to health. And we worked together to come up with diagnoses that were less pathologizing, working together via consensus. Again, have fun. And then we were asked to write papers about, this was a SOC7, about different chapters. This one was on psychotherapy, that's based on evidence. And this is one that I was asked to write, and I came up with the idea we needed to do training together. And that was the beginning of the Global Education Initiative. We always work together. Major changes as over time in terms of guidelines, away from the binary, I mentioned that. Treatment to help, multiple options, so important, multiple options. Everybody's not the same. And it's not ethical, by the way, to try to convert someone to a different gender than their felt gender. So conversion therapy is not ethical, and it's illegal in some states. And what about here? It's illegal. It's illegal. So when I was president, my goal was training, international training, partnering, and using technology. And when to travel internationally with Cuba, Brazil, working in Latin America, the strategic plan was to educate and train. To come up, another consensus process was with ICD, coming up with diagnoses, a different diagnosis. Get away from gender identity disorder. This is what happened over time, the history. Cubans came via Skype to work on that. Then we went to Bangkok, so broadening to go to other countries for the symposium. Inclusiveness. Translating the standards of care. Another president, a trans man, the second trans man president. Then we have professional management, and that's very important to make this more professional and more respectable. This is the way the Institute, the Global Education looks. So there's a brief history. Approaching to care has changed. We're concerned with overall health. I've said that many times. This is just a picture of our team with education. Then we go to Rwanda and learn from the Rwandans, learning globally, because this is learning about trauma. No one knows more about trauma than people in Rwanda who went through a genocide. And they learned how to work with people like teachers in rural areas and then bring it back what they learned to providers in cities. And I understand you're starting to do something like that here in India, which is wonderful. You're a fifth of the world's population, so we really need to be able to get training out into rural areas. Another president, Gail Knudsen, who is the co-chair now of the Global Institute Education. We have chapters now in WPATH and work in development, and we want to have chapters, for example, with IPATH. All are working together, partnering with Endocrine Society. We work in prisons. There's no place that trans people are treated worse than in our prison system. But a lot has been done over time to improve the situation in prisons. Our last president, we came out with SOC 8. This is more on SOC 8. It just came out in Montreal. Montreal is where you all went to the conference in Montreal. It was the last conference, it was just a few weeks ago. Launched it in the main points, and this is what is important to understand about the current standards, is it used to be you had to have 2 assessments per person if they wanted surgery. Now only 1 is needed, but it's a longer one. There's no age now for people to get surgeries that is based on individualized care. Remember, I mentioned that individualized care is very important now. It's not one size fits all. Working together as a team has always been the same, and we go further in recognizing non-binary identities. Here's a picture of the Global Education Institute today. We have a steering committee, different groups that all work together in terms of education, courses on ethics. And in WPATH, ethics is a conversation. Again, it's about coming together and talking. Because ethics, there are many, many ways that people disagree in terms of ethics and morality. So a lot of it is based on professional consensus. So here it is. We have a global movement that's gone from underground to visibility, way beyond disorder, from treatment to health, and now the professional literature is affirming. And these are just some thoughts to make sure to keep up, utilize our new people, more partnerships, stick with the strategic plan, just some tips. You can see our president in America is affirming of trans health. We have the head of, one of the heads in our government is a trans woman. I don't know if you see her name is Rachel Levine. The more things change, the more they stay the same, although more people are drawn to the field. It still remains challenging, stimulating, and pioneering, and we grapple with issues together, and I hope we get to do this over the next couple days. I want to be available to grapple with you on some of the issues that that are coming up in India. It's a really great time to be in the field. Lessons learned have to do with vision, grit, staying the course, partnering, I've mentioned that, the friends and colleagues, working together, and again, never forget that moral center. And here's a slide from your talk. What are your challenges in the way forward? You're developing an infrastructure. You have one. Skill training, continuing education, certification. We're working on that together. Research. This community cadre, I don't even know how to say it. Cadre? How do you say it, Sanjay? Cater, okay. And social integration, normalization. And this is a message that came from our current president. Her name's Dr. Marcy Bowers, and she is a trans woman. You may have heard of her. She's a very, very well-known surgeon. She's been in the field probably as long as I have. We go way back together. And what she's saying to you, if there's a common thread, it's unity of purpose and integrating and inviting global participation. She's inviting global participation. She wants to speak with each of you. And she says, in the meantime, please continue to do your life-saving work. And she would like, if she could do it her way, she wants to have a WPATH conference in India. Whether that will happen is unknown, but that's the message from her, is she would like to have a conference here. And again, the importance of family, want to mention that again. I'm here traveling with my husband. That was to a conference in Buenos Aires. Here it is, our son and his wife with our new grandchild 4 weeks ago. And also I want to comment on, if you notice the colors, these are the trans colors. And that's outside our window for sunrise. And I just was reminded by my partner that just before we left to come here, to sit and watch the sunrise and think about trans health, the trans colors. And the end, again, is this slide that I started off with, about the purpose of human life is to serve, to show compassion, and the will to serve others. Thank you very much. I think this needs to come out somehow.
Thank you, Dr. Lim. Yeah, thanks, doctor, because we have learned a lot from you, and you're doing a great job. And so we have now we got to know that what WPATH is doing for the transgender health. And thank you so much, Dr. Lim, for doing all these great work and sharing the largest history with all of us. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay Sharma, who is director of ATHI, to share vision of ATHI, because हम international vision तो समझ चुके हैं WPATH का, but India में ATHI का क्या vision है? I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay. Please share with all of us.
Thank you so much. And the starting of our vision has already started by the participation of you all who have taken out time to be here. Ati's vision is to celebrate all hues and colors of gender expression, irrespective of what the orientation may be. Our vision is to see a progressive society which permits each and every human being a life of dignity. And with that, I'm going to invite the biggest ally that you can ever think of, the person who has recognized what is needed to be done from offices, how to move governments to get policies, and how to convert passion into action. Alok, sir, I request you to please come to the dais.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay, for those kind words. And at the outset, huge apologies for delaying this event, for events beyond my control. Though I put an alarm early in the morning so that I'm here on time. And I started with Google Maps showing me that I'll reach here by 9:50. But I have a driver who has a mind of his own, and he took me to a place where I was blocked on both the sides in a huge traffic jam. So, but the apologies are entirely mine. Professor Dr. Afshar Alam, Vice Chancellor Jamia Hamdard, Dr. S.S. Akhtar, Registrar Jamia Hamdard, Dr. Lynn Fraser, Director and Founder WPATH, Dr. Sanjay Sharma, our host, CEO and Managing Director ATHI, Dr. Sanjay Kalra, Major Fakir Chand Sharma ji, namaskar, Professor Veena Sharma, again our host here, Principal Rufeda College of Nursing, all the dignitaries here, all my friends of the dais, and I see a lot of new faces. I'm so impressed by the diversity that I see in this room, and that is a telling testimony to the work that Dr. Sharma is doing, Commodore Sharma is doing, and where he's supported so hugely by Jamia Hamdard. On a personal note, I'll tell the Vice Chancellor that it's a personal journey. I'm so impressed to be in this beautiful campus of Jamia. My family comes from Old Delhi. We've been there for last 300 years. And those of you, I don't know how many of you, आप लोग जो पुरानी दिल्ली से हैं, when you walk from, and that's the way to go there, either you walk or you take a cycle rickshaw from Chowk Hauskazi to Fatehpuri, on your left you'll see the original Hamdard Dawakhana at Lal Kuan, and I've seen it maybe like 1,000 times. And I have a picture taken yesterday. I was there yesterday, Dr. Saab. So, Professor, I'm really glad to be here. The topic for today and this two-day international conference that is being hosted on transgender healthcare, I would like to say that evidence suggests that transgender women are among the key population groups, and each word is important. I'll also tell you why I'm here. You may ask that the Director General of National AIDS Control Organization, what is he doing here? Because maybe HIV/AIDS is a small wedge of the big pizza that is the various colors of, sexual identity, of gender identity of people. So why is the head of NACO here? So my answer is that evidence suggests that transgender women are among the key population groups who are heavily affected by HIV. Globally, the chance of acquiring HIV is 49 times higher for transgender women than all adults of reproductive age groups. In India, as per our NACO's HIV Sentinel Surveillance 2017 data, the HIV prevalence among the TG population is 3.14%, which is higher than the prevalence observed amongst other key populations like female sex workers, men who have sex with men, and the general prevalence, as you know, is 0.021%, So as against that, among the transgender women, it's 3.14. So when we talk, in fact, if we see historically, we see that when in 1981, when this HIV epidemic burst on the global scene, particularly initially on both east and west coast of the United States, it was seen in a particular population group. And also it was clear that the roots were sexual. So then when the first case was detected in India, Dr. Lin, in 1986 of HIV/AIDS, since then, NACO has been working. First, it was a small cell, and the organization NACO was created in 1992. For 30 years, we've been working amongst populations, what we call key populations, that are worst affected by HIV/AIDS. One of the key populations is transgenders. Also, if you see 1992 and even now, many of these populations fell slightly on the other side of law, whether it was men having sex with men, which was kind of turned down the 377 by Supreme Court as recently as 4 years ago. Sex work still remains illegal. Drugs, injection of the people who inject drugs, that population still remains illegal. So, and transgender were the population, the group, the people were marginalized. They were at the extreme margins of the society. And there was huge stigma. And that stigma is also not of the kind that HIV we saw recently, even with COVID, there was stigma attached. But the stigma with transgender persons was very different. They were there. The population was there. If you see our old literature, the population was there. They were very much a productive part of the society, whether it was the courts and harems of the Delhi Sultans or the Mughals, or in our own Hindu mythology, the population was very much there. They were respected. They had a role in the society. Then came, I'm sorry to say, the British with their Victorian mores and values, and a whole lot of things changed. Even the homosexual population was not looked down upon in the pre-Victorian value system in India. They were very much accepted, they were there. And the policy with regard to homosexuals was don't ask, don't tell, historically. But transgender population was more assimilated in society. They had various productive roles. It was only when a new kind of value system was brought here, then we said, oh, they're different from us. And the natural human tendency is that anyone who's different from us, anything that is different from us, which we do not understand, either we start fearing it or we start ridiculing it. So that's how it started. But look at a child where, as very beautifully put by, I think, Dr. Sanjay Kalra, that the felt gender and the physical body that has been assigned, there's an incongruence, and the child realizes very early to whom the child goes. Maybe he's confused, he or she doesn't talk to anyone, but the family is there. Family is equally at loss, they don't understand. So our work in health starts from talking about it, from making people understand that there is nothing abnormal about it. It's an expression of nature, and we need to deal with it accordingly. And it is a matter relating to health. So Health Ministry and NACO comes in the picture here, because we need to have policies that are aligned with this thought that a child, a family, the larger society need to be empathetic and understanding about this expression of a child's nature, and then take it in a gradual manner through various. So you will have initially counseling, you might have hormone therapy, then gender reassignment surgeries if required, if the person wants. All this at a pace decided by science, in a manner decided by science. So what is the first roadblock here? Bharti, what is the first roadblock here? The first roadblock, Amrita, what is the first roadblock here? It's the health systems themselves. See how many doctors, if you're in a village, lack of awareness, and you go, your small town doctor would not be, even though he or she would have studied MBBS in a proper medical college, they would not be equipped to understand what it is. And then that forces people who do not have resources to go towards quacks and half doctors, नीम हकीमों के पास वो जाते हैं. तो हमारा मेडिकल एजुकेशन उनको पूरी तरह से इक्विप नहीं करता. Our society still is in a stage of confusion. So how do we deal with it as a health issue? So first is it that we need reforms in medical education. At the undergraduate level, we need to have proper books and courses, and if I don't know how it is organized now, Dr. Sahab, but if you have credit points, certain credit points attached to it. Then when a medical student is doing the house job or internship, or even the residency, then these things need to be, the patients need to be respected, and then they be given experience and exposure for this kind of treatment. From our part, what we've done, and Commodore Sharma has been a co-passenger with us in that journey, that we are planning a center of excellence for transgender health in our country's top All-India Institute of Medical Sciences. And that center, the Center of Excellence, would have this entire array of services. But more than medical interventions, what is also required is, which Dr. Lin showed, holding hands, each other, that you have to have peers, you have to have people similar to you, who share experience, who navigate you, who support you, and who take you further. And that's how we can build it. No one alone can do it, but I'm very clear that we are on the right path. Also simultaneously, and in the afternoon I'm told Radhika is going to be here, we have a act for transgender people here, which actually lays down what is legal, what is not legal, how we should go about it. So the government, and you know, a lot of people in this room might have quibble, small fights with the letter and spirit of that act, but that act itself is a huge step forward. It can always be amended and modified, but at least we are going in that direction. So from health and from social justice, these two things are coming. We need to work together. We have a long way to go, but we have also traversed some distance. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू श्री आलोक सक्सेना सर. यू नो, जब भी इनको सुनती हूँ मुझे एक चीज़ हमेशा लगती है कि आप हमेशा एक रोड मैप बना देते हैं कि हमें आगे क्या करना है, राइट, और उसको हम सब मिलके साथ में करते हैं. जैसे उन्होंने बोला है कि कैरिकुलम की हमें सोचना चाहिए है, बुक्स, लिटरेचर, इस सब के बारे में सोचना चाहिए जिससे पढ़ के हम लोग अवेयर हो सके. थैंक्स डॉक्टर Sri Alok Saxena sir, and now I'm handing over to you, Professor. Please come.
Thank you so much, Deepika. So I consider it a great honor to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. M. Afshar Alam sir. And dear all, I would like to appraise you all that he is the first internal Vice Chancellor of Jamia Hamdard. Professor Afshar Alam sir has, sir, let me complete. So only give me 2 minutes. Sir is presently working as Vice Chancellor Jamia Hamdard and Professor and Dean of School of Engineering Sciences and Technology at Jamia Hamdard. His research areas include software re-engineering, data mining, bioinformatics, fuzzy databases, and sustainable development. In his 25 years of experience in teaching and research, he was invited to many countries across the world. Okay, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to all. The chief guest of the function, Sri Alok Saxena, Additional Secretary Director General, National AIDS Control Organization, Government of India. Professor Veena Sharma, Principal, Rufeda College of Nursing. Dr. Sanjay Kalra, President, IPATH. Air Commando Dr. Sanjay Sharma, CEO, Managing Director, ATI. The keynote speaker of the function, Dr. Lynn Fraser, the Director and Founder of WPATH. Registrar SS Akhtar Sahab, Professor Sibu John, all the faculty members, HODs, and all the delegates participating in this function, dear friends and guests. I extend my warm facilitation to all the dignitaries, speakers, professionals, and delegates present here in this distinguished ceremony. With great honor and pride, I stand here to represent the collective voice of Jamia Hamdard. Jamia Hamdard invents to provide international quality higher education and undertake cutting-edge research in the field of social, natural science, technology, particularly promote study of modern traditional medicine system, especially Unani Tib, encompassing a holistic and strategic approach of healthcare and to meet the societal education need of underprivileged Indian communities. Jamia Hamdard has made a name of itself in the field of higher education. The Pharmacy School of Jamia Hamdard is the #1 institution in the country for many years. In the world ranking, we have 601 position. The recently QS Asia ranking came up. We got 451 rank, and QS Southern Asian ranking is 110. So Jamia Hamdard is already in the world map. The Hamdard has always influenced each and every human being of the society as equal and focused on providing a world-class education to our students with inbuilt professional ethics and value. We inculcate our student and faculty with the value of gender equity and respect for every individual, irrespective of caste, creed, color, gender, and socio-economic status. Sexuality is the issue that creates social divides. The sexual minorities have been oppressed in our society on the ground of them being deviant, and their existence has been listed as unnatural. Therefore, the issue related to the right of gender, their health problem, do not find a place in the top agenda of the government and human rights movements. Since the beginning of mankind, the transgender have been very much in the part of our society. In 2011, the India census count the transgender population for the very first time, and one notable finding is the census is the low literacy rate in the transgender community. At 46% is comparison of 74% literacy in overall population. Also, the transgender individuals face several challenges with assessing health care in India. The trans people worldwide experience substantial health disparities and barriers to appropriate the health care service that keep them for achieving the highest possible health status. Among other disparities, they are significantly more likely than the general population to be targeted for violence and harassment and to contract HIV, and to be at risk for the mental health concerns such as depression and attempt suicide. Even that this community has very common experience for social rejection and violence. These factors are a strong predictor for distress and mental illness. These issues faced by them need to be addressed, and in view of the same, today we are here for the third International Conference for Transgender Healthcare. The IPATHCON is an annual multilateral conference organized by Indian Professional Association of Transgender Healthcare, the professional arm of ATI. The conference has been organized with the constant effort of Association of Transgender Health in collaboration with Jamia Hamdard with the theme of building foundation for transgender healthcare. Jamia Hamdard is and will always be an institution who will work for the upliftment of the society. Jamia Hamdard is standing proud for providing rich platform through this conference to connect the community with the professionals working in the field of transgender healthcare across the globe. In fact, we are the first university in India who started this conference in 2019. I congratulate the Rufeda College of Nursing for their contribution in the organization of this two-day international conference. The conference invite eminent speaker with international repute to bring a required focus on transgender health in a various aspects, including social, legal, ethical issue, role of parent, support group with the various self-help group. The conference will address the important issue including the barriers of healthcare experienced by trans communities, including discriminatory treatment by healthcare provider, lack of provider who are trained or to offer appropriate health care to the trans people, and refusal for many national health system and health insurance program to cover service for trans people. Association of Transgender Health, ATI, and constant effort in the partnership with the World Professional Association for Trans Health have made IPATHCON a strong voice in Indian subcontinent, advocating for the provisioning of affordable, accessible, and standardized transgender health care. ATI has done a tremendous work towards a transgender person who suffers significant health disparities and required a medical intervention as a part of their care. The biggest barrier addressed toward the health care reported by the transgender individual is a lack of access due to the lack of provider who are significantly knowledgeable on the topic. Other barriers include financial barrier, discrimination, lack of cultural competence by provider, health system barrier, and socio-economic barriers. I would like to appreciate and congratulate ATI for taking up initiative for their marginalized section of the community who is struggling hard for their basic right in the society. With conclusion to my address, I would like to quote that each being in this universe is indeed unique and it is the integral part of the nature. It would be not right to judge and discriminate humanity based on stereotypes. It is the time that India realized that every individual in this country has equal rights and privilege and follow the policy of live and let live. live and let live. I hope that this conference invention that required support and help from the medical professionals and bureaucrats from the society to bridge the knowledge gap and overcome the lack of trained human resource. Jamia Hamdard was, is and will always be guiding force for such social service activities. I wish the conference all success. Thank you very much all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. And definitely we have to work on the principle of that let live and let live. Okay, live and let live. Okay, everybody in this, I think on this land has got this right to live peacefully, happily. Okay, without any discrimination, without any suffering. So thank you so much, sir, for your presidential address. Now we have Major Fakir Chand Sharma ji amongst us. And sir, we are blessed to have you here. And see, when we have blessings of our elders, we feel like we are having God with us. And it's always good to have blessings from our elders. So I request you, sir, to kindly give your Ashirwad to this august gathering. Mic, वहाँ पे दे दो.
Yeah.
Say, Guru. Ladies and gentlemen, आपकी Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say a few words to all of you. आपकी sincere and health and happiness की limits जो है, that is the highest of all the orders in the world. You know that. You know, all of you,
blessings.
You think that सोच लो, जान लो, ध्यान दो, सोच लो that उसकी इच्छा के बगैर एक पत्ता नहीं हिलता. He said that trust more and more in God. Trust more and more in God. Trust more and more in God. O जीवात्माओं. When I say that I love you, then he says that when I say I love you, what else you need? To love and serve the mankind. To love and serve the mankind. When all thy mercies, O my God, my rising soul surveys, I am transported with the view and lost in thy wonder, love and praise. My blessing to all of you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
सीढ़ी नहीं है यहाँ पे, आ जाओ।
Thank you so much, sir. If the only prayer you ever say in your entire life is thank you, it will be enough. Thanksgiving is a joyous invitation to shower the world with love and gratitude. With these words of Shakespeare, I can no other answers make out thanks and ever thanks. May I invite Mr. S.S. Akhtar Sahab, Registrar Jamia Hamdard, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में तशरीफ़ लाए हुए ख़वातीनों हज़रात, देवियों और सजनों, ladies and gentlemen, respected deans, esteemed head of the departments, dear colleagues and my dear students. Today is a memorable and a very historical day for Jamia Hamdard. On the one hand, we are blessed with a person like Fakir Chand Sharma ji, whose blessings this conference is having. On the other hand, we are blessed with the august presence of so many dignitaries who have come all over the world, from all over the world, to grace this occasion and to enlighten us on this important topic. Thank you very much to all the participants who have come all the way from all over the world to participate in this conference. The theme of this conference, the ultimate theme of this conference, the core issue is empathy and compassion. And there could not have been a better place than Jamia Hamdard to host this conference. As our name suggests, जैसा कि हमारा नाम बोलता है, हमदर्द, मीन्स हम आपके दर्द में शरीक हैं. मैं आपके खुशियों में शरीक नहीं हो सकता हूँ, लेकिन मैं आपके दर्द में शरीक हूँ. तो this is the ideal place where this conference on such an important topic could have been held. So thank you, IPATH, for giving us an opportunity to host this important conference. मैं इस अवसर पर अपना धन्यवाद भी देना चाहूँगा, धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करना चाहूँगा श्री आलोक सक्सेना जी का. आप यहाँ आए, आपके आने से यहाँ का माहौल भी खुशगवार हो गया, यहाँ भी खुशियाँ आ गईं. आप भारत सरकार के कई महत्वपूर्ण पदों को सुशोभित कर चुके हैं. And you will be happy to know at present he is working on revamping the biggest health sector, that is CGHS, Central Government Health Scheme in India, and he is closely associated with Pradhan Mantri Jan Kalyan Yojana, and which has worked during the COVID to help the COVID workers when they were facing acute problems. Sir, you have stated that you are having a roadmap and you are working for having that roadmap succeeded and do something for the society which needs the attention of one and all. So we are very fortunate such a kind-hearted official is here to grace our conference as a chief guest. Thank you very much, sir, for coming and gracing us. My sincere and profound thanks also goes to Dr. Lynn Fraser for coming all the way from US. In spite of many odds, there were visa issues, there were other issues or logistic problems were also there, but you came all the way from there to grace this occasion, and you have told us about the challenges, and together with that, you have also shown us the path forward that we should be taken. So thank you, you have given us the challenges and you have also given us the solution. And we would definitely like to work on that solution. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming and gracing the occasion. I shall be failing in my duty if I will not be taking the name of the person because of whom this conference has been possible. I think you all will be knowing that it is our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Because of him we are here, and it was he who took a keen interest that this conference on such an important topic should be held at Jamia Hamdard only. And he took pain to make it a successful. He was there to guide us, inspire us, and motivate us on all the occasion. And it is because of him this conference has been possible. There were issues and there were other programs also, but he held his ground firm and he said, no, this conference on such an important topic, which is very important to the society as a large, will be held at Jamia Hamdard only. Thank you very much, sir, for showing us and inspiring us and always leading from the front. Thank you. My sincere thanks also goes to Dr. Sanjay Kalra साहब. आपने अपने स्पीच में ही मौलाना साहब, इमाम साहब का जिक्र किया, और जो कंपैशन, जो एम्पैथी, जो मदद लोगों की होनी चाहिए ईश्वर की, अल्लाह की, अलमाइटी की तरफ से, लॉर्ड की तरफ से, उसके बारे में आपने बयान किया। और आईपाथ उसी रास्ते पर चल रहा है। हम लोग इस पर श्योर हैं कि आपके लीडरशिप में आईपाथ विल अचीव मेनी माइलस्टोन्स, एंड वी आर एट जामिया हमदर्द ऑलवेज देयर to provide you whatever help you require from our side. On behalf of Vice Chancellor, I am telling this to you. Whenever you require our services, we are there. Thank you very much for coming here. My thanks also goes to another Sanjay, Mr. Sanjay Sharma, Dr. Sanjay Sharma, the man behind this program. It was he who brought this program few years back to Jamia Hamdard. And this year also, this program is being organized here because he took the leadership and he took the lead in organizing this program. Thank you very much for choosing Jamia Hamdard to host this conference. I will also take this opportunity to thank our ex-colleague. Now he has gone on deputation to some other university, Jamia Millia Islamia, Professor Sibu John. He has played a pivotal role in bringing this conference when it was held for the first time at Jamia Hamdard. We were unaware of about this program, but it was he who brought this program and he took the initiative in holding it at Jamia Hamdard. So thank you, Professor Sibu John. Veena Sharma, she is sitting here, and her whole team, they have worked tirelessly for organizing this conference and making it a success. My thanks goes to you also, ma'am, along with your team members for holding this program and making it a grand success. I hope the outcome of this conference will be definitely play a major role in shaping the health sector of the people for whom this program is being held. Thank you very much for organizing this program and taking keen interest in organizing this. And my thanks goes to all the student volunteers also, to the anchor and all the participants. मैं अपनी बातों को सिर्फ ख़त्म करना चाहूँगा एक शेर के साथ ये शेयर आप लोगों के साथ, और ये जो प्रोग्राम हो रहा है या जिस थीम पर काम हो रहा है, आईपैथ काम कर रहा है और दूसरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस काम कर रहा है, उस पर है हज़ारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश पे दम निकले, बहुत निकले मेरे अरमान मगर फिर भी कम निकले. So keep going on the path of what you are doing, and our good wishes are with you, sir, and thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to host this important thing. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your this vote of thanks. And now I would like to request all of you to kindly stand for the national anthem, please.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंग. तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे. गाहे तब जय गाथा. जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all. Thank you so much to be present here in this inaugural session. And now I request you all to kindly join us for the tea. All of you are requested to join us for the tea. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Good afternoon to all beautiful people present here. Now, today we are heading towards the first session. The first session is on building foundation government initiatives. I would request Dr. Zoya Ali Rizvi, the chairperson of the session, is the Assistant Commissioner of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. She currently looks after the health program called Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karikram, which caters the health needs of more than 253 million adolescent boys and girls spread across 36 states of the country. She is also working on strengthening the adolescent-friendly health services, along with bringing the critical thinking into, yes, ma'am. Critical thinking into the community level interventions of RKSK through study and interaction with various partners in health working in the government. She has participated in the member state consultation at WHO Geneva to draft global plan for action to strengthen the role of health system to address the interpersonal violence against women, children and girl child. Ma'am, we welcome you. Ma'am, we have to come here. Yes, ma'am. This mic, you can arrange
that. It will be easier, yeah, or I can speak to her. Is going to come on? And the whole, so what will I speak? Okay.
And no, ma'am, we have another sir, Dr. Shantanu.
Yeah, ठीक है. I know you come. Yes. Do you want me to speak and let him speak and then we discuss? Better whatever?
Ma'am, let it be. I'll introduce him.
You
can speak whatever you
Short,
want.
okay. Okay, hi, good afternoon. This CV which is here is an old one. I'm so sorry. Just to let you know that yes, we do have a national adolescent health program in which we have the component of adolescent friendly health clinics, we have the peer educator program, we have distribution of IFA tablets, and we have distribution of sanitary napkins also. That's something which is happening. But second, a very important thing which the government has started per se is what we are calling the school health and wellness program. And before I go into that, let me begin. I think because I saw the old CV, gender is one issue which I think everybody here is very well aware of, especially as we are taking part in this international conference. And we've got speakers from abroad as well as experts from India. So just to begin by saying that whenever we are looking at any programming, whenever the topic of gender comes, it arises a very common misconception which starts in India within the healthcare system, is that as soon as a child is born, the first thing that the healthcare worker says, it's a boy, it's a girl. So you begin by consigning a gender to a child who's born instead of saying male, female. So the beginning of a child is already started at the hands of the healthcare worker. And that is one of the reasons why within the government we are trying to change the mindset of our healthcare workers. Because whenever any woman a female who is pregnant, who goes to a health facility for her checkups, what we realize is that the service she is provided while she's pregnant is at the hands of a healthcare provider, whether it's an A&M or a medical officer or a specialist. So that is where we're trying to tap, is to train these medical officers, these A&Ms, making them more sensitive about what gender is exactly. It's not male, female, it's not boy, girl, it's a spectrum. So to begin there, to accept the fact that what they were taught 20 years back, 10 years back, or 5 years back, or what the baggage they are coming up with, that has to be unlearned, and you learn yourself a newer thinking process, a newer way of addressing your own patients, your own clients, so that every client, irrespective of gender, is comfortable when coming to a government health institution. keeping that in mind, same thing we are doing is that we have in all our trainings for medical officers, for ANMs and for counselors, we have a detailed, elongated, prolonged session on gender and the issues related to gender. So that I thought is a very important thing which the government is acknowledging, that yes, we do realize gender is not only male-female, there's a fluidity, there's a spectrum, and as healthcare providers, everybody should know what it is. So we do not, so that the services we give to any client who's visiting us is the right kind of service. So that is about the healthcare. Second, I would say is what is our interaction with the education. Because there's a program which is called School Health and Wellness Program, in which we are training 2 teachers per school. This was a program launched about 2 years back. So it is still, the training is being undertaken, and happy to share with you that across 33 states, we have already trained 2.35 lakh. About 2.5 lakh teachers have already been trained, and 1.3 lakh principals have been oriented. And within this School Health and Wellness Program, gender is an independent module. So what we have realized is that every teacher should know, why only the healthcare provider? The teacher should know what gender is about, what are the issues with which the children of varying genders face, and how the teacher themselves can help. And in case the teacher needs to refer, where should he, she or they be referred? So that is a very important step which again I believe the government is taking, and this will further strengthen the kind of support system, not just in healthcare but in education system also, because a child spends 7 to 8 hours in school, and if a child is not happy in school, you'll not have happy students. And if students are not happy, they will not be healthy. So that is, I think, one major step which the government has taken, is to create awareness, not only in health, but also in health. And as all of you are aware, in the national education policy, it is important that every child has access to correct information, correct education, and correct support system. So the system is equitable, accessible, affordable for every child. So with that, I will not take too much of time, because we were supposed to have 3 speakers, but I've been told there's only 1 more who's coming to you. I think before I end, just one thing I would just like to mention here, which I have written down when I came. Yeah. Is that, and third thing which we are also looking at is that addressing gender and young children, growing adolescent and youth, we just don't look at healthcare and teachers, we also look at community and parents. Because what is the support system for these growing children? In schools, fine if we are sensitizing teachers, but what about the parents and community members? So it has to be a multi-pronged approach with multi-stakeholders, so that every awareness is there across board. It's not what the child is learning in school which is not being reinforced at home, or within community members, or with friends, or with village elders. So any intervention which is being created for awareness regarding healthcare needs, healthcare support system of people of varying genders, has to have its hooks and anchors in various stakeholders. And that is what we are working to strengthen. We have an event which is called the Adolescent Health and Wellness Days, in which community members, whether it is the Panchayati Raj institutions, whether it is the ANM, the Anganwadi, the ASHA, the parents, are also talking about various issues. Again, which of them, gender is one of the main issues which is being discussed in the community. So we are looking for awareness on multiple platforms, and I think what we have started is little baby steps, but that is how any program grows. So, but looking forward to the interaction which we will have now, and maybe any kind of feedback which we get from stakeholders who are accepting services, going for services, if there is something which we can further strengthen, further support, please do let us know, because there's a lot of fluidity within the program about improvement, targeting, strengthening of any health intervention, and that is, I think, the priority which the government has, and I would be happy to look for any support or any kind of from you and to you also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting various programs and awareness programs related to this government initiatives. Now, the next speaker for this session is Dr. Shantanu. Dr. Shantanu is working as National Consultant for Target Intervention Division in NACO, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He has more than 15 years of experience in public health with respect to HIV/AIDS, community mobilization, mapping, and research. He is an alumni of Jamia Millia Islamia. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Hope my presentation is ready, right? So, yeah, ma'am, we can invite Dr. Sarma sir and Dr. Aksa as well to be in the panel. Sir, please, on behalf of and with the permission, due permission from the chair, I just would like to invite you, sir. Yeah. So, with the permission of the chair, respected all, and good afternoon. So, the topic that was assigned to Dr. Shobhini Rajan ma'am, she is not well. So, on behalf of Dr. Shobhini, I take this opportunity to present from the initiatives. That is the topic basically building foundation in targeted transgender healthcare delivery government initiatives. So, when it comes to foundation, so everybody is usually when we build a house, during the foundation everybody has participated, no? Everybody has contributed. So, if you look at the entire structure of the government and the initiative that government has taken over the years, that is nothing but the continuous engagement and involvement of the community. Specifically, I refer to the transgender community. It is their support which really has enriched the entire program of the government. So, I am not going to explain about the definitions of transgenders and HISRA. But for the information of the house, because we have seen many young faces, so just to highlight that transgender basically it is an umbrella term that refers to all people who do not identify with their assigned gender at birth. This is the simple definition that we used to use in the program. And the HISRA are those individuals who really, follow the community norms. That is the basic difference between transgender and HISRA. And you see, in the presentation I have mentioned there are different identity, there are different religious sects, there are different expressions with respect to, their being a transgender or is an HISRA. These are all these identities that is clearly mentioned in different literatures that is there published and also in the government documents. Now, what government does for the transgender populations? The major two departments or ministry that you can say, one, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and second is the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. They basically work towards this transgender issues and to address the issues of transgender persons. And when it comes to health, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and majorly the National AIDS Control Organizations, they work towards providing comprehensive services to the transgender person in India. And it is not only NACO, National AIDS Control Organizations, there are other associated stakeholders, they really, they are with us. The two National Human Rights Commission, other civil society organizations, there are academic institutions, and private sector and corporates. They usually also help us to go forward with providing the services to the transgender persons. So, is this visible? Okay. So, by the time he will be fixing the slides, just let me explain what other departments, ministries does, other than Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Because Radhika ma'am is supposed to be here, probably she will be joining later part of the conferences. So, if you look at, especially in 2012, the game changer, the portion that has come when in the census, first time the transgender population were covered. Second, in 2018 and 19, you must, all of you have heard about decriminalization of section article 377 by Supreme Court of India. and enactment of the Transgender Person Act in 2019. And also, there are creation of transgender social welfare boards in the states by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. These are the game-changing events that we can see towards providing services to the transgender persons. And 2021 onwards, what happened? The creation of National Portal for Transgender Persons, again introduction of the SMILE scheme, establishment of Garima Griha, around 7 to 8 Garima Griha has been established to provide services to the trans populations in India. So these are the activities basically done by different other ministries and departments under the government of India. When it comes to NACO, you must have heard about NACO, and my ASDG, when he was giving the speech, he touched upon what NACO does basically under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And we look forward to the HIV and AIDS aspect of the health part of transgender persons. So, if you look at the steps that I have made in the presentation, till 2012, we have interventions. We have targeted intervention projects where we do cover the transgender populations in the interventions. And also initiated the HIV sentinel surveillances before 2012 that clearly specify the vulnerability and risks of a transgender person in India, what is the prevalence rate with respect to the HIV. If you look at between the 2013 and 15, over and above this census, NACO we conducted a study just to map the population site and size of the transgender populations in 2013 and 14. And where we found around 70,000 transgender populations are there in the country. That again, with respect to the definition that we used to use in the program. And also, we conducted the integrated biobehavioral survey among the transgender persons. Next come to 2016 and 18, enacted the HIV/AIDS Act, we categorically have made provisions to provide services to the transgender persons. And 2019 and 21, if you look at, we have revamping the interventions to cover more transgender persons within the program. And also, we have coming up with the concept of community system strengthening, mapping and population size estimations. We are doing again to map the site and size of the population of transgender person in India. And also through virtual platform, we are trying to reach out to them. These are the activities that we have been doing since 2019 onwards. And 2022 onwards, in this year, as our ASD has stated about, we are coming up with the white paper on transgender health to provide comprehensive services. And really, it's my privilege to acknowledge some of the contributions of our community members who are here, starting from Simran, Amrita, Deepika, and many who are there, who are continuously with us, with NACO, to even preparing this, transgender, this white paper. And we expect by end of this year, this transgender paper, white paper, that will come off in the public domain. So these are basically the activities that we have been doing under the NACO, under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. If we look at the positivity that I was referring earlier, what is the prevalence that is there with the transgender populations? If you look at the red bar, that is 3.14% the prevalence, HIV prevalence is there. Where if you look at topmost 0.24, that is the general population prevalence. The pregnant women who considered to be the general populations. So we have seen that among the transgender populations, the HIV positive and the prevalence is much higher. Therefore, we need specific focus on the population to provide them the services who are about to or supposed to acquire the HIV/AIDS infections in the country. And that is earlier referring to NACO. Under NACO, there are specific targeted intervention programs where we provide services to the transgender persons, transgender and Hijra populations. The 6 petals that basically defines the components that we have been using or that we do have under the program. That includes clinical services, syndromic case management, providing the HIV testing services, creation of enabling environment for the populations to go away with the stigma and discrimination part. And also the behavior change communication through counseling, through IPC that has been given. Referral linkages to other centers, other tertiary, secondary centers to access the services. And provision of commodities that is there, like condoms and leaves that usually provide under the program, and also the community mobilization part. That we have seen, whatever we have achieved so far, that is nothing but the mobilization of the community. They are there to support themselves. And the objectives of basically the community mobilization to reach out the last mile of the community member, to reach the last community members for the services. Probably he or she may not be coming to access the services due to stigma, discrimination or some other things. Probably if our community member, when they counsel them, their peer, and advocate them, and also tell them about and aware them, probably they will come and access the services that is being rendered from the government or other corporates or any other civil society organizations. And when it comes to NACO's engagement with the policy reformation for providing comprehensive healthcare services to transgender persons. So, if you look at NACO, has been a part of the NHRC's committee meeting under LGBTQI, also member of the NITI Aayog, and also member of the National Council for Transgender Persons, NCTP. So, NACO has been a member of these high-level committees and bodies to provide and also give the inputs, what basically the feedbacks that usually comes from the communities when we usually intervene through our intervention projects. And also, we have continuous engagement with and deliberated and also discussed with the different stakeholders, that includes Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, National Medical Commission also. Because in the morning also, sir, our STs are also highlighting about the structural reforms in terms of the curriculum of the medical students. For that engagement, NACO is also in touch with the NMC to make the reforms in the curriculums. And also, as sir stated earlier, and Dr. Manish supposed to be here, where NACO engaged with the AIMS New Delhi to establish the first gender affirmation care center in the country. With the support of the community, with the support of IPATHCON2022, with the support of WPATH, we are going ahead with the approach. And also, WPATH, as they have the global experiences of implementing or also having this gender affirmation care, so they also extending support, all support to NACO as well as through ATHIs, we are going ahead with the approach. And when it comes to collaborations and partnership, that is major chunk of the things that supposed to go ahead. The WPATH, ATHI, AIMS New Delhi, Indian Academy of Pediatricians, InfoSem, and Sangat, one of our partners is also here, where we have been in collaboration with them to look forward to providing services to the transgender community. I'm not going to tell about the NSP 5, but the newer initiative that is coming up again that I would like to highlight, we are going to have one-stop centers for the transgender community where they can come and access the comprehensive services that includes HIV testing, that includes mental health, that includes other social protection schemes or any other services that would be made available from the Government of India. And also at the same way, there is discussion that is going on to provide, to build the capacity of the healthcare professional as well as the academicians to deal with and to address with the transgender health issues in India. So, at last, I would like to highlight that NACO already had signed, MOU with 18 ministries that probably they will also the equal partners to support the transgender movement and transgender health aspects to provide them the services. So, thank you so much, ma'am. This is what NACO, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare does, and also the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me the time.
Thank you very much, sir, for apprising us with various programs that NACO is providing the healthcare services for this transgender community. And the session is almost done. the first session. If you have any points or any queries, then you're most welcome.
One sec, just
yes.
before.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Shantanu. Thank you for the wonderful, quite a detailed presentation. But just, I think, before we move into the next one, I think I just request Dr. Sharma, because what Shantanu mentioned about a portal, I wish we can enter. There's a new portal which has been launched by the government for data entry. Dr. Sharma can speak a bit about it. And I would also request Dr. Aksa to come and give some perspective about what life has been with her and how better she can be a support for person, what is the support which is envisioned for people from the transgender group. Dr. Aksa, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Zoya. You have cemented my bond with the government by asking me to speak about the schemes that the Ministry of Social Justice is doing. And so for your information, the Ministry of Social Justice has put together a portal which permits a person who is gender incongruent to go and get their gender identity markers changed in all their documents with minimal human intervention. And this is such a great step. And let me tell this audience that we are the first country in the world to do this, where a person, so where a person with the strength of 2014 Nalsa judgment self-affirms their gender and has the ability to get first a transgender identity done. And this is an online process. And this process has been time-bound. So within 30 days, you get your transgender identity done. And if you have undergone any gender affirmative medical intervention, which may be a simple counseling session, or maybe laser therapy, or maybe hormonal interventions, and not necessarily surgical intervention, then you can attach a certificate by the institute where you have undergone these gender affirmative medical interventions, and with this, within the next 15 days, you will get the desired gender marker placed on your documents. The second thing that the government has done, and why I spoke about identity first, is that this recognition is so important. They have linked to this certification process social schemes. And among that, under the SMILE project, they have linked the medical insurance, a cashless card, wherein any transgender person who is registered with the portal would get access to 5 lakh rupees of worth of care. This money can be used from a simple headache to surgeries. It is a step, because gender affirmative surgeries are very costly, but nevertheless, if planned out nicely, then we are moving in a good direction. We also have social schemes like employment and housing, and also entrepreneurship, which is being encouraged. In fact, if you go on to this portal, you will find that there are special schemes which are put out for people with gender incongruence. And I would request the audience here to take this information to people, to talk about this, because such a lovely portal, but if people don't know about it, then we'll not be able to serve. And why it becomes important to speak from here is that 2011 we counted close to 5 lakh. We still haven't reached few thousand registered on the portal. we have erratic representation. There are some states which are active, some which are not. There are some officials who help, but largely the people who are supposed to make this process smooth, they need to be educated. And once they do get educated, and we have seen this wherever the community has gone and talked to the bureaucrats and this thing, there we get a spurt of registrations happening. We need to drop barriers. And when I say barriers, the barriers that we as a community hold in our minds. And the largest battle is inside our minds, because we have a portal which promises so much, but we don't have much trust in it. And there is a reason to do that, because trust is a two-way thing. And herein again, I would request the government to probably invest in talking about this portal, probably putting up banners in all metro stations and in all newspapers, media, so that people know what the government has done. I'll also take this opportunity to quickly talk about a very, to tell the audience about how committed the government is. Because when we proposed, or when we told them about WPATH symposium happening in Montreal, and we suggested that a team from India be sent to see what the world is doing, NACO just lapped it up, and within a short span of 2 weeks, pushed their files and nominated Dr. Shobini and Amrita to go along with me to Montreal. They caught hold of Dr. Manish Singhal, who is appointed as the nodal officer of All India, of the Center of Excellence that is to be set up in AIMS, and pushed him also to join this team. And let me tell you what reception we got over there. Unfortunately, Dr. Shobini could not travel in person, but her presentation reached WPATH, and I have friends here who were there in the symposium. And when we stood up there to tell the world that, look, we are working with the community, with the government, ensuring that knowledge is spread. We have Indian standards of care that we have given and on which we are working. We have laws which is telling the government to work. We have infrastructure, and we showed them the portal that we have, and we requested that please get the knowledge that you have and come help us getting trained.
Dr.
Yeah. So yes, I'm sorry, I get very carried away, but this is what the Ministry of Social Justice has done, and I've spoken more than Radhika, I suppose. So that's me. I'll ask Dr. Aksa to take over, and over to you, Dr. Aksa.
If Ministry of Social Justice had heard you, they would have taken you as their official spokesperson. Yes. So, hello friends, good afternoon. I am the person between you and your lunch. So I'll keep it short and crisp because post lunch also आपको मुझे झेलना है. So, I mean it's just one point that I want to highlight is जब हम एक किसी transgender, I'll speak in हिंदी थोड़ा बहुत, जब हम एक transgender व्यक्ति के पूरे जीवन का अगर ब्यौरा लें तो उसमें जो एक बहुत ही significant time है वो है उसका बचपन, वो है उसकी young age, and that is also the time when trans people are actually most vulnerable because they are dependent on the acceptance of their parents, their siblings, their family members, their neighbors, their schoolmates, their teachers, their professors to be themselves. And that is the time when they actually need most हेल्पिंग हैंड. सर्जरी, बाकी नाम चेंज वगैरह ये सारी बहुत बात की बात है. जो बचपन वाला ट्रॉमा कई बार जो अफेक्ट कर जाता है वो फिर ज़िंदगी भर वो सर्जरी करने से भी वो ट्रॉमा निकल नहीं पाता. तो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू refocus on interventions that we need to make and that the government needs to make for making childhood of trans children full of innocence, happiness, smiles, pleasure, जो कि हर बच्चे का एक हक है, right to happiness. And for that intervention needs to start at the family level, because हम कहते हैं ना mother's lap is the first school of a child. And I don't want to re-gender by saying mother as a woman who is a mother, but it can be any human being because motherhood is genderless. And then it comes to primary schools. It comes to then schools, colleges, universities. And हम अपनी ज़िंदगी का आज की डेट में लगभग 1/3 हिस्सा एजुकेशनल सेटअप में बिता रहे हैं, स्पेशली इफ़ यू लुक एट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ लाइक अस, जहाँ पे लोग PhD 30s के बाद ही कर रहे होते हैं. Now, when you are spending 1/3 of your life in an educational institute, it's important that becomes a comfortable passage. वो आपके ट्रॉमा का सोर्स ना बने, बल्कि आपकी हिम्मत और आपके सपोर्ट का एक जरिया बने. एंड इसमें सरकार का और सोसाइटी का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है, क्योंकि एजुकेशन इज़ रेगुलेटेड बाय गवर्नमेंट, चाहे वो NCERT हो या यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट्स कमीशन हो, UGC हो. हर जगह पे बहुत जद्दोजहद करनी पड़ती है, चाहे वो सर्टिफिकेट में नाम लिखवाना हो, यूनिफॉर्म हो, स्कूल स्पोर्ट्स में पार्टिसिपेशन हो, डिग्री में क्या नाम छपेगा, कॉलेज में कौन सा बाथरूम यूज़ करेंगे, कौन से हॉस्टल में आपको जगह मिलेगी नहीं मिलेगी. सो देयर इज़ अ लॉट ऑफ स्कोप फॉर वर्क दैट नीड्स टू बी डन इन दिस फील्ड. एंड आई जस्ट वांटेड टू गिव यू अ फूड फॉर थॉट बिफोर यू टेक फूड फॉर योर बॉडी, दैट इसके ऊपर हम क्या काम कर सकते हैं गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलके. बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट इज़ ऑफ द पीपल. हम उधर एक उंगली नहीं दिखा सकते हैं, गवर्नमेंट हमारा भी हिस्सा है और ये फीडबैक हमें ही गवर्नमेंट को देना पड़ेगा. एंड वील हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर विद देम फॉर अ बेटर फ्यूचर फॉर आवर चिल्ड्रन, विच मेनी ट्रांस पीपल कुड नॉट गेट इन देयर ओन लाइफ्स.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request any suggestions or any queries if you have. Then, yes, sir.
Am I audible? Yeah. So first of all, a very thank you for presenting all these thoughts in front of us, because what I feel like is that in the contemporary world order, transgender is a community that has always been neglected. And the thing that I want to just put in front of you people is that we have discussed that Ministry of Social Justice is doing the portal thing. We need social empowerment of these communities, but the thing that lacks in the people's mind is that the community of trans has always been residing side by side the mainstream community since ages. If you look towards the Hindu literature, because I have studied a lot of Hindu literature during my undergrad, and what I feel like is that the Ardhanareshwar, that is the avatar of Lord Shiva, is actually nothing but it's actually talking about the transgender community. They have always resided with us. In the contemporary world order, what we see in the India is that they have been forcefully being staggered into the sexual works. They have forcefully been staggered into the informal sectors, and ultimately this leads to the deprivation of their voices in the mainstream. You can see the example of our parliament. Our parliament lacks the participation of these communities. So my direct question is to you all people is that definitely we talk about this portal, we talk about various initiatives, but these initiatives are widely being confined towards the elitist sections of the society. How we can inculcate the voices that have been oppressed since ages into the mainstream and the policy making, so that our policy making becomes a full, evident, inclusive policy. So with this, I would like to end my question. Thank you.
I think briefly, you can just, since it was not really a question, it was a rhetorical statement which you made, but just to let you know that whenever any programs are being planned as such and policies being made, it's a huge stakeholder meetings which we have again and again, in which we try and ensure that due representation of everybody is there. So whenever we had this adolescent health program which was launched in 2014 and then school health program which was launched in 2020, we had a lot of non-governmental organizations which were a part of creation of the curriculum, the training curriculum, the case studies, the role plays, and we ensured that there were case studies and role plays of the trans community as well. So I think that kind of partnership has to just be strengthened and institutionalized. So whenever we are planning an intervention, due importance, due inputs are taken. That's all I can say.
Thank you, ma'am.
There's nobody from social justice here.
Nobody from social justice. But anyway, please.
No, he's from NACO. He's from health.
So we are accepting technology, but not the way.
No, otherwise also I can share. This message
please.
will go to Minister of Social Justice. I am continuously following up with Minister of Social Justice staff. They announced on September 1st, this health card will be implemented by September 1st. Based on that, one child, she registered in Delhi hospital and she was waiting for this linked to portal. September over, October over, we are going to enter into November. Still now they didn't link that. Health card, they are not issuing it. I want to know when they are going to link that to that portal to avail that card. Then one more thing, this transgender ID card, that portal still, there are some few issues are coming out. If there is any mistake happen while issuing that transgender card, at district magistrate office, they can't do any corrections. Again, we'll have to follow up with Minister of Social Justice. So this is taking very, very long time. So these technical issues, they'll have to do it fast. They can't delay it because many children are suffering for these cards, especially for health card.
Noted, ma'am. Noted all this because we have also, received this kind of feedbacks from the community. So definitely we'll, let the ministry to do.
I just want to compliment Dr. Sheikh here. Dr. Sheikh. Aksha Sheikh. What you said, I completely agree with you because it is a lifelong scar that happens at the school and the college level where they are making their personality. And if the environment is not inclusive, if the environment, school or college environment is not inclusive or welcoming, so there itself they lose their identity, they lose the self-confidence, which is very, very important to be a person, to be the part of the mainstream society. So I think every school, college, which lead the way for the broader society in modeling inclusion or inclusive and diverse environment. When we say that our society is diverse and pluralistic, I think we all need to work on that level, educational level. So very thoughtful and very well said what you said.
First of all, a big thank you to all for organizing this important workshop seminar. I think what Akshay is saying is very important, and since I actually am a social activist, I work with women people. I also have my passion for women who can teach gender studies in Delhi. And what Akshay tells, like each batch, I've done 10 batches of new students, and in each batch, I will tell you, every student has been badly mauled by the schools. Every student, be a boy or a girl, I think not just gender description, I think the way the girls are tortured in the schools, I think maybe we need to do something about it. Akshay, and it's very important, Akshay, for you, that maybe what a transgender person, what a trans person undergoes as a child is very important. The stories that I think are crucial, and these stories don't Like many other stories that we get to hear, but such stories of yours, so I think maybe the next session of yours, we'd like to hear as to what is it that is perpetrated on a trans child and what you undergo as such. It's very important, so do share about it. But I personally feel our institutions, our family, our schools, our colleges are the worst places, forget the government. So if we are not able to work at that very rudimentary level, we are in trouble. And we are in trouble.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one last question, then we break for lunch because everybody is getting restless now.
Mine's just comments so I can... Okay. I really want to appreciate NACO for taking a lot of initiative when it comes to the trans community. Just a few points. One is that I know that you are within the Ministry of Health and you've been closely working with the Ministry of Social Justice and NMC. And I see a lot of points coming together about the importance of childhood and safe childhood, safe schooling. I would really request NACO that if we could speak to Ministry of Education as well. The NCRT released a wonderful manual which was unfortunately taken down for training teachers to provide inclusive education. I think that needs to be really looked into and brought back. In terms of health services, if you can also start looking at general healthcare services going beyond STI and gender affirmative services and continue to speak with NMC so that one main thing I would suggest is to make sure that whatever curriculum development is happening within NMC is done hand in hand with people from the community. And last point is about vaccination. And our work with vaccination shows that there's still a lot of pockets of under-vaccination within the community. I think it's not because people are hesitant, it's because of lack of access. And if NACO can speak to Ministry of Health and other vaccination counterparts to look into this, see if where are the pockets and how we can address that, that would be fantastic. Over to you, Simran.
Very quickly, I think Dr. mentioned about food for thought. One food for the dignities also is, I think there have been many best practices across India by bilateral agencies who are supporting the government to demonstrate innovative pilot programs. Majority of them do not take place or do not come into the government program in spite of really what people over here are thinking or wanting to attempt that. I think there needs to be a platform where these innovatives can be picked up. I'm in the field of NGO past 25 years. Many programs have been initiated. My forte is trans health, and we see project aata hai, project jata hai, and everything dies down. When is the time that those innovative best practices come to in the source of intervention? A food for thought for all. Thank you.
So thank you, Simran and Dr. Hari. We noted all your suggestions, right? And we look forward to meeting and also making collaborations with respective stakeholders, including NMC. And you rightly said, Simran, the best practices that is there, let that come in the public domain. So all people also know what is happening. We'll look forward to that also, how to bring them out. Thank you.
Thank you all the members from the audience.
One last thing, this is the platform. Please use this.
Thank you all the members from the audience who suggested and raised their queries. And due to shortage of time, we are just going to wrap up with this first session. And I would thank our chairperson, Dr. Zoya Ali Rizvi, and our speaker, Dr. Shantanu, and Dr. Sanjay Sharma, and Dr. Aksa Sheikh for letting us know about various programs and initiatives. Thank you. Now I would request, now I would request Dr. Sanjay Sharma to kindly felicitate Dr. Zoya Ali Rizvi. I would request again Dr. Sanjay Sharma to felicitate Dr. Shantanu. And again, I would request Dr. Sharma to felicitate Dr. Aksa Sheikh. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now I would request Ms. Anjali to come on stage. Ma'am, now we can do.
नेक्स्ट सेशन है ना? अच्छा, ट्रांसफर देते हैं। Thank you so much, Ms. Gifty, and thank you all the speakers for this session. Now I would like to request all of you to kindly join for the lunch, and we'll meet after lunch for the next session. Thank you all.
This is announcement for law students. If you want to have your lunch, please go outside and have your lunch. Thank you. This is announcement for law students. Any law student here, if they want to have their lunch, yes, please go outside and have your lunch. Good afternoon to all of you. So let's start the session by welcoming chairperson and speakers. I'm sure you must have heard of all the three personalities. Yes, yet let me introduce to you. A well-known and charismatic transgender activist, Amrita Sarkarji. She has been actively involved for last 2 decades in various capacities at national and international. She is founding member and secretary of IRGT, a global network of trans women and HIV. She is also a member of TPATH and WPATH. Currently, she is also engaged as advisor, transgender well-being and advocacy at Alliance India, Delhi. Above all, she is a trained counselor and postgraduate in social welfare. She is having honorary doctorate for her immense and valuable work. I welcome you, ma'am, and request you to grace the session. Round of applause requested for Amrita Sarkarji. I request chairperson to kindly introduce our speaker for this session, session 2. The topic for this session will be Building Foundation Community Initiative. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and I think you have had a good lunch. So, ma'am has said good word for me, so I'm not sure how much I am really like that. One thing is that, but I'm just trying. I'm a part of my community only, so that's the main identity. So let me introduce two great personalities. I mean, they are not only social activists, they are, I mean, great friend of mine. We have been associated for many years. We have been working in many, you know, common project or organizations also. I know them for years, and they are just great personalities. So if I talk about Miss Simran Sheikh Bharucha, she's the director of Transgender Health Accelerate, Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. She's also the founder of RWS Indian Diverse Chamber. Simran, a trans woman, has dedicated her professional life to human rights advocacy. She has been a pioneer in India in raising the issues of people living with HIV, also known as PLHIV, in the context of people and in the context of transgender and Hijra community. She is a strong advocate for the right to health for all. Simran has developed the capacity of community-based organization and networks that works for gender minorities. So there are other associations also. So if I make it short, so she is also a member of UNAIDS PCB from Asia Pacific region, and Simran is currently working as a director, as I said, at Transgender Health Program Accelerate. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Simran. Simran ji, please aa jao. Thank you. And also, just to add that she holds a master's degree in social work and is currently pursuing PhD in trans psychology from Mumbai University. Thank you.
40 years of age.
So what? Learning has no age, darling. Thank you. Then let me introduce Ms. Soma Gupta. Soma is a passionate individual and a vivid learner who has worked with the transgender community for more than a decade at various levels, and currently working with Tweet Foundation as Senior Program Manager. Beyond that, being a community representative, she closely works as an expert committee member with Niti Aayog on sexual minorities issues, Transgender Cell at Delhi Commission for Women, and National Working Group on Community System Strengthening, that is CSS, and Community-Led Monitoring, or CLM. So Soma, a big round of applause for her. Please come. Great. So you have your mic with you. First of all, thank you so much. And it's an honor. I will like to thank ATHI. I would like to thank Jamia Hamdard for organizing such a beautiful conference, and with all of your support. Really, it means a lot for us, for the community. I have all other friends also. If I talk about Aksha, Man, Rachana, there are so many friends. There are also Gulfam and Rajiv, Rohit, so they're all there, and personally also Deepika. So that's it. I mean, why I'm telling their name? Because all of us are working together. So thank you so much, both of you. I'm just directly coming to the questions. So I have 3 questions for both of you, and then we'll have maybe 5 or 10 minutes Q&A. So my first question is to Ms. Simran. You have been working as a transgender activist for a long time, mainly in the health sector, today, strengthen the health component for the trans people. So if I talk about the comprehensive healthcare or the holistic healthcare approach, what do you feel? What are the challenges still we have to, get the comprehensive healthcare? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Amrita. So warm good afternoon to everyone. Before I really jump into the answer of mine, which is placed by Amrita, our dear colleague, I just wanted to emphasize on one point that I really made in the previous session, that the biggest challenge that I really see and foresee in the comprehensive health for transgenders is the innovations that is already existing. Unfortunately, the innovations are test and trial. The best practices have been owned by the community, and somewhere down the line, because of lack of resources, because of lack of dissemination of these best practices, I think the findings and the real good materials have gone down behind the book, shelves of book. That's the first and foremost challenge. I very clearly remember that, working in the health sector for so many years, all the bilateral agencies, you name it, either by organizations such as, the Humsafar Trust, the Alliance India, the Johns Hopkins, where I'm currently working through Accelerate project, the other dimensions of Global Fund, the other dimensions of the government resources. There were so many things that came out for the community while we talk about the comprehensive health, but nothing could move on because either the commitment from the government goes a bit lower, and today I speak from the community angle. So it is not compulsory that you always look at people by their designation and by their affiliation. I have been a community past so many years. I have grown from a sex worker to a director position. For me, that is a real big thing, and I'm not boasting about myself. It's the question that, if you really invest in communities, the end result is so beautiful that we give opportunities to community. I was hearing the previous session by our government, by our dear colleagues from NACO, Dr. Sanjay Sharma, who I call him my darling, and my beautiful angel who's sitting over there, Aksa. They spoke in length about so many things that, government has introduced this, portal aa gaya, NTPC mein curriculum aa gaya hai, where they talk about gender equality. Gender equality mein ek chapter hai, chapter number 5, which specifically gives examples of, transgender people, transgender individuals. And these curriculums are absolutely developed for the teachers, for the principals of the schools. It could be primary, it could be secondary, it could be higher secondary. So things have started moving. Of course, a lot of contribution has gone from the community. Now when we say community का contribution ऐसे ही नहीं आता. उसके पीछे बहुत सारे organizations ने time, resource invest किया है human beings के ऊपर. That is why these human beings are being able to give their contribution in making the world so inclusive. So I think when we talk about the holistic challenges, one is definitely we need to use our best practices. Two is the system of faith. अक्सर देखा गया है कि community को, I won't say the negative part like use and throw या tissue paper जैसे words में use नहीं करूँगी, but अक्सर देखा गया है कि communities are invited when there is conferences like these beautiful conferences, but जब actual implementation आता है, like when we write modules or when we write papers, scientific papers, community को look down किया जाता है, That's the foremost second challenges that I see, that lack of faith, and I don't see two poles apart. मुझे ये नहीं दिखता है कि stakeholder and community, but it's two individuals का lack of commitment हो जाता है. So the faith, lack of faith, I see as a second challenge. And third, I don't understand why we are actually afraid of talking about health beyond gender. And why are we afraid about innovations? Why can't we try innovation? ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम fail होंगे. But at least we tried it. We know that something it will not work. But we always take a stand because donor का objective है only SRHR health, only HIV, only gender-based violence. And the rest of the element does not get focused. So when we talk about comprehensive, it is actually a comprehensive thing. It's an integration of so many services. But majority of our donors actually don't see that. So that is my third most challenge that I really see.
Thank you so much. That really helps. So, अगर मैं summarize करूँ, you have talked about 3 major areas. I think documenting the best practice is absolutely important. One thing is coming in my mind. We all work for the transit guideline. You remember that? So that is a global guideline to implement trans-specific HIV and STI programs. That is a global guideline, and all the writers were from the trans community only. That was supported by UNFPA. But जब तुम गवर्नमेंट की बात करती हो ना, when you are talking about government, then one thing is also coming in my mind. There is a role of bilateral agencies as well. So people, they have started the what they have to continue the support. That is also important. Thank you so much. I'm coming to my next speaker, Summa. So according to you, because you are associated with community-based organization for a long time, so according to you, how you feel? I mean, what are the major challenges you can see in terms of accessing comprehensive healthcare?
Hello. Thank you, Simran, and thank you, Amrita. So, the challenges किस तरीके से सिमरन ने नोट Yes. So, जिस तरीके से सिमरन ने challenges लिस्ट आउट किया है कि ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी को मेजॉरिटी ऑफ ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी रूरल्स में सबर्बन में रहते हैं कि अगर हम कॉम्प्रहेंसिव क्लिनिक भी एक स्टेट के लिए एक देते तो बहुत ही आसान होगा. अभी रीजन वाइज सेलेक्टेड स्पेसेस में क्लिनिक्स है, मगर वो उसको एनलॉज करना चाहिए. एक स्टेट में एक कैपिटल में एक होना चाहिए. फॉर एग्जांपल अभी आप देखते तो दिल्ली, मुंबई, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कई एक जगह पे, मणिपुर में है, हैदराबाद में है. इस तरीके से सेलेक्टेड स्पेसेस में कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव क्लिनिक्स है, मगर वो नंबर ऑफ क्लिनिक्स को बढ़ाना बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है. सेकेंड चैलेंज किस तरीके से पीयर इन्फ्लुएंसली काम करते, पीयर इन्फ्लुएंस में काम करते हैं हम. मेजॉरिटी ट्रांस वुमेन अपना ट्रीटमेंट हो या हार्मोन्स हो, पीयर इन्फ्लुएंस पे काम करते हैं या ट्रीटमेंट एक्सेस करते हैं. हम सबको पता है वो इतना एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है, बट उनका फाइनेंशियल कंडीशन की वजह से या उनका पीयर पे भरोसा होने की वजह से पीयर इन्फ्लुएंस ही करते हैं. कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव हेल्थ क्लिनिक्स को पीयर इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को मिक्स करके अगर हम मोबिलाइज कर सकते हैं तो बहुत ही अच्छा होगा. ये
हाँ, थैंक यू सो मच. आपने बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट बात बोली है. मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम वी स्टार्ट डू आवर वर्क बाय विदाउट इन्वॉल्विंग द कम्युनिटी, विदाउट इन्वॉल्विंग आवर पीयर्स. सो the healthcare, the health services has to be, accustomed in line with that. I mean, your peer educators, your community members, I mean, there should be nothing without us. ये बात एक टैगलाइन है जो हम तीनों ने ही सुना है. तो वही मतलब हमारे लिए अगर कुछ हो रहा है तो विदाउट इन्वॉल्विंग अस इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी सक्सेसफुल. सो थैंक यू बोथ ऑफ यू. आई एम कमिंग टू माई सेकेंड क्वेश्चन. You girls are doing wonderful job helping our community. So can you please share some experience, what kind of activities you are involved into? कौन से activity के में आप अगर ट्वीट फाउंडेशन you are representing now. So ट्वीट फाउंडेशन so far I know trans men, trans women दोनों के लिए काम करते हैं ना, तो किस तरीके का हेल्थ के लिए अगर काम करते हो, if you can share with the audience. Thank you.
फीट फाउंडेशन 2015 में रजिस्टर किया है. पिछले 7 सालों से हम काम कर रहे. एक ऐसा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है ट्वीट फाउंडेशन जहाँ पे ट्रांस मैन कम्युनिटी से भी लोग बोर्ड पे है, ट्रांस वुमेन कम्युनिटी से भी बोर्ड पे लोग हैं. सो ट्वीट फाउंडेशन को रजिस्टर करने का एक रीज़न ये है, जो नेशनल लेवल पे जो एक्टिविटीज़ चल रही है वो बीच में जो गैप्स है उसको फिल करने के लिए हमने बनाया। तो इसलिए HIV एड्स पे हम इतना काम नहीं करते हैं, मगर हम डेफिनेटली ट्रांस इश्यूज़ पे काम करते हैं, एजुकेशन, अपस्किलिंग, प्लेसमेंट, इन सब चीज़ों में काम करते हैं। और आपको डाउट आ सकते हैं कि ये काम करके कि हेल्थ कॉम्प्रहेंसिव हेल्थ में किस तरीके से करते हैं। तो अगर अर्ली 2000s लेट 90s में अगर आप देखते हैं तो बहुत सारा एक्सप्लॉयटेशन होता था ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी का, स्पेशली ट्रांस वुमेन कम्युनिटी का। जो अनक्वालिफाइड डॉक्टर्स कैस्ट्रेशन करते थे, उसकी वजह से कई सारा प्रॉब्लम्स का फेस करना पड़ता था। बट उस टाइम पे इन सब चीज़ों के बारे में कोई बात ही नहीं करता था। तो वहाँ पे लेके पीट फाउंडेशन अभी ये काम करते हैं कि लोगों का फाइनेंशियल कंडीशन इम्प्रूव करने की कोशिश करते हैं, अपस्किलिंग करके, प्लेसमेंट करके, और ताकि क्वालिफाइड डॉक्टर का पास उनका सर्जरी करवा सके, ताकि पोस्ट सर्जरी कोई कॉम्प्लिकेशंस ना हो। इसका अलावा स्पेशली ट्रांस मेन के लिए हमने एक शेल्टर होम शुरुआत किया है। फ़िलहाल वो लोकेटेड है गुड़गांव में, और वहाँ पे जो लोग SRS करवाते हैं ट्रांसमेन कम्युनिटी, वो आके शॉर्ट स्टे कर सकते हैं। मतलब रूरल एरिया से जो लोग आते हैं सर्जरी करा के तुरंत फिर स्टेट लेवल पे जाने के लिए बहुत दिक्कत होते हैं, कॉम्प्लिकेशंस आते तो किसको अप्रोच करना है, या अगेन एंड अगेन कि इतना बड़ा सर्जरी होने के बाद पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन यूज़ करके ट्रेन वगैरह सफ़र करना भी प्रॉब्लमेटिक हो जाते। उस तरह का लोगों को हम शॉर्ट स्टे का अवेलेबिलिटी कराते हैं हमारा आसरा शेल्टर होम में। सो इस तरीके से और हमारा आपको आप देखेंगे तो हमारा कोई स्पेशल 1 2 3 सर्विसेज यही देंगे करके नहीं, ज़रूरत का हिसाब से, नीड का हिसाब से हम काम करते हैं। सो ये ट्वीट फाउंडेशन का काम करते हैं।
थैंक यू सो मच। सो इन्होंने जो लास्ट लाइन बोला ज़रूरत के हिसाब से, दैट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट, सर्विंग एज पर द नीड्स। बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है, दे आर वर्किंग ऑन HIV AIDS, हेल्थ केयर, STI एंड ऑल these things, but the things which can really make us independent, this reminds me that I was also working in rural part of Odisha for a long time, and when I started working for the transgender people, they already knew about HIV AIDS prevention, you know, how you can prevent that, uses of condom and all these things. They asked me directly, what are the new things you can do for me? People do not respect us. I do not have any income. How can you help us? So beyond help, beyond health, we initiated some activity, and that really worked. So I think when we are typically addressing the health related problems, we also have to think about it is associated with not only our sexual health, our general health, our mental health, and how your mental health can be addressed if you have रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान, ये तीनों चीज़ें ठीक है, लोग तुमको एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं, एक्सेप्टेंस है, फैमिली, स्कूल, सब जगह मिनिमम सपोर्ट इज है, देन डेफिनेटली एनी प्रोग्राम कैन बी अ सक्सेसफुल वन। थैंक यू सो मच। Simran ji, I really appreciate your work. Your meter clean is rocking. So can you please share a bit about that? How, I mean, the activities you conduct, you direct there. Thank you.
अब जब दो दिग्गजों ने बोल दिया, मेरे लिए कुछ बचा नहीं है. But I think Amrita used a very good statement, and that statement actually exhibits that what we do. You know, so as you saw my introduction, I'm affiliated with the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. We are implementing a project called Accelerate, and through Accelerate project, we are implementing a small unit called Mitra Clinic. And as the word itself says, Mitra, Mitra means it is genderless. You know, it's just Mitra. It's a friend. Friend का भी कोई gender नहीं होता है, तो हमारा clinic का कोई gender नहीं है. And our bottom line of our clinic is very, very clear that nothing without us for us. That is our true statement. बहुत सारे emphasizes, of course, the previous session did show a beautiful slide where it stated that, transgender population is the second highest prevalent when it comes to the HIV and STI prevalence. Yes, we do admit that. But that is not my need at this moment. उसको छोड़ के बाकी जितने भी services है, that is my need. I need a doctor to talk to. I need a friend to talk to. I need person to actually treat my skin. I need a person who can make my voice more feminine or masculine. I need a person who can actually talk to me about my hormones. I need a person who is okay with whatever I do. It could be begging on the roads or doing sex work in the night. I need a person who can actually talk to me if I want job. I need a person who can actually understand me. I am not looking at a person who only talks to me because मेरे को STI हुए है या मेरे anus से पस निकल रहा है या मेरे genetical organ में कोई problem आ गया है या मेरे blood में कोई virus चल रहा है. I am not looking at that person. This is the need and this is what Mitra Clinic does. In short and sweet.
Great. In 2014, when I had gone through my medical transition, that's before this Transgender Act, bill and all these things, it was so difficult, Simi, you can understand, at that point of time, to get this kind of support. There we actually had to literally, ran between different hospital, clinics, doctors, experts and all. First of all, to gather the information. Second, who will be the right person for you. Next, the steps you have to decide. Then financial part, and another part, that is, and also the post-operative care. So all those things, I'm really, really happy that NACO is, started taking care. There will be a center of excellence that we have been talking about, and all of you are already doing wonderful job for one-stop center. So absolutely, yeah. Please add one.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more point, and I'm not boasting over here about myself, okay? But I just wanted to open, because you beautiful audience are going to be India's tomorrow, and just wanted to give you a very personal testimonial that I am the most saddest person right now. मुझे यहाँ पे जब ये conferences में आती हूँ मुझे दुख होता है, and you know the reason why? In spite of being very good educated, in spite of right now the stature that I am in, I did my gender process in a hut where nobody counseled me to freeze my eggs. Eggs? Is it right, Dr. Sheikh? Eggs ही कहते हैं? बोल ही दो, है ना? ठीक है. Nobody counseled me, nobody told me that you can actually have a, constructed vagina. और मैंने दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी गलती की, thinking that, एक दिन I will be a woman, a true woman for me according to my gender knowledge is actually having sexual intercourse through vagina. Let it be constructed or let it be a God gift. But I'm deprived of that because nobody taught me that. And do you know what is the corrective measures right now? If I want to do a corrective surgery, the cost is bomb, which my pockets do not afford. It does not allow me. These are the people who have not been heard for many, many years. So, right, HIV is important. What you said is so true. Post-operative care, pre-operative care, during the operation care, but there are also elements which are beyond that, and that is what we really need to address during these conferences. Sorry, Amrita.
Absolutely fine. You actually touched on the real areas that challenges are there to understand. It's up to us. We have to understand that gender affirming care is a multidisciplinary approach. Just surgery is not the part of it. There are so many steps, and you have to do it with the right community-friendly expert and with the right opinion, with right information. And definitely, I like to share another experience जहाँ पे हम बहुत सारे लोग मार खा जाते हैं. मेरे surgeon और मेरे mental health expert both they asked after the surgery how you will be placed. सर्जरी के बाद आपका क्या होगा, आर यू फाइनेंशियली ओके, और आपके पेरेंट्स लोग आपको मान लेंगे, जहाँ आप काम करते हो वहाँ पे आपने बात किया, what about the reaction of your other friends, and these are the things we have to also reiterate in our mind कि एक फलक से एक स्टेप ले लिया, फिर सर्जरी कर लिया, फिर उसके बाद वो नहीं होना चाहिए। खास करके आज जब आपके पास मीटर क्लिनिक है, आपके पास ट्वीट है, आपके पास नेशनल ट्रांसजेंडर पोर्टल है, COE आने वाला है, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव हेल्थ केयर की बात कर रहे हैं, WPATH स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ केयर SOC 8 इज़ इन द प्लेस। सो इतना कुछ अच्छी चीज़ है। ओनली थिंग इज़ दैट हमको सबको मिल के एक साथ इन सब चीज़ों को इकट्ठा करना है, सो दैट नो वन कैन विल बी लेफ्ट बिहाइंड। थैंक यू सो मच। आई एम गोइंग टू माई लास्ट क्वेश्चन टू both of you. So you know that I was just talking about Center of Excellence that is going to be set up in AIIMS. Already उनका premises है, अभी काम मतलब शुरू होना बाकी है. So as a community expert, what are your suggestions? What are the areas they have to keep it in mind if they have to really want to help us?
Okay. My wish list is way beyond. I mean, I can go on, and somebody will have to take a bell and keep on ringing it. But coming to the most important from the wish list that I really want, the upcoming COE, that's the Center of Excellence, which has been planned to be opened at AIIMS, should have is treat us with dignity, the first and foremost. हम भी इंसान हैं, enough of your empathy and sympathy कि ये बिचारे लोग हैं, these transgender, I heard, in the previous session also I was hearing, these transgender, we never say these girls and these boys. Of course, उसको correct English में डालना है तो we do use, but वो थोड़ा सा एक बुरा लगता है कि मतलब क्यों एक रूम में बैठे हैं, we all sit together, we all are in different shape and sizes, yet बोलते समय भी हम थोड़ा सा तवज्जो नहीं देते. So that is my first and foremost, please treat us with dignity. List of services की बात करूँ तो already हमने बहुत सारा, I'm sure अमृता है, रचना है, and बहुत सारे हमारे community के members जो आपके बीच में बैठे हुए हैं, उन्होंने already comment किया हुआ है. दीपिका आ गई, द सौंदर्य, उन्होंने भी बहुत सारे comments दिए हैं, and I'm sure they will implement, but एक इंग्लिश में कहावत है, Rome was not built in a day. So Center of Excellence is also definitely not going to come up in a day. It will eventually grow, but I hope the crux of respect, dignity does not fade away. And the wish list जो हमने दिया है, from gender affirmation, let me put it this way, from your head to your toenail, अगर वो सब कुछ intervention के माध्यम से COE में करे तो I think that would be something that we really look upon to. And last but not least, gone are the days where we didn't have community as medical officers, counselors, doctors, professionals. Gone are the days. I think now the table has turned. Start hiring us. We are there. We are very much existing in this room, and I don't foresee that, because of somebody's gender, the person is not hired. So I think the third, suggestion to the COE when it develops would be this also. And yeah, that's it. These are the 3 points.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So while listening to you, other ideas was coming in my mind. We most of the time would limit ourselves within HIV/AIDS most of the time, and then when you are also talking about gender affirming care, we also think we also have to think about the intersectionalities. That is very, very important. Trans people who are living with HIV, trans people who are differently able, trans people who use drugs, trans people who have other diseases or trans with HIV. So like Tweet Foundation, you are also working to strengthen their livelihood part, and you are working for the gender affirming care and in terms of holistic healthcare approach. So I think when COE will be established, they also have to connect these services. I mean, it's not that only GSC, but also if a trans people is, a trans person is coming with HIV, they also have to have information. There are 10 transgender community support center in India itself that are catering needs for the transgender people who are living with HIV. So that is a program supported by Vihan, supported by Global Fund. That's a program that Alliance India, does with all his partner organizations. So this is just an example. I'm coming actually the last part of this conversation. So Somo, now what is your expectation from the COE? Center of Excellence अगर होता है तो क्या चीज़ आप उसमें देखना चाहते हैं?
डेफिनेटली अगर एम्स में ट्रांसजेंडर हेल्थ के लिए एक सेंटर फॉर एक्सलेंस ओपन हुआ तो मुझे लगता है LGBT मूवमेंट में, स्पेशली ट्रांस मूवमेंट में एक गेम चेंजर होगा. इफ़ यू सी द ट्रांसजेंडर मूवमेंट ऑलमोस्ट ऑल 20-25 ईयर्स का मूवमेंट है. इसमें हम नालसा जजमेंट जैसा जजमेंट हमारे हाथों में है और ट्रांसजेंडर राइट्स प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट हमारा हाथ में है. इस तरह का एम्स लेवल पे इस तरीके से अगर होता तो बहुत ही अच्छा होगा. पॉइंट 1 क्या है, सिर्फ ये सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस सिर्फ दिल्ली में नहीं है, जहाँ जहाँ एम्स का ब्रांचेस है सभी जगह पे होना चाहिए. एटलीस्ट कंसल्टिंग तो होना चाहिए. पॉइंट 1 इज़ दैट. पॉइंट 2 इज़ दैट कि हम एम्स बोलते हैं या गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल बोलते हैं, उसका सिस्टम्स अलग रहते हैं, मगर प्राइवेट डॉक्टर्स जो ट्रांसजेंडर हेल्थ के लिए अभी काम कर रहे हैं या जेंडर अफर्मेशन सर्जरीज करते हैं, अगर मैं मोबाइल से व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज करते हैं तो वो व्हाट्सएप पे कंसल्ट कर लेते हैं. मतलब अभी मैं एक वॉइस नोट भी डाल देती हूँ डॉक्टर को, वो 3-4 घंटे में उसको रिप्लाई आते हैं, वॉइस नोट में आते हैं, पूरा डिटेल्स का साथ आते हैं. इसी तरह का सिस्टम्स हम एम्स में भी होना चाहिए, क्योंकि इसलिए होना ज़रूरी मुझे लगता है कि मार्केट में बहुत ज़्यादा लोग हैं अभी. डॉक्टर्स कई सारे डॉक्टर्स सर्जरी करने के लिए रेडी है. वो पिकअप करने के लिए हमको इस तरह का सिचुएशन होना चाहिए. कम्युनिटी को इन्वॉल्व करना चाहिए इस तरीके से एम्स का इसमें. थर्ड पॉइंट इज़ दैट कि पिछले 2-3 महीने में मेरा एक 3 ट्रांस फ्रेंड्स जो है पिछले 10-15 साल पहले कैस्ट्रेशन करवाया, वो वजेनोप्लास्टी फिर से करवा रहे, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे वजेनोप्लास्टी का अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं था. ये बड़ा ट्रेंड है. जो हिजरा कम्युनिटी से बिलोंग करते हैं वो कैस्ट्रेशन 10-15 साल पहले कैस्ट्रेशन कर चुके हैं, अभी फिर उसको रीओपन करके वजेनोप्लास्टी में कन्वर्ट करना चाहते हैं. सो जब एम्स में ये इस तरीके से भी किस तरीके से इस तरह का ऑपरेशंस को किस तरीके से अंजाम दे सकते हैं, हमको थोड़ा देखना पड़ेगा. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू सो मच. वही बात घूम फिर के आ रहे हैं, नथिंग फॉर अस विदाउट अस. कहाँ भी कुछ काम करो, हमको बिना लेके अगर काम करोगे तो वही होगा. नालसा जजमेंट, यू सी द एग्जाम्पल, इट सो प्रोग्रेसिव जजमेंट. कहाँ है वो? तो मैं थोड़ा डिस्कशन को समाप्त करना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे पास ऑलरेडी टिक आ गई है. सो मेरे पास 5 मिनट है. सो 1-2 क्विक कमेंट्स और क्वेश्चन, एंड बिफोर दैट थैंक यू सो मच टू दिस लवली लेडीज. थैंक यू सो मच. एंड ओके, अब आफ्टर द कमेंट्स, ओके, सो यस, so it's up to you. 2 comments or questions quickly.
Hi, I am Seema. I'm a teacher in nursing college in Jamia Hamdard. Well, we are talking about specific clinics, separate clinics for transgender, trans women, trans men. So on one hand, we talk about holistic care for all, health for all, take everybody along when it comes to health issues. And on the other hand, you're talking of like specific clinic, special clinics. So I think we are far behind from that holistic approach when in one common primary health center or community health center, we will have care, like everybody will be cared, be it men, women, or anyone from the spectrum or the web. So I really wish that that comes, if not in our lives, maybe in the next generation time. So that happens one day. But you all are doing a great job. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just I like to quickly add, if Simi or someone if you want to add it. You are absolutely correct, ma'am, that if we think about holistic healthcare approach, that means we have to mainstream. I don't know mainstream is the correct word, but we have to be in the system to change the system. That's a part. So एक तरफ we are talking about एक छत के नीचे सारे वो है सुविधाएं हैं, वो तो होना चाहिए, वो है. But at the same time, if you really want to expand our services in rural areas, in all states and all, definitely public sector, private sector, सबको include करना चाहिए. और डॉक्टर संजय के साथ मेरा बहुत बार बात होता है. The most important thing we are lacking actually training, awareness among the government, officials, among the healthcare workers. So ये बहुत ज़्यादा important है. तो COE job होगा, ये चीज़ भी ध्यान में रखना होगा. I'm going to next question, then I will wrap up. We don't have time.
That these are the people who go for testing and all that, others don't go for that as such. So an institution like NACO is trying to stigmatize, and then, that's why the government of India needs to work with trans people, because that is the risk. So I think, so that way you're not solving a problem, you're aggravating a problem. So I personally feel that from being here, I think there's something amiss here. There's some problem, and that's why the thing they talk about, in the honest work we say, nothing about us without us. That's a very important thing, that you all should be, like the trans people should be part of every discussion, debate. Only then this problem of NACO, stigmatizing will stop. Then we have the next.
Hi, I'm Dr. Umang Kothari, and I'm a GRS surgeon. Dr. Nitin Ghag, even we are doing GRS together in Mumbai. And I think the problem is bidirectional, because even when we attend people coming for GRS corrective surgeries, there's so much of misinformation in them, and even we don't have a platform where we can refer them that start your journey from a very basic. And the moment we tell them, they don't come back to us, there's a loss of follow-up, because they want very quick surgeries, easy surgeries. Most of the individuals don't like to undergo the hormone treatment. So definitely there's a big lacuna which can be fulfilled. There's a kind of one clinic under roof, and even if there are no facilities available, nowadays digital media, the consultations are very much easily done. So keeping some consultant on an honorary basis on certain platforms, and the things can be sorted out very easily. That's the input from my end.
You want to comment something?
Thank you so much, sir. I think, yes, you really hit the nail very hard. Sir, मैं wrong body में कितने सालों से trapped हूँ, a ray of hope for me is the world, it's a universe. So मेरे अंदर patience बहुत कम मिलेगा sir आपके पास जब मैं आऊँगी. And I do understand, I mean, you are doing your duty by, providing the GID certification. It is a proper channel, everybody should go. But sir, it's catch-22 situation, Yes, I am not that educated, I don't have that patience, and yeah, there is a lack of information within me. And I look up to your institutions such as yours across India, where I don't have to go through what I had actually gone through. So thank you for raising, I completely acknowledge what you said, that, you know, patients level बहुत कम है sir. I do it.
Not only the patients level, even if we send them or advise them to undergo psychiatric evaluation, some of them just refuse it. So these are the issues which we face from the other side of the table. And
Sir, I run 4 clinics, and mere clients, and Rachna was there, who's running my Telangana clinic along with our clinic managers. All my clients who are registered within our program, उनका patients बहुत कम है sir. And I completely agree, 100% true है. मुझे instantly गोरा होना है, glucagon injection लगाओ, खत्म.
So there are some good platforms which can be created because of COVID and pandemic. We have seen the health system has come on the online very easily, the digitalization, even by giving some more educative videos or the consultation, this lacuna can be fulfilled for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely agree. Last question.
Okay, last question. And thank you, doctor. Don't think that we are going to leave you. This is the end of the session. Doesn't mean that we are going to leave you. We'll talk to you outside that how to, you know, coordinate and collaborate with you. Yeah, thank you.
सवाल नहीं है, बस एक छोटी सी कमेंट है कि ये जो सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस की बात हो रही है उसको थोड़ा सुन के डर लग रही है मुझे, क्योंकि ये सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस की बात अगर टेक्नोलॉजी, मिशनरी, सर्जिकल इनोवेशंस की बात की जा रही है तो वो अलग बात है, लेकिन सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस ट्रांसजेंडर हेल्थ केयर को लेके होनी चाहिए. एटीट्यूड, कल्चर इन द हेल्थ, यू नो, हॉस्पिटल्स, मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल्स, अगर ये बात एटीट्यूड, कल्चर और अंडरस्टैंडिंग की है तो वो सारे चीज़ों को पुट के एक ही एम्स में डालना है, या सबको उसको ढूंढते एम्स तक आना है, या सारे जितने भी हॉस्पिटल्स है उन सबको सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बनना चाहिए. ये एक सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस एम्स में रख के क्या करना चाहते हैं आप? तेलंगाना में अगर किसी भी ज़िले में किसी को बड़ी तकलीफ होती है, बाकी उस्मानिया आना पड़ता है, पब्लिक हेल्थ हॉस्पिटल, लेकिन उस्मानिया आना पड़ता है क्योंकि वो सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बन चुके हैं साधारण हेल्थ केयर के लिए. और ट्रांसजेंडर हेल्थ केयर के लिए जाके अब सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस एम से बनाएंगे तो तेलंगाना से वहाँ से भाग के यहाँ तक आने से होगा नहीं. वो पहली बात. और दूसरी बात जो सिमरन जी ने कहा, उनको उसी को थोड़ा खींचते हुए, ये अब भी 2022 में भी ट्रांसजेंडर लोगों के बारे में बात करते हुए HIV की बात होती है सुबह भी, और उसके बाद भी उसको भी खींचते हैं. मतलब जो सिसजेंडर आदमी लोग ट्रांसजेंडर सेक्स वर्कर्स के साथ सेक्स करने आते हैं उनकी बात नहीं होती है, लेकिन सिर्फ ट्रांसजेंडर लोग वो पॉपुलेशन जो हाई रिस्क पॉपुलेशन है, बाकी लोग नहीं है. और नाको भी जितना काम कर रही है इस मामले को लेके, अगर आप सामाजिक स्थितियों को नहीं बदलेंगे, सिर्फ कॉन्डोम डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेंगे या HIV के बारे में बात करेंगे, STI टेस्ट करेंगे, तो इससे तो इतने सालों में कुछ सुधार नहीं आई. आगे जाके क्या सुधार होगा थोड़ा सोचना पड़ेगा.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your comments. बट थोड़ा सा आप लोगों की जानकारी लिए बोल दूँ, वाई सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस, बिकॉज अलग अलग जगह अलग अलग तरीके से जो ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है जेंडर अफर्मिंग केयर के नाम पे, वो थोड़ा सा इकट्ठे करना है, नंबर 1, एंड दैट हैज़ टू बी फॉर्मलाइज्ड. क्या फॉर्मलाइज्ड है? सुबह से आप लोग सुन रहे थे डब्ल्यूपट. ये डब्ल्यूपट है क्या चीज़? क्यों इनका सरदर्द है इतने सालों से काम करने का? दैट इज़ द रीजन सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस वी रिकॉर्ड. वी नीड टू ट्रेन ईच एंड एवरी हेल्थ केयर वर्कर. मैं ये नहीं बोलती हूँ सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस सिर्फ दिल्ली में ही बने. हमारा फोर्स ये होना चाहिए हर स्टेट में सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस बने, टू ट्रेन द हेल्थ केयर वर्कर, टू सेट द गाइडलाइंस ऑफ द जेंडर अफर्मिंग केयर. देयर आर सर्विसेज, बट सर्विसेज कितना हद तक सही है और कैसे हमारे डॉक्टर्स ट्रेंड है. मे बी यू डोंट नो, मतलब अनऑफिशियली मैं डॉक्टर संजय के पीछे लगी हुई हूँ, सिमरन है, नैको और एम्स के पीछे हम लोग लगे हुए हैं. इवन वी आर टेलिंग के आपके वहाँ जो डॉक्टर होंगे, ठीक है, डॉक्टर अगर ट्रांस कम्युनिटी से ना मिले, डॉक्टर अक्षर शेख, तो 1-2 जन ही ऐसे एग्जाम्पल है, बट जो आपका नर्स है जो आपका रिकॉर्ड कीपिंग अटेंडेंट है, जो आपका रिसेप्शन है, वहाँ भी अगर आप ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी से लोग लोगे तो मैं जब घुसूंगी एज अ ट्रांसजेंडर पर्सन, मेरा मन ऑटोमेटिकली खुश हो जाएगा. दिस इज़ माई ओन स्पेस, आई हैव कम. तो ये सारी चीज़ें, ट्रेनिंग, आई थिंक ये सब चीज़ हमको मद्देनजर रखना है. आवर फाइट इज़ ऑन, चलता रहेगा. जहाँ तक हम तीनों हैं, रचना है, दीपिका है, अक्षय है, सब लोग हैं, तो सब लोग मिल के एक साथ, ये हमारा जिम्मेदारी है, दायित्व है. सो अगेन, नथिंग फॉर अस विदाउट अस, हमको लेके ही चलना है और हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द लवली सेशन. मान
Okay, so the idea of Center of Excellence is important and it has to be all around India, is because when we have applicants reaching out to us for their surgery grants, they ask us that if we can recommend them any doctors as such, where we can trust them that, okay, they would be taken care well, pre-post, you know, with the traumas, with the psychiatric treatments, or with the GD, anything. Today, we cannot recommend a single doctor in India. A single doctor cannot be recommended, and I'm very openly saying this, is because I know the risk associated, as I have been through a female to male transition. I'm very aware about every doctor. So there has to be a guidelines. What is WPATH about is creating that guidelines throughout India and surgeons. So you can be anywhere. You can come to Center of Excellence at AIMS, or you have your private clinic. Please follow the same protocol so we can proudly name the people, the set of people, the doctors that we can associate with, and tell, yes, please go to him. You will be well taken care. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Also a round of applause for you, because as a trans man, you are doing excellent job. You are supporting trans man community. I mean, from your own resources, and that is really like commendable. So thank you so much once again. So here comes an end. Thank you so much for all your support. Last, I want to thank both of you. Simi, you wanted to have some concluding remarks, you said, or is done? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Just a minute.
We have come to the closure of this session, and I feel it to be very knowledgeable and worthy information. We feel pleasure to have Amrita Sarkar ji as chairperson, and speakers Soumya Gupta ji and Simran Sheikh ji. So I'm sure without you, it would not have been so successful. So thank you once again, and we feel motivated by your journey and experience. I would like to request Chairperson Amrita Sarkar ji to felicitate Simran Sheikh ji. Again, I would request Amrita.
एक सेकेंड, ट्रांसजेंडर का कॉन्फ्रेंस है और तालियों की कमी.
Okay, please have big round of applause. Again, I would request Amrita ma'am to felicitate Soumya Gupta ji. Yeah. Thank you so much, and I would request Seema Rani madam, Associate Professor, Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, to felicitate our chairperson for this session 2, Building Foundation Community Initiative, Amrita Sarkar ji. And thank you so much, everyone.
ये चेयर पे आ गया है, ये चेयर पीछे करो।
लड़ाई ना मैम थोड़ा आगे बस आपकी बात ठीक है
Good afternoon, one and all. So, moving to our very important session that is on legal issues. Before we start with the session, we will have a short role play by the faculty and students of law studies. So, I request. So, I request the faculty and students to come to the dais and start with the presentation.
They said that I asked them to get it. Shall I?
Presentation only
The session is on legal issues. The chairperson for the session is Professor Dr. Salina K. Bashir. Just a brief intro about ma'am. Professor Dr. Salina K. Bashir is expert in different branches of law and legal research with specialization in law of intellectual property rights. She has academic expertise of different branches of law with more than 18 years of teaching experience. She has distinguished record of publication in peer-reviewed journals and is the author of 2 books. She is adept at preparing versatile lesson plans, highlighting the fundamental principles and concepts of law. She is a PhD scholar from School of Legal Studies, Kochi University. Her research interest is manuring flexibilities in patent law and copyright law for access to knowledge and access to health. I welcome ma'am for this session. Before we start with the session, I invite ma'am to welcome the speakers.
So a warm good afternoon to one and all present here. First of all, sincere and deepest gratitude to IPATHCON for organizing this international conference for the most marginalized, for the most excluded, the most segregated section of the society. I also express my sincere gratitude to Professor Shibu John and Dr. Sanjay, and also to Rufai College of Nursing on behalf of the community itself. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So, I'd like to invite my speakers of the day. Professor Nadasha Agarwal. She's currently a clinical lecturer of law at Jindal Global School, a senior research associate at the Center of Justice, Law and Society. During her time at Center of Research and Justice, Nadasha has focused on reproductive justice, access to healthcare by marginalized individuals, rights of transgender persons. Nadasha received her LLM from Harvard Law School in 2021. Her LLM thesis focused on the lack of gender inclusivity in Indian laws on sexual assault, examination of the third gender framework. Nadasha also received a Dean Scholar Prize in her course on diversity and dispute resolution and worked as a student attorney at Harvard LGBTQ+ Advocacy Clinic. Nadasha continued working on LGBTQ+ Advocacy Clinic as a summer associate before joining CJLS in August 2021. Before her LLM, Nadasha graduated from NLU Delhi 2015 and worked as a corporate lawyer, including at SR and Associate for 5 years. Her teaching and research interests lie at the intersection of law and marginalization, with special focus on reproductive justice, gender identity, and sexuality. We wholeheartedly welcome you for this. Thank you very much for accepting. So our next speaker is Mansi Singh. Mansi Graduated from Jawaharlal Nehru University in 2017 with Masters in Political Science. She went to pursue an MSc in International Social and Public Policy from London School of Economics in 2019. She has previously worked with the Government of India on National Health Protection Scheme and as a researcher at London School of Economics South Asia Center. At CLPR, she works on discrimination and intersectionality with a special focus on caste and gender. Her areas of interest are sexuality, gender rights with a focus on transgender rights and sociality of exclusion. Recently, her paper in Oxford Law Review, Welfare as a Human Right, an Intersectional Approach to Trans Rights in India, was widely read and discussed. And she has published, in this article, she has explored the need to accommodate welfare in judicial analysis of LGBTQ plus rights. Thank you, Nader. Thank you very much for accepting our invite, Mansi. So, before moving to the speakers, on behalf of School of Law Jamia Hamdard, my students, they are organizing a mono act on the social, legal challenges of the transgender community. Of course, you might have heard from the community directly what are the challenges they are facing, but my students is trying to do something. If something goes wrong, kindly pardon them and kindly support them. Be pleased your eyes and ears to hear. Thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. The students of Hilsa School of Law have put together 5 short acts focusing on certain legal issues faced by the transgender community in India. Through this, we would be portraying issues such as marriage, reservation, succession, identity change, and employment residency from the lens of law. Our first act is based on marriage.
Akanksha is on call with her friend Zehra, who is a lawyer and suggests that she should register her marriage. Congratulations on your wedding, Akanksha. Have you registered for your marriage?
Yeah, thank you, Zehra. No, I actually haven't, yeah. Like, what to do?
I think it would be great if you get your marriage registered. The laws keep changing, Akanksha. You are very well educated. Having secure documents is always a plus point.
Yeah, I think actually you're right. But what's the process for registration? Like, how to go about it?
Pretty easy, girl. Go to the registrar's office with your identification proof. Do make sure that you have an application form signed by you and your husband. You will have to fill up a form they'll provide to you and attach a residency proof with it. Submit a few photos from your gorgeous wedding ceremony. Have an affidavit stating your place and date of marriage, nationality, and other such things. Pandit ji se certificate mangwa lena that you're actually married.
Thank you.
You'll be
Yeah,
assigned
definitely.
a date for registration of marriage after your documents have been verified. After 2 weeks, you'll get your marriage certificate.
Wow, that doesn't seem such a hassle. I'll just go right away and then get registered?
Yes, Akanksha. In the registrar's office. The registrar is irritated and busy. Her attitude changes as soon as she sees Akanksha.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. I need to get my marriage registered. जी मेरे को अपनी शादी का रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाना है मैम.
आपको शादी का रजिस्ट्रेशन मुझे तो यही समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि आप लड़का हो या लड़की.
Excuse me, how can you speak like that to me?
देखिए मैडम, मेरे पास ना ज़्यादा टाइम खर्च करने का वक्त नहीं है, ठीक है. यहाँ पे कुछ ऐसा कुछ होता नहीं है. आप वहाँ से जा रही है ना, वहाँ से देखेंगे ना, वहाँ से बाहर निकल जाइए. इतना कुछ टाइम खर्च के लिए नहीं है मेरे पास वक्त.
आप ऐसे कैसे बात कर सकते हैं मुझसे? You're in a freaking law department. I mean, what is this? I need to call Zehra now.
Akanksha calls Zehra.
Hello, Zehra. Can you please come down to the registrar's office?
Is everything okay, Kansha?
No, everything's not all right. This guy, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with this person. They're just completely ignoring me and insulting me like anything.
All right, I'll be there. Hi, Kansha, what's up?
Yeah, just look at this person. What are they, I mean, treating me like?
Excuse me, इनको अपने मैरिज रजिस्टर करवाना था लेकिन आप करवा नहीं रहे हैं. कोई इश्यू है क्या?
मैडम जी आपको दिख नहीं रहा है क्या? इशू ये पूरी है, ऊपर से नीचे तक आपको दिख नहीं रहा है क्या?
आप ये कैसे बात कर रहे हैं? And by the way, a transgender person can get married under Indian law, either under the personal religious laws or Special Marriages Act. और एक नया जजमेंट भी आया था मद्रास हाई कोर्ट का, जिसमें कोर्ट ने ये बोला था that a transgender person has the right to get married and a transgender woman falls under the definition of a bride under Section 5 of Hindu Marriage Act. क्या आपको नालसा जजमेंट के बारे में पता है? कैसे ही पता होगा अगर ये एटीट्यूड है. नालसा जजमेंट ने ये बोला था दैट उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से डिफरेंस दिया था बिटवीन जेंडर आइडेंटिटी और बायोलॉजिकल आइडेंटिटी.
या आई मीन आई डोंट थिंक कि इनको जेंडर और सेक्स का डिफरेंस भी पता होगा. पता है क्या आपको? हाँ, यही आवाज़ें करते रहिए आप. By the way, gender is something that a person identifies with. That is what their identity is. It's a social construct. But what sex is? It's a biological thing. जो आपको at birth बताते हैं आपके डॉक्टर्स. I identify as a transgender woman. That's my gender. That's my identity and I own it. You should respect it.
मैम आप समझ रहे हैं ना, जिस वे में एक इंसान अपना जेंडर आइडेंटिफाई करता है उसका वही एक्सप्रेशन सेक्शन 5 कवर करता है. आप समझ गए या हम और बोले?
नहीं मैम, ये लीजिए और रजिस्ट्रेशन
Finally,
I know. Congratulations, Akansha.
Thank you so much, Zahra, for being through this. I mean, I think all our families and friends, they should be supportive of the transgender community, not only me, but in general as well. And if they have friends like you, I am sure देश का कुछ भला ही होगा.
The law is always there to protect you, Akansha.
Moving on to our next act, which is based on reservation.
ट्रिंग 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 ट्रिंग. हेलो, हाँ ली, कैसा है रे तू?
आई एम गुड, हाउ आर यू?
मैं भी ठीक ही हूँ यार. अभी मेरा इंटर ख़त्म हुआ है, अब सोच रही हूँ आगे किस डायरेक्शन में जाऊँ. ये कंट्री का तुम्हें पता ही है यार, ना तो हम लोगों के लिए कोई राइट्स है यहाँ, ना ही कोई रिजर्वेशन, और इज्जत तो तुम छोड़ ही दो. अब तो उम्मीद ही ख़त्म हो गई है यार.
बात तो तू सही कह रही है लाली, बट तुम लोगों को ना आगे जाना है. तू एक काम कर, मेरी माने तो तू ग्रेजुएशन कर ले, तू एजुकेशन पे फोकस कर, क्योंकि ये जो एजुकेशन है तेरी आइडेंटिटी नहीं पूछेगी. एजुकेशन के साथ तू दुनिया में कहीं भी जा सकती है.
बात तो तू ठीक कह रहा है. चल तेरे कहने पे मैंने मान लिया कि मैं अप्लाई भी कर दूं. तू मुझे बता कि मुझे एडमिशन देगा कौन? 4 जगह जाऊंगी और चारों जगह से गाली खा के निकाली जाऊंगी. तुझे तो पता ही है यार, सोसाइटी का गाली कहते हैं हमें, गाली. बट तब भी तेरे इतना इंसिस्ट करने के बाद चल मैं अप्लाई कर ही देती हूँ.
इतनी संघर्ष के बावजूद लाली को कहीं भी एडमिशन नहीं मिला, और लाली ने बिल्कुल सही कहा था, 4 जगह जाएगी, चारों जगह से गाली खा के बाहर निकाली जाएगी. ट्रिंग 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 ट्रिंग.
हेलो अली. हेलो अली.
हाँ लाली, क्या हुआ?
मैंने तुझसे कहा था ना कि मुझे एडमिशन नहीं मिलेगा. जस्ट बिकॉज वी आर ट्रांसजेंडर्स. आई टोल्ड यू.
लाली देख, तू रो मत. मेरी एक जानने वाली एडवोकेट है, ही विल डेफिनेटली हेल्प अस आउट. मैं उसको तेरे पास लेके आता हूँ, तू रो मत, तू शांत हो जा.
ठीक है ठीक है.
आइए एडवोकेट साहब. टिंग टोंग.
अरे नमस्ते वकील साहिबा, आइए आइए. आज तो मेरा दिन बहुत शुभ जाएगा. आप जैसे लोगों के कदम मेरे घर पधारे हैं.
हेलो लाली जी, कैसी हैं आप?
ठीक ही हूँ, दुनिया की मारी हूँ.
देखिए, आप बिल्कुल भी परेशान मत होइए. मैं आज आपको कुछ ऐसी ज़रूरी बातें बोलने वाली हूँ जो आपके लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है और आपको उस चीज़ का नॉलेज होना चाहिए। यू शुड नो योर राइट्स। ये आपके लिए और आपके परिवार दोनों के लिए ही इम्पॉर्टेंट है। जैसे कि आप जानते ही हैं हमारे कंट्री में और हमारे सोसाइटी में आप लोगों के लिए कितनी कम राइट्स दी गई हैं और देयर शुड बी अ प्रॉपर रिजर्वेशंस फॉर द ट्रांसजेंडर। इससे क्या होगा? इससे आपकी अपॉर्चुनिटी बढ़ेगी एजुकेशन फील्ड में और एम्प्लॉयमेंट फील्ड में, और तो और पॉलिटिकल स्फेयर में आपका पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ेगा, आप चाहे वो वोटिंग हो या फिर लेजिस्लेशन हो। यही नहीं, एजुकेशन हमारा हक है, आपका हक है, ये किसी भी भेदभाव के बिना हमें मिलनी चाहिए। सेक्शन 9 and 13 ऑफ द ट्रांसजेंडर प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट प्रोटेक्ट्स द डिस्क्रिमिनेशन अगेंस्ट द ट्रांसजेंडर। अब वो चाहे नौकरी हो या फिर एम्प्लॉयमेंट हो या फिर एजुकेशन हो आपका। जैसे कि कहा गया था तमिल सेल्वी 2021 के केस में, जहाँ पे मद्रास हाई कोर्ट ने ये कहा था कि ट्रांसजेंडर्स आर मेड फॉर द स्पेशल रिजर्वेशंस। अब वो चाहे नौकरी हो या फिर एम्प्लॉय या फिर आपका एजुकेशन फील्ड हो। इसी तरीके से नालसा वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया में कोर्ट ने स्टेट और सेंटर को ये डायरेक्ट किया था कि ट्रांसजेंडर्स को हम लोग एजुकेशनली बैकवर्ड क्लास में रखेंगे, क्योंकि इसी के तहत आप लोग को रिजर्वेशंस मिलेगी एजुकेशन फील्ड में, एम्प्लॉयमेंट फील्ड में या फिर लेजिस्लेशन फील्ड में। लाली, आप एक काम करो, एक एडवोकेट के हेल्प के साथ एक लीगल नोटिस जजमेंट के साथ अपने यूनिवर्सिटी में सबमिट कर दो, इससे आपकी सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी।
मैं आपको बता नहीं सकती हूँ वकील साहिबा कि आपने मेरी कितनी बड़ी मुसीबत हल कर दी है। आपकी मैं हमेशा आभारी रहूंगी और अभी से अपने अधिकारों को जान के मैं अपने परिवार को भी अपने अधिकारों के बारे में, हमारे अधिकारों के बारे में सूचित करूंगी। मैं आपकी बहुत आभारी रहूंगी, आपने मेरी आंखें खोल दी हैं आज।
कोई बात नहीं लाली, हिम्मत रखो।
Moving on to our third act, which is based on employment and residency permits.
मेकअप एक्सपीरियंस है और अब मैं मेकअप आर्टिस्ट बनने के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार हूँ। ट्रिंग 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 ट्रिंग।
हेलो
हेलो,
मिस रूपा, आप दिल्ली पहुंच गई?
जी जी मैं पहुंच गई।
जी ठीक है, मुझे अभी अभी एक क्लाइंट की कॉल आई थी, तो मैं आपको उनका लोकेशन भेज रही हूँ और उनका नंबर भेज रही हूँ। आप अभी वहाँ चले जाइए एज अ मेकअप आर्टिस्ट।
अरे नहीं नहीं, अभी अभी तो मैं दिल्ली आई हूँ, मैं तो शिफ्ट भी नहीं हुई, मुझे अपार्टमेंट भी देखना है, अभी मैं नहीं जा सकती।
नहीं नहीं कोई बात नहीं, वो आप बाद में कर लीजिएगा, पहले आप वहाँ वो अपॉइंटमेंट को देख लीजिए।
अच्छा ठीक है, मैं जाती हूँ, आप मुझे लोकेशन सेंड कर दें, मैं पहुँच जाऊँगी।
जी बिल्कुल।
रूपा, जो कि ट्रांसजेंडर वुमेन है, वो दिल्ली आती हैं अपना करियर बनाने के लिए, और अभी रूपा जा रही हैं अपना अपॉइंटमेंट देखने के लिए।
आज मेरी बेटी की शादी है, मैं आशा करता हूँ सब ठीक से हो जाए, बहुत काम है। अरे कविता, मेकअप आर्टिस्ट को फ़ोन करा तुमने? कहाँ है वो? मेरी बेटी को तैयार भी होना है।
जी जी, मेरी अभी अभी बात हुई है, वो आती ही होंगी।
अच्छा, ओह अच्छा, आप आई हैं। कविता देखना, टीवी के पास मेरा वॉलेट रखा होगा, ज़रा कुछ पैसे ला दो, ज़रूरत है मुझे अभी।
जी आपने बुलाया था मुझे मेकअप आर्टिस्ट के तौर पे?
जी, मगर आप क्यों पूछ रही हैं?
जी मैं ही तो हूँ मेकअप आर्टिस्ट।
क्या मतलब आप मेकअप आर्टिस्ट हैं? आपको जो काम शोभा देता है आप वो करें ना, आप ये काम में काम।
कैसी बातें कर रहे हैं आप?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, हमें आपसे कुछ नहीं कराना, आप कृपया करके यहाँ से चली जाएं।
अरे मेरी बात सुनिए।
मुझे कुछ नहीं सुनना, मेरी बेटी की शादी के दिन आप कुछ नहीं करेंगी उसके साथ।
मैं कुछ नहीं करूंगी।
आपको जो काम है आप वो करें, आप कुछ नहीं करें।
मैं प्रोफेशनल हूँ।
आप यहाँ से जाएं, वरना मैं अभी पुलिस को फोन करता हूँ। कविता, पुलिस को बुलाओ।
रूपा ने इतने बड़े दिन के बाद अब वो जा रही हैं एक उम्मीद से, ताकि उनको एक घर मिले। अब रूपा जा रही हैं अपना घर ढूंढने के लिए।
ट्रिंग 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 ट्रिंग।
हेलो, रूपा बात कर रही हैं?
जी मैं रूपा कह रही हूँ।
जी, आपने मकान के लिए पूछा था, मैं उसी के यहाँ से बोल रहा हूँ। अगर आप रेडी हैं तो हम डॉक्यूमेंटेशन की तरफ आगे बढ़ सकते हैं।
हाँ आप सही कह रहे हैं, लेकिन पहले हम रेंट डिस्कस कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद बाकी का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन देख
आप
लेंगे।
उसकी टेंशन न लीजिए, जब तक हम हैं आपके साथ हम सब देख लेंगे।
अच्छा
आप बस
ठीक है,
आ जाइए ऑफिस।
हाँ मैं आती हूँ। नमस्ते सर।
जी क्या काम है, आप यहाँ क्यों आई हैं?
फोन पे बात हुई थी ना आपसे रेंट के बारे में।
आपका नाम क्या है? आपको किसने बुलाया? मैंने तो नहीं बुलाया।
अरे अभी तो आपसे बात हुई थी।
क्या नाम है आपका?
रूपा।
ओह, तो आप रूपा हैं?
हाँ मैं ही हूँ।
आपसे जो बात हुई थी उसकी वो मकान तो हमने किसी और को दे दिया। आप चली जाएं अभी यहाँ से, आपके लिए कोई मकान नहीं है हमारे पास। हम माफ़ी चाहते हैं।
सर जी जैसा आपने कहा था अपार्टमेंट बिल्कुल साफ हो गया है, अब वो आप किसी को भी रेंट पे दे सकते हैं।
ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात बताई आपने। आज ही के आज किसी न किसी को ढूंढ लेंगे हम।
आप मुझे दे सकते हैं वो अपार्टमेंट?
क्या मतलब आपको दे दें? आप तो अभी आई हैं, ऐसे थोड़ी ना मिल जाता है अपार्टमेंट। लायक बनना पड़ता है, यहाँ पे इज्जतदार लोग रहते हैं। जानते हैं हम आप जैसों का, आप अपने साथ जाके रहिए अपने मोहल्लों में। यहाँ पे आपके लिए कोई जगह नहीं है, आप जाइए यहाँ से।
रूपा ये सब सुनकर बहुत ही निराशाजनक होकर रोते हुए जाती हैं और सोचती हैं कि भगवान ने उन्हें ही ऐसा क्यों बनाया, समाज उनके साथ ही ये सब क्यों करता है। रूपा को रोते हुए देख के लॉयर मिस रॉय रुक जाती हैं और उनसे पूछती हैं कि क्या हुआ है रूपा, और रूपा उनको बताती है कि उनको उसके साथ वो किस चीज़ से बीत रही है।
आपने जो मुझे बताया मुझे बेहद दुख है ये सुन के। मुझे यकीन नहीं होता 2022 में आज भी हमारे समाज में इस तरह के लोग रहते हैं। लेकिन आप घबराइए मत, हमारा कानून हम सब के साथ है। आपको पता है क्या, ट्रांसजेंडर पर्सन एक्ट के तहत सेक्शन 18 के तहत आप कंप्लेन कर सकती हैं रजिस्टर, और अपने हक के लिए आप आवाज़ उठा सकती हैं।
आप सही कह रही हैं। अब मैं अपने राइट्स के लिए लड़ूंगी। अब मैं चुप नहीं बैठूंगी। अगर ये लीगल सिस्टम मुझसे यही चाहता है तो मैं लड़ूंगी, और मैं इस ह्यूमिलिएटिंग बिहेवियर के खिलाफ लड़ूंगी।
मेरा सहयोग आपके साथ है।
लॉयर की ये बात सुनकर रूपा को समझ आता है और वो फाइनली अपना केस फाइल करती हैं।
योर ऑनर, मिस रूपा, अ ट्रांसजेंडर पर्सन even having proper legislation cannot live with her dignity. Everybody should have a proper right to live with dignity irrespective of whichever gender they belong.
Encountering such activity in our society is completely a disgrace. Like, even we have proper legislation and still we are encountering such activities. Like, I think such a legislation without any influence on our society doesn't hold any meaning. But moreover, now I want this legislation to influence our society, like move towards a not binding but a negotiating way of justice. I am forwarding this case to the mediation center, and considering you, Ms. Roy, as the person who have proper knowledge of this legislation, I am appointing you as the mediator of these proceedings. So, furthermore, the case will be listened in the mediation center further. The court is adjourned now.
Now the case is transferred to mediation.
हम यहाँ किस लिए आए हैं? क्या मतलब बनता है इस बात को यहाँ पर लेके आने का? मुझे तो इस बात का कोई महत्वता लगती नहीं है। हम आए किस लिए हैं यहाँ पर और क्यों बात कर रहे हैं इसके ऊपर हम?
सर, आपको खूब पता है कि आपने क्या किया है और हम यहाँ क्यों आए हैं।
हाँ, जो मैंने किया वो किया, लेकिन इसके ऊपर हमें बात भी क्यों करनी है? कौन है ये? मैं इसको क्या दूँ? मुझे कुछ नहीं देना इसको।
सर, आपको क्या पता है कि आपने जो किया है उसके लिए आपको 2 साल जेल की सजा हो सकती है।
मैंने वो किया है जो मुझे ठीक लगता है और जो मेरा समाज कहता है। समाज में इन लोगों की कोई इज्जत नहीं है, आप मुझे मत बताइए।
क्या समाज आपको ये सिखाता है कि आप किसी को इस तरीके से ट्रीट करें?
मुझे इस बारे में कोई बात नहीं।
ठीक है, आपका व्यवहार दिखा रहा है कि आपको किस तरह का ट्रीटमेंट चाहिए। अब ये केस कोर्ट में लड़ा जाएगा, कोर्ट ही डिसाइड करेगा कि आप जैसे लोगों के साथ क्या होना चाहिए।
अच्छा, मेरी बात सुनिए, शांति रखिए। आप ये बताइए आपको चाहिए क्या?
मुझे बस इतना चाहिए कि मैं समाज में एक इज्जतदार ज़िंदगी जी सकूं अपनी ट्रू आइडेंटिटी के साथ। मुझे वो इज्जत चाहिए जो इस समाज के बाकी लोगों को मिलता है। मैं वहाँ बस एक अपार्टमेंट के लिए गई थी, लेकिन आपने दिखा दिया कि आपकी सोसाइटी कैसी है। ये लॉज, ये रूल्स, ये रेगुलेशंस बनाने से कुछ नहीं होने वाला अगर ऐसी मेंटालिटी आज भी एग्जिस्ट करती है।
मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ रूपा जी, अगर आपको ठेस पहुँची हो। आपने मेरी आंखें खोल दी आज, और मैं वादा करता हूँ मैं आपको अपार्टमेंट दिलवाऊँगा, और आपको जो चाहिए वो आप मुझे बताइए, मैं आपको बेस्ट से बेस्ट सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड कराने की गारंटी देता हूँ।
Moving on to our fourth act, which is based on identity change.
Hello.
Hello.
The topic of this act is बात इंसानियत की, और इस एक्ट के अंदर हम ये दिखाएंगे कि कैसे एक फैमिली के अंदर एक ट्रांसजेंडर पैदा होता है, और सोसाइटी, समाज का उसके प्रति क्या व्यवहार होता है, क्या नेचर होता है। तो शुरू करते हैं।
आज मेरे पापा का बर्थडे है, सोच रहा हूँ केक बनाऊँ, उन्हें अच्छा भी लगेगा और माँ की कमी महसूस भी नहीं होगी।
सुमित अपने दफ्तर में काम कर रहा है, तभी एक आवाज़ आती है।
अरे सुमित, आप अभी तक काम कर रहे हो?
हाँ जी बोलिए।
आज तो आपका जन्मदिन है ना, तो आपको अपने घर जाना चाहिए और फैमिली के साथ टाइम स्पेंड करना चाहिए।
आप उसको फैमिली बोलती हैं, जहाँ मुझे रोज उसकी शक्ल देखनी पड़ती है।
किसकी?
सोनू, मेरा लड़का रोज लड़कियों जैसी हरकतें करता है। मैं बहुत परेशान हूँ उससे। मैं उससे बोलता हूँ कि बेटा तू लड़का है, लड़कियों के कपड़े क्यों पहनता है, लेकिन वो बात ही नहीं सुनता। मैं बहुत परेशान चल रहा हूँ आजकल। चलिए मैं आपसे कल मिलता हूँ।
ओके बाय।
जल्दी तैयार हो जाता हूँ, माँ वाले कपड़े भी पहन लेता हूँ और मेकअप भी लगा लेता हूँ। दीदी मैं कैसा लग रहा हूँ, माँ जैसा ना?
हाँ।
चलो मैं आपसे थोड़ी देर में मिलता हूँ, सामान लेने बाहर जा रहा हूँ।
अरे सुमित ने तो लड़का पैदा किया था, ये तो लड़की जैसे कपड़े पहनता है।
देखो सोसाइटी में क्या मैसेज पहुंचा रहा है ये।
इसको तो समाज में रहना ही नहीं चाहिए, समाज से निकाल देना चाहिए।
बच्चों में कितना गलत मैसेज जाता है आजकल। सोनू, सोनू कहाँ है तू?
हैप्पी बर्थडे पापा।
ये क्या पहने हो तुम? ये कैसे कपड़े पहन के रखे हो तुमने? तुम लड़का हो, कितनी बार समझाया तुम्हें हमने।
पापा इसमें मेरी क्या गलती है?
तो तुम लड़का हो बेटा, तुम्हारा नाम सोनू है, सोनिया नहीं।
इसमें मेरी क्या गलती है? आप मुझ पे क्यों गुस्सा हो रहे हो?
अपनी बहन से सीखो, वो भी तो एक लड़की है।
मैं लड़कों जैसा हूँ, लेकिन अंदर से मैं लड़कियों जैसा फील करता हूँ। घुटन होती है मुझे ऐसे जीने में।
बेटा अगर तुझे अपनी बहन की तरह रहना है तो रह, नहीं तू मेरे घर से निकल जा। मैं नहीं रखूंगा तुझे ऐसे। निकल जा मेरे घर से।
सोनू ये सब सुनकर सुसाइड करने जाता हुआ।
अरे रुको, ये क्या कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? क्या हुआ तुम्हें?
पापा ने घर से निकाल दिया है।
पापा ने घर से निकाल दिया? क्यों क्यों निकाल दिया पापा ने घर से?
क्योंकि मैं एक ट्रांसजेंडर हूँ।
तुम एक ट्रांसजेंडर हो सिर्फ इसीलिए तुम सुसाइड करना चाहते हो? नहीं, तुम ऐसा नहीं कर सकते। जितना अधिकार हम सबका है उतना ही अधिकार तुम्हारा भी है, और तुम्हारी लाइफ भी उतनी इंपॉर्टेंट है जितनी हम सबकी लाइफ इंपॉर्टेंट है। कोई तुम्हें भले ना अपनाए, पर तुम एज अ ट्रांसजेंडर पर्सन अपनी जेंडर आइडेंटिटी रजिस्टर करा सकती हो, जिसके लिए तुम्हें कुछ स्टेप फॉलो करने की ज़रूरत है। जैसे कि सबसे पहले आपको एक एप्लीकेशन सबमिट करना होता है डिस्ट्रिक्ट मैजिस्ट्रेट के पास एक सर्टिफिकेट के लिए। जमा किए गए एप्लीकेशन के बाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट मैजिस्ट्रेट वो सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ आइडेंटिटी इशू करते हैं। उसके बाद अगर कोई ट्रांसजेंडर पर्सन अपना सेक्स रीअसाइनमेंट करवाना चाहता है तो उसे सबसे पहले डिस्ट्रिक्ट मैजिस्ट्रेट, मेडिकल सुपरिटेंडेंट और चीफ मेडिकल ऑफिसर को इस बात की जानकारी देनी होती है। इसके बाद ही डिस्ट्रिक्ट मैजिस्ट्रेट एक रिवाइज सर्टिफिकेट इशू करते हैं। उसमें कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स की ज़रूरत होती है, जैसे कि बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट और आधार कार्ड। और इतना ही नहीं मेरे दोस्त, तुम्हें पता है इन द केस ऑफ जी नागालक्ष्मी वर्सेस डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ पुलिस 2014 में भी मद्रास हाई कोर्ट ने ये कहा था कि सभी पर्सन के पास ये अधिकार है कि वो अपनी जेंडर आइडेंटिटी खुद चूज कर सकते हैं और उनको कोई नहीं रोक सकता। ये तो तुम अपनी पहचान खुद बना सकते हो, ये तुम्हारा हक है, कोई भी तुम्हें नहीं रोक सकता। और ये बात सिर्फ तुम्हें ही नहीं पूरे समाज को समझने की जरूरत है कि लैंगिक असमानता से पीड़ित समाज है, लैंगिक असमानता से पीड़ित समाज है। भारत को बदलने की जरूरत आज है। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू।
So lastly, we are going to see an act on succession.
हेलो।
So this is the hospital scene where doctor talks to Mr. Agarwal and let's see what happens.
शुक्रिया डॉक्टर साहब, मेरा तो खुशी का ठिकाना ही नहीं है। हमारे घर तो खुशखबरी आने वाली है।
I'll let you know, मुझे भी ओटी में बुलाया जा रहा है।
क्या हुआ, सब ठीक तो है?
So after the visit to the OT, the doctor comes back और देखते हैं कि वो मिस्टर अग्रवाल को क्या खबर सुनाते हैं।
Mr. Agarwal, congratulations. Your child health is super fine, but there is a complication.
क्या हुआ डॉक्टर साहब, सब कुछ ठीक तो है?
नहीं, आप एक ऐसे बच्चे के पिता बने हैं जो हम सबसे अलग है। ये कुछ केसेस में होता है, कॉमन नहीं है।
कोई बात नहीं डॉक्टर साहब, ये तो मेरा नसीब है। मैं अपने नसीब को एक्सेप्ट करता हूँ और ये तो मेरी औलाद है, मैं इसे भी एक्सेप्ट करूँगा। पर क्या समाज इसे वैसे ही अधिकार देगा जैसे बाकी बच्चों को मिलता है?
क्यों नहीं सर, बिल्कुल देगा। We are living in 2022 where we have Transgender Act of 2019 जो कि आपके बच्चों के राइट्स को प्रोटेक्ट करेगा।
चलिए देखते हैं।
The child grows in the inequalities. उसके पेरेंट्स उसकी हर छोटी से छोटी ख्वाहिशों का ख्याल रखते हैं। As the provision and facilities provided to the transgender, the child gave all the benefits. पर क्या समाज इस बात को मानने के लिए तैयार है कि transgenders are equals? The child became doctor. The parents got old. Now it's time for the partition of the parental property.
हेलो युव, भाई कैसा है? अरे देखो पता चला मम्मी पापा प्रॉपर्टी का बंटवारा कर रहे हैं। देख यार, लक्ष्मी डजंट डिजर्व एनी राइट इन दिस प्रॉपर्टी, ओके? उसके लिए ऑलरेडी मम्मी पापा ने इतना कुछ किया है, उसे पढ़ाया लिखाया, डॉक्टर बनाया, नाम रुतबा सब दिया। अब इससे ज्यादा क्या वो हमारा हक भी लेगी? वी आर लीगली इंटाइटल्ड फॉर द प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ आवर पेरेंट्स, नॉट लक्ष्मी।
नाउ लक्ष्मी लिसन टू देयर टॉक।
मैंने सब सुन ली अंजलि। क्या मेरा अधिकार नहीं है जिस घर में पली बढ़ी उसमें मेरा भी हक हो? आखिर भारत के संविधान के हिसाब से हम सब इक्वल हैं।
देख यार लक्ष्मी, तेरे जैसे लोगों को जो कुछ नहीं मिलता है ना, मॉम डैड ने तेरे को वो भी दिया है पूरी दुनिया से लड़के। तुझे थैंकफुल होना चाहिए कि तेरे को इतना सब कुछ भी मिला और तू अब यहाँ पे हमारा हक खाने आई है।
Now dad comes in between in the argument.
अरे कैसा शोर आ रहा है कमरे से, क्या बात हो गई है?
देखिए डैड, आपकी बेटी बेफिजूल के राइट्स की बातें कर रही है।
तुम लोग कौन होते एक दूसरे के राइट्स के बारे में बात करने वाले? अभी मैं जिंदा हूं, मैंने ही फैसला करना है हर एक चीज का।
ठीक है डैड, फिर तो कोर्ट ही डिसाइड करेगा किसको क्या मिलेगा और क्या नहीं।
Meanwhile, dad and mom died due to illness in 3 months. They created a will with a proper distribution of wealth and property. Now Lakshmi visits an advocate office.
अरे आइए आइए, अंदर आइए, मैं आपकी कैसे मदद कर सकता हूँ?
सर मेरे साथ अन्याय हुआ है सर, अन्याय।
क्या हुआ है आपके साथ? आप मेरे को बताइए, मैं आपकी जरूर मदद करूंगा।
मेरे माँ बाप का इंतकाल हो गया है, मेरे भाई बहन मुझे प्रॉपर्टी में हिस्सा नहीं देना चाहते हैं। ऐसे में मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि भारत के संविधान के हिसाब से मेरा क्या राइट्स है? देखिए, परेशान होने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। भारत के संविधान के अकॉर्डिंग टू ट्रांसजेंडर पर्सन प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ राइट्स एक्ट 2019 आप किसी भी ट्रांसजेंडर को उसके परिवार से जबरदस्ती या अपनी मर्जी से अलग नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि भारतीय दंड संहिता के तहत उस समय आपको 6 महीने से लेकर 2 साल तक की सजा मिल सकती है। शुक्रिया वकील साहब।
Now Lakshmi goes to transgender NGO.
अरे लक्ष्मी, आप यहाँ पे? आप ठीक तो हैं?
नहीं मैम, मैं ठीक नहीं हूँ।
अरे
मैं केस हार गई। मेरे माँ बाप का इंतकाल हो गया तो मेरे भाई बहन मुझे प्रॉपर्टी में हिस्सा नहीं देना चाहते।
लक्ष्मी, ऐसे निराश नहीं होते हैं। आप यहाँ केस हारी तो क्या हुआ, हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट के दरवाजे खटखटाएंगे। हम आप लोगों को प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स दिलवाएंगे और इनहेरिटेंस लॉ को भी जेंडर न्यूट्रल बनवाने का पूरा दावा रखेंगे। हम बिल्कुल कोशिश करेंगे कि आप लोगों को आपकी प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स मिले।
मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ मैडम, लेकिन मैं लड़ूंगी जरूर, चाहे ये लड़ाई मुझे समाज से लड़नी पड़े या सोसाइटी से, लेकिन मैं लड़ूंगी जरूर, अपना हक लेके रहूंगी।
बिल्कुल।
They go to public places and spread awareness for the transgender rights of the property.
इस देश में अधिकार तो है, लेकिन सिर्फ लड़का और लड़कियों के लिए। हम जैसों को अधिकार तो छोड़िए, इज्जत तक नहीं देते ये लोग। आखिर मैं क्या करूं, कहां जाऊं, मर जाऊं? बहुत तकलीफ होती है जब आप योग्य हो और लोग आपकी योग्यता को ना जाने।
तो आइए हम सब मिलकर ट्रांसजेंडर्स को उनके राइट्स दिलाएं, ट्रांसजेंडर्स को प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स दिलाकर एक यूनाइटेड और इंटीग्रेटेड इंडिया बनाएं। थैंक यू।
Okay, so we hope that you gain valuable insights from our acts and show your support to the transgender community. This program was done by the students of the Legal Aid Committee and the Alternative Dispute Resolution Board of Hillsard School of Law. We also hold pride in telling that we also provide free legal assistance and medication on every Thursday and in collaboration with Delhi State Legal Services Authority and International Arbitration and Mediation Center Hyderabad. And now I request Dean School of Law, Professor Dr. Salina Bashir to address the gathering.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I request the gathering to give a standing ovation for my students, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There was quite shortage of time. I told them last week only, immediately after the Diwali holidays, within these 2-3 days they did, and this is the passion, my kids, my legal aid clinic, my mediation center. We have 2 centers there, one in association with Delhi Legal Service Authority and one with Delhi Dispute Redressal System, Mediation and Conciliation, and also in association with International Arbitration Center, Hyderabad. Also we are offering free legal aid and mediation service to the community. And see all these lawyers, they are here with the same passion to help you out. Thank you very much. Now I invite my speaker. Please, Mansi, can Mansi speak? Mansi, please. Thank you very much.
Would you like to go first?
Hello. Hi everyone. Thank you for inviting me to speak, especially Salina ma'am and Dr. Aksa Sheikh. I am Mansi Singh. I'm a research associate at the Center for Law and Policy Research. We work on a myriad of issues, including rights based on caste, disability, and gender, with a focus on transgender rights. And under that work, we have a trans law cell, which provides free legal aid to all sexual and gender minorities. But mostly we get clients who would like to get their name and gender changed on legal documents. We find that this is one of the more common legal issues that they face. I know that this is a healthcare conference, but Dr. Sheikh and Salina ma'am granted me the leave to speak about experiences that we face with the clients and in implementing the law, which is not necessarily related to healthcare and medical issues, but that I will try to tangentially touch upon it regardless. I also do want to note that last year we held a conference on called Transform on Trans Rights, where Dr. Sheikh presented a brilliant presentation on reproductive rights for trans people, and I would urge you to approach her and ask her if she can share that presentation or that work with you at some point, because I definitely do not want to plagiarize and present it here. But she covered everything from abortion, adoption, marriage, reproductive rights definitely, but also others like sexual health and menstrual health and others. So please do approach her for that. Firstly, we can't speak of trans rights without mentioning the NALSA judgment. It was a comprehensive judgment, outlined the healthcare provisions of, for the trans persons as well, but which also included mental health and sexual health. It stated, amongst many other things, a proper recognition that there is a restricted access to healthcare, amongst other things like employment and education, but also declared that the state must undertake important provisions, important directions in order to ensure that this access is expanded to trans people, and that any instance on declaring one's gender identity is not resting on SRS or gender reaffirming surgery, and that is immoral and illegal. The center and state governments have to take proper measures to provide medical health care to trans persons in hospitals and to provide separate public toilets and facilities. Coming on to the Trans Act, I want to just very quickly elaborate the legal framework so you will understand that all these provisions are there legally and by case laws and by judgments, but in reality what happens and what are the issues. So Section 15 of the Transgender Persons Act actually elaborates on healthcare facilities, including non-discrimination also in healthcare spaces. But amongst other things, I mean, personally we have heavily criticized the sero-surveillance centers that have been set up by the Act itself, because again there's an immense focus on HIV and surveillance through that of trans people. But apart from that, there are some really good provisions. For instance, bringing out health manual and guidelines, review of the medical curriculum and research for doctors to specifically address trans issues when it comes to healthcare, and to facilitate access of trans people to hospitals, and provision for coverage of medical expenses by a comprehensive insurance scheme. Now, this insurance scheme was very recently actually covered and extended to trans people. In August, if I'm not wrong, Ayushman Bharat scheme finally included trans people under the yearly 5 lakhs health insurance that the government provides to people. But that's a very recent one, and that's probably the only provision that has actually been acted upon. Because if we talk about access, so this is the first one that I'm going to touch upon. What is access? I mean, how does trans person access a hospital? What happens to this access when you see them through the lens of intersections of disability, through the lens of intersections of caste? What if that person is not just a trans person, but also from the Dalit or Adivasi community? How does a person just walk into a hospital and go like, I don't know what's going wrong, what's happening with my body, I want some kind of medical counseling? How many mental health counselors do we really have in the country that are properly equipped to deal with issues of gender dysphoria and others that a trans person may face? There are many suggested welfare schemes in the rules, in the transgender persons protection of rights rules that actually came out in 2020. Again, something that has been challenged in many courts right now, because it came out in the middle of the pandemic, August 2020, hardly gave time or space to the trans community to respond to that in a proper manner. I mean, at a time when they were fighting for vaccines and ration in many courts, that's when they were also expected to respond to transgender person protection of rights rules. Anyway, it got passed. It was not definitely accepted by many from the transgender community, and is still challenged. But however, the rules make it even vaguer. There is no uniformity, because these are the rules that are now suggesting access to health. Every state may have one government hospital at least that offers safe and free gender reaffirming surgery or hormone replacement surgeries and others. State medical insurance shall cover procedures of such surgeries, therapies, etc. all healthcare facilities by the states will ensure that there are separate wards for trans persons. Now again, hardly any states have actually come up with their own rules. There is no uniformity between the rules that some of the states may come up with and the central rules. So these are the three things that I touched upon: sensitization, access, and uniformity. There is none of them, none of these three things that would actually make the whole system respond to a person who might go anywhere in the country, a trans person who might go anywhere in the country and seek even the most basic mental health counseling before heading to hormonal interventions or other medical interventions. Now, for instance, when we come to, the most basic ID card that we have right now in the country, the Aadhaar, okay? I'm just giving you two, three points that we face, which could very easily be done away with, okay? As per section 6 of the rules, it states that they need a revised certificate which may be obtained only if the individual undergoes a medical intervention to change their gender as male or female. Now, this is definitely in contravention of the Nalsa judgment, and many Aadhaar centers do not need it. But if you were to go to a passport, for a passport application, that clearly mentions that you need a gender-affirming surgery to have happened. Now, that is both are state websites, both are state documents, but still in contravention of each other, and definitely of the judgment and the act itself. There are issues like you can change the name only twice. So let's say a trans person has changed their name to their chosen name, and their parents then somehow force the police or the bureaucratic officials to change it back. There is no way that this person is now going to be able to change it the third time without facing a monumental amount of paperwork, or that's not even possible because it's not there in the rules. Finally, the software updates. Last month we were at the Delhi Commission for Women's consultation, where they wanted to have trans women are women inclusion panel, which was a great initiative from there, and I will just say that, but they did not realize that the portal is firstly inaccessible by most trans persons, because they were showing us how they have only received 40 applications for scholarships. And we were like, but ma'am, hardly anyone can access these portals. On top of that, your software is not updated. So on many sites, across many operating systems, it does not work. Finally, this is the issue about money. If you want to change your name and gender on certain ID cards, you need a central gazette notification. Some states do not allow for you to just apply in your state gazette. You'll need to send money and your application all the way to the center. It costs as much as 7,000 rupees. Is that accessible for everybody, just to get their name changed all the way to the center, which can easily happen in your local district? So these are the practical things that we face when it comes to name and gender change. And as I said, I'll tangentially touch upon one case where we had some sort of medical issue that came up. So this was a trans law case where a trans woman who had the name and gender change on paper but had not undergone the gender affirming surgery was a victim of sexual assault from someone that she met on a dating app. She called us from the police station after they made her wait for 8 hours, and some of her friends found the number online, our number online. Once we got to the station, we found that apart from the usual apathy that the police was showing to her, they were also clueless about how to go about doing the medical examination. Okay? There are no procedures or guidelines outlined by the state for medical examination of transgender persons, and the SHO was very clueless about it. So we had to ensure that the examination happened as per section 164A of, which speaks about the medical examination of the victim of rape, and it was followed in this case, and that in the report she was mentioned by her chosen gender. It's another case altogether that the person was not, the perpetrator, the rapist, was not actually punished with the punishment that would have been meted out to an abuser of a cis woman. So this is another huge thing that that maybe many of you don't know. is that if you are a sexual abuser of a trans person under the Trans Act, you will be meted with a mere punishment of 6 months to 2 years. This is in contrast to the sexual abuse of a cis woman. You will be sentenced to rigorous imprisonment of at least 10 years to life. So this is a huge difference in the punishment itself of something as heinous as sexual abuse, where trans women and cis women are being, there's dilution of punishment. So that thing is already diluted. So must the examinational procedure of a victim of sexual abuse must also be stripped of dignity, where a person does not know, or the establishment does not know how to go about it. I think I will take too much time if I keep going on with this. So I'm going to wrap up with this. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. Thank you once again.
Mansi, thank you very much. We can take questions at the end. Now I invite Natasha.
Hi, good afternoon or good evening. I don't know what the time is. Thank you so much to, good afternoon. Thank you so much to Dr. Sharma, Dr. Aksa Sheikh, and to all the other organizers of the event. I briefly wanted to talk about the legal issues for healthcare, and I'm so glad that Mansi has set out the legal framework. So now you have a basic idea of the Act and the rules, but I will address some specific provisions for healthcare as well as some legal issues that have cropped up. So our legal framework broadly has these two sort of, may I use that? Hi, okay. So our legal framework is broadly divided like this, right? We rely on our Supreme Court decisions and we also rely on the Act and the rules, right? So let's talk more broadly about the right to health. The Supreme Court in a number of judgments has established that the right to health is a fundamental right under Article 21. Now, what does that mean? Article 21 is the right to life, and gradually through all of these court cases that are listed here, which I will not bore you with the names, but they are listed here, they have expanded the scope of right to life and gradually said that it is the right to health, which also means that doctors have a duty to provide emergency care. If they cannot provide the care, then it is their duty to refer you to somebody who can provide you with care. It talks about the enforceability of the right to health, that the right to health is not just absence of sickness, but it is a much more, it's a higher degree of fulfillment than just the absence of sickness. Now, it being a fundamental right means this is enforceable against the state, right? So private persons, private establishments, you cannot really talk to them about Article 21. That's really where the Trans Act comes in, right? The Trans Act has a provision which specifically talks about prohibition against discrimination. So a person or an establishment cannot discriminate against you in terms of healthcare services, right? The definition of establishment here is actually very broad and also covers private healthcare facilities, clinics, so on and so forth. Right? So we first have this broad provision on non-discrimination. Now, before I move on to the other provisions, one thing I do want to highlight, which many speakers have highlighted before me, is that the Trans Act, it was enacted during the pandemic and it had very little consultation from the transgender, intersex and gender variant communities. So there has been a lot of opposition to this act and the bill. So some of the provisions are not as holistically protective as they should be, but this is at the end of the day the legal framework that we do have to work with, right? So now on healthcare facilities, this is something that came from the NALSA judgment, the setting up of separate serosurveillance centers in accordance with guidelines issued by NACO. This is of course a good step in that there is attention being paid to the manner in which trans people are at higher risk for contracting HIV, be it because of lack of awareness for contraceptive use or because of systemic discrimination pursuant to which they cannot refuse sexual intercourse in the case of sex work, for example. So they cannot refuse when a client refuses to use contraception or a condom, right? But again, there is more of a focus on just this HIV stigmatization, right? Simranji, who's on the panel before me, talked about how we are not just HIV patients, we are much more. So there is a need to sort of talk more holistically about the healthcare needs and services required by trans persons. They have made an attempt to talk about medical care facilities for gender affirmation procedures, pre and post counseling for surgery, etc., etc. But all of this, even the comprehensive insurance coverage, and Mansi talked about the Ayushman Bharat scheme, the problem with that is that you require identity under the Trans Act. Getting an identity card itself is actually a huge hurdle, right? So we've seen this from the SC/ST Act, for example. Under the SC/ST Act, there are many hurdles that one has to cross in order to obtain your relevant documentation and your ID card. Similarly, under the Trans Act, although there is a procedure that you go to the district magistrate and you present affidavit, etc., and district magistrate will say, okay, I will issue your ID card. But in reality, the situation is very different. In reality, district magistrates are insisting that medical certificate provide karo. Even though this is not mandatory, it is not written in the Act that to get an identity card as a trans person, you need a medical certificate. Magistrates are insisting on it. Once you have that identity card, only then can you avail benefits under, let's say, Ayushman Bharat scheme, or even claim protection under Section 3D, right? So in order to get your ID card, you need medical certificate. But in order to get medical insurance coverage, you need an ID card. So we are stuck in this loop, right? So even though it does offer some protection in that these healthcare facilities have to be set up, so on and so forth, the on-ground access remains very limited. The next thing I want to talk about is medical curriculum, and I'll address this in a little more detail here. Right, so there have been some High Court judgments which have talked about the need for the National Medical Council to revise medical curriculum so that medical textbooks and undergraduate, postgraduate textbooks talk about trans people in an affirming manner. Right, so these were the two judgments that were issued, and then the National Medical Council recently in August 2022 issued a revision to their guidelines for MBBS courses and postgraduate in psychiatry. What they did is they basically introduced different definitions for gender. They talked about gender incongruence, they talked about gender identity, but they have not done it comprehensively, right? They have only talked about it in the context of MBBS and psychiatry. And this is very pathologizing because being a trans person is not a psychiatric issue. This has been reaffirmed by the WHO and the WPATH standards, right? So just revising the medical curriculum for psychology or psychiatry is not going to allow trans persons to access other healthcare facilities, right? Just the way it's not merely an issue of HIV, it is not merely an issue of being diagnosed with a disorder. Even if it is a disorder, it's not merely a question of that. There has to be a lot more revision to the medical curriculum to talk about pre-surgery counseling, post-surgery counseling, to talk about just how to approach a patient, having empathy with the patient, and dealing with trans bodies. There is no discourse on trans bodies or intersex bodies. Even in the act that the students did on an intersex person, there was it was very clear that there is no discourse of this sort, right? And the medical curriculum, even now, even after the National Medical Council's revised guidelines, does not account for that. They have only talked about it in the context of psychiatry. Then the next thing I want to talk about is this health manual. The Trans Act requires the government to issue a health manual in accordance with WPATH standards. Unfortunately, this has not been done. All we have are the ISOC standards who were drafted by several people in this room, but unfortunately those standards are not legally enforceable, right? They have not been issued by a government body. So until they are issued by a government body, until we have some legally enforceable standards, it's actually not possible for persons to have equitable access to healthcare facilities. While I'm talking about all of this, I also want to say that the law has its limitations. right? So even though Trans Act can be called progressive, there are still various issues on ground. Implementation will be an issue. So our work needs to start now. Our legal framework as it is, right? But like our work on making sure that the health manual is inclusive, it is developed in consultation with trans persons, intersex persons, and gender variant persons. That is important. These revisions to the national medical guidelines, even though they are there, who is going to do the training, right? So how is anybody qualified right now in their MBBS or MD degrees to teach about these issues? Where will that training come from? Where will the sensitization come from? Where will the awareness come from? Right? So even the law has sort of its limits on what it can do. There still has to be work from sort of the ground up. I think that's about it from my end. If anybody has any questions, please let me know.
I have a PowerPoint. Please go. Okay. So thank you, Mansi, and thank you, Nadasha. Well said. The law, we have a very beautiful, well-drafted law. Wonderful, well-written, again, judgments. But when it comes to the hard reality, it is really hard, it's really tough. Going through the entire process, it's not possible. As you mentioned, when it comes to an SC/ST, it's difficult for them to get an ID card. But the moment that you get an ID card, it flows with a lot of reservations. The law recognizes them. Everywhere they get many kind of benefits and things. So we heard a lot about the challenges, we heard a lot about the issues, we heard a lot about the practical realities when it comes for implementation of law. I like to conclude the session with an optimistic view in a very hopeful manner. I'll show you a few things like recently, I mean in a couple of months, within this last 2-3 months, the response of the judiciary for protecting the transgender rights, for ensuring justice to the transgender community is really great. So please see, last week, it is in last week, the Delhi High Court asked the government of Delhi to recognize transgender as third gender on DTC bus tickets. I'm just moving, I'm not into details of the facts. And Madras High Court, see again on 14th October, the third gender candidates entitled to special reservation. See on 15th September, steps taken to promote the interests of transgender inmates in Patna High Court. See again in September, can a transgender woman file a complaint under section 498A IPC before the Andhra Pradesh High Court? 498A IPC is on dowry prohibition, dowry related offences. See, the Karnataka High Court refuses to quash FIR against a doctor accused of forcefully performing sex change orientation operation on minor. September again, Supreme Court asked Center to frame policy for employment of transgender person. See, in September again, 4 years of the road ahead after decriminalization of consensual homosexuality, section 377A. See, Madras High Court, again in September, notify rules for transgender right, sensitized teachers on need on queer children. Patna High Court on state and a constitutional and statutory obligation to protect transgender community. Again, the Tamil Nadu High Court, Madras High Court coming with LGBT community sidelined for far too long. High time the government prioritized policy for the upliftment. On August 4th, the Maharashtra High Court asked the government to prepare plans for implementing for the police department within 6 months. Then again, Medical Commission, the Madras High Court directs the Medical Commission for conversion therapy for LGBT must be treated as a professional misconduct. Madras High Court again says that the transgender persons should be considered as the most backward class. The Orissa High Court, transgender has every right to choose gender. So all this happened in a couple of months, like a few months back. So, see, 2019 Act came, the 2020 rules came, and see in the last 3-4 months, the judiciary is proactively extending its arms to the community. So for that, we need Mass awareness, mass campaigns. You protest against every society, every state authority, every citizen who is denying you the right. Mass petitions throughout the country, from north to south, in all the courts, from municipal courts to high courts to Supreme Court, file petitions, and you want to ensure that the law should be implemented. Another thing, see, Honorable Justice D.Y. Chandrachud and Honorable Mr. Justice Hema Kohli, last month, it is in 2022 September, they said that bearing the provisions of the 2019 Act and NALSA judgment in mind, it is necessary for the central government, in consultation with National Council, to devise a policy framework in terms of which reasonable accommodation can be provided for transgender. Justice Chandrachud said that the law has to be implemented in letter and spirit by formulating appropriate policies. So when Justice Chandrachud is assuming the office of the Chief Justice of India, we have better expectation for the community. So thank you very much.
So we have come to an end of a very wonderful, a very informative and throat-provoking session. As a token of gratitude, I request the chairperson, Professor Selina, to please felicitate our speakers with a memento. I request Professor Selina to please felicitate Mansi Singh, ma'am. I request Professor Selina to please felicitate Natasha Agarwal. Now I request Dr. Shibu John sir to please come to the dais and felicitate the chairperson of the session, Professor Selina ma'am. Thanks.
We had a lot to say, but the time doesn't allow us.
We'll have a short break before we start with the next session. So I request you all, because we have very short of time, so please take 5 minutes break and then we'll start with our next session. All of you can move out for the tea break. After 5 minutes, you can join us back in the same hall.
दिख भी रहा है।
मेरे ख्याल से एक ही है, शायद से एक ही है।
That's my ignored child, neglected child. Which one? HSF Human Solidarity. पढ़ा मैंने
I request you to please be seated, and we are moving for the fourth session, that is education and trans medicos, and I am very delighted to welcome our chairperson, who is the faculty member of Jamia Hamdard, Professor Dr. Aqsa, and Professor Dr. Aqsa Sheikh. She is an out and proud trans woman. She is Associate Professor of Community Medicine, Nodal Officer for COVID Vaccination Center, Hamdard Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, and Dr. Aqsa Sheikh is one of the investigators in the clinical trial of Sputnik V, an investigator in the TransCare project, and also in the WHO Unity studies on COVID. She is a co-investigator in transgender studies on health access and medical curriculum at Sangat, India. Dr. Sheikh is the founder director of the Human Solidarity Foundation, and we are very delighted to have you, ma'am, here. And I request you, ma'am, to welcome our speakers. And our speakers are Dr. Harikirtan Raghuram and Rajan. I request you, ma'am, to welcome and introduce. Over you to you, ma'am.
That's fine. I'll request those people who are outside this hall, and if they can hear me, to come inside. Naturally, they can't, or they're not there. थैंक्स इंदु सर। आप कहते थे अक्सा गाना गाने वाली है, या तो यहाँ जो बैठे हैं वो भी चले जाते हैं या जो बाहर वाले हैं वो आ जाते हैं। ओके, सो respecting the members who are already here, let us start. We will be having this short session on trans affirmative medical education. Since morning, we have been speaking about the importance of health in a transgender person's life. And when we say health, it is not only limited to HIV, or it is not only limited to gender affirming care, or hormones, or surgery, or counseling. When we speak about health, we are talking about simple health needs. Like if I am having an abdominal pain, then I should be able to visit the emergency department in the same campus in this hospital. and not get discriminated while getting my treatment for abdominal pain. Most humans, irrespective of their gender, have an appendix and can get appendicitis and may need a surgery for it. So whether you write your sex or gender as male, female, non-binary to be decided, you need medical care. But unfortunately, if you go to any hospital in Delhi, and I can take the example of my own hospital because we always should introspect first, before blaming AIMS or Safdarjung. If you go to my hospital, they'll ask you for name, age, sex. And in that sex option, there is only an option of male and female. You don't have any other option there. And what if someone like me goes there and says that, hey, I am a woman because on my Aadhaar card I have gotten it changed to a woman. Please write a woman. They'll write a woman. But then when the medical care is being provided to me, they forget that I am a transgender woman who has the sex assigned at birth as a man, and therefore my needs of health are different than a cisgender woman's health need. And as a result of that, there can be medical errors, there can be misdiagnosis and mistreatment. And I'll give this real example which I always give and which I have spoken about on many fora, and which led to this thought of working on transaffirmative healthcare. In 2020, many of us faced COVID pandemic. Many of us got COVID. Some of us may have gotten admitted to a hospital. Even myself, in September 2020, I got admitted to HAHC hospital, which is our teaching hospital, for COVID. I have legally transitioned and changed my name and gender, so that is what I wrote everywhere. I have been working in Jamia Hamdard since 2013. This is my 10th year, and most of you know that I am a trans woman. Most of the doctors naturally in the hospital know that I am a trans woman. The doctors who are actually in the hospital were sometimes my students, so they also know about it. The nurses know, most of the people know. So I never thought that I'll face a problem in my own hospital where people know that I am a trans woman. In COVID, you have cough and all, and you get an X-ray done. So an X-ray was done, and they said you have pneumonia. I'm like, okay, fine. Thoda acha wala COVID hua hai. And I'm like, okay, you need to take this antibiotic, you need to take this antibiotic. We'll also do your CT scan. We'll keep monitoring you on a high monitoring list. Your oxygen may dip, and so on and so forth. And I was started on a higher level of drugs. But then what they didn't realize that the shadows that they are seeing on the chest X-ray was actually not pneumonia, but the shadow of the silicone breast implants, which I had as part of my gender-affirming surgery. And this was fortunately diagnosed by a good healthcare worker who was the head of the radiology department, and he said, she has been my patient, I know her history, and he told the physician, you are misdiagnosing, those are not pneumonia shadows, that's actually the implant shadow, and you should take X-ray from this angle, then you'll be able to get a clearer view. And the X-ray was repeated and there was no pneumonia. And this happened when everyone knows that I'm a trans woman. Everyone knows that I have gotten a breast surgery done. When everyone knows that she was assigned male at birth. But this can happen to me, then it can happen to anyone. In my case, I was just overdiagnosed, I was given antibiotics, I was given more radiation, fine. But in some cases, you may end up doing medical negligence by giving a care which that person did not need, or by denying a care that that person needed. Like when trans masculine people visit a OPD, visit a doctor, they are not given pap smear, which a cisgender woman may have been given, though they need a pap smear, though they are a man. Men also can get cervical cancer. Men can also get breast cancer. Women can also get prostate cancer, right? Because not all women are cis women. So until and unless that understanding happens, a trans person is always going to face these issues. And that is why we focus also on changing the medical curriculum, so that जो पढ़ाया अब तक पढ़ाया ठीक है, but the next set of doctors at least are having knowledge and skills which are needed to care for transgender and non-binary persons. So that the nurses who come out of our nursing colleges, they know that there are also trans people, and their care, while remaining same, also needs special attention. So that the paramedical workers who come out of our schools are trained that way. And this can happen when the curriculum is changed, when our teaching is changed, because only changing the curriculum does not help. When our practices change, when our guidelines change, when the OPD paper starts writing apart from male, female, some other gender also. And I always say this, that academic conferences are not serving their purpose if that does not lead to change on the ground. We have been doing these conferences since 2019 in Jamia Hamdard. I am from medical college, and unfortunately on our OPD paper we have not been able to change that. Today, I hope you saw the unisex toilet in the convention center. Did you find one? Where is the unisex toilet in the convention center? You couldn't find. Right. And when I say, the toilets are needed, they are needed. You have Rajan here. Sorry, Rajan, I am taking an example. Where should they go to pee? If they go to men's toilet, they may not be very well accepted. Or maybe because you are an informed audience. If they go to the women's toilet, where should they go? And it takes very simple thing. There are multiple toilets on this floor. We just need to cover one label and say that this toilet is open for people of all genders.
There was one toilet which was said gents toilet and it's locked.
Men have the option of peeing everywhere. Sorry. So, this is what I'm saying, that at the end of this conference, I always do some call for action. Your call for action is, tomorrow again there is a conference in this venue. Can we make one of the toilets open for all genders? एक poster लगाना है, बस, that's it, है ना? Can we in our hospitals, in our OPD papers, in our IPD papers, in our health management information system, add a column for sex and gender? Right? So that all these medical errors are prevented. Can we start using the changed curriculum for teaching our students? And with these words, I will stop speaking, because as you can understand, I can keep speaking. And I'll introduce my two speakers. And they are both my friends and colleagues. And we work together on a project which is very close to our heart called Transcare Made It, where we are trying to make the medical curriculum less transphobic and more trans-affirmative. We work on an initiative called I Hear, about which they'll speak more, where we are trying to look at how the marginalized communities' access to healthcare can be improved. I'll not go into technical details as to from where they did their MBBS or MSc and all that, but they are both very lovely human beings. And you'll get to know more about the work that they're doing when they speak. So I'll first invite Hari, and then I'll invite Rajan. So Hari, over to you.
Thank you so much, Aksa. It's a privilege to be here. It's been a privilege to work in IHERE closely with Aksa and my colleagues from the trans and LGBT community. And it's been a great learning experience. As a medical graduate who trained in one of the best medical colleges in India, Christian Medical College, Vellore, I never learned anything about what is trans or cis or LGBT. I never saw a patient from the LGBT community, but now I know that it is because of people like me who didn't know it and didn't understand and provided care that is abusive, traumatic, because of which a lot of people from the community hesitate to visit a health professional. Before I start, I'd like to start with a small exercise, and I think one thing we all can take away from what Aksa said is that it is absolutely essential that we start from the basics. It's no point talking about high-level things when we don't have the basics right. And so what if today, as I start talking, I addressed our august audience with the words, "Good evening, cisgenders and transgenders." Did that make anybody uncomfortable? Any cisgenders who felt uncomfortable? So I think it is important that we use the right language. There are cisgender people in the audience, transgender people in the audience, and maybe non-binary people in the audience, genderqueer people. And so let us learn that cisgender or transgender is an adjective, it's not a noun. Just like we don't feel comfortable being addressed as cisgenders, people in the transgender community also don't feel comfortable being addressed as transgenders. So that is one basic thing we can start with. So in my brief presentation, I'd like to start with giving a brief background of where we've come from before we can decide what is the way forward. And as you would have understood from the many presentations today, transgender persons' access to healthcare in India is set against a history of marginalization through different legislations, criminal codes, institutional structures, and cultural norm. For example, during the colonial era, we had the Criminal Tribes Act, which considered a lot of people belonging to Hijra community as criminals who can be arrested without any warrant. Section 377 of the Indian Penal Code, you may know, considered homosexuality or any intercourse that was quote-unquote unnatural to be a criminal offense, and that was a tool that led to a lot of police harassment. And it took a long time, unfortunately it took a long time before as a country we could do anything about it. And that is our failure, that there was a law, it took a long time after we gained independence to do anything about these laws or to start drafting any progressive laws that is inclusive of people living among us. And it is only in the year 2014 that for the first time at the national level there was legal recognition of people who identify as transgender. And that too, it is not a law. It came from the Supreme Court of India under the Nalsa verdict. Before I go into the recent developments in the last 8 years, since 2014, I'd like to reiterate what Aksa mentioned about medical education, that we keep saying a lot about guidelines, curriculum, standards of care, but let's break down what is necessary to make medical education better, or what is making medical education worse when it comes to certain sections of the community. First are the teachers who teach in the medical schools. If today I'm going to a medical college and if I have to teach something about, let's say, what it means to be a Dalit person, it's difficult for me to teach because I don't know the basics. I don't have the lived experience of being a Dalit person. It's not something I have been taught. It's not, so unless there are people who know about the basics of sex, gender, sexuality, unless they know what it means to be a transgender person and a cisgender person, what is the difference between intersex person, a bisexual person, and a transgender person, it is impossible to teach anything about what is to be a patient or a person with a transgender identity. Second is the textbooks. Still, lot of medical teaching is using textbooks that have a wrong terminology about trans identities, either framing LGBT and trans identities and behavior as criminal offenses or as disorders. Medical curriculum is still problematic. And even if the medical curriculum is fantastic, the best learning can come from a friend or colleague who is from the community with their own lived experience. But if someone who identifies as a trans person goes to a medical college and they're asked to sit either with the male students or the female students, where do they go and sit? Same thing about toilets, same thing with hostels. Our college campus spaces are absolutely exclusive to cisgendered people belonging to the binary of male and female. Unless those campus spaces are made inclusive, no point changing our curriculum. And when the students graduate, and then they have to start practicing from, I guess, I don't know how it's in HIMSR, maybe from first year, second year, you start visiting the hospital spaces. What about the hospital spaces? As Dr. Aksa mentioned, how are the forms there? How are the OPD spaces there? Are they in the binary of male and female? Are the wards in the binary of male and female? Is there spaces that make a trans person feel comfortable? Are trans persons feeling safe enough that they come to the hospital on a regular basis? Are there medical teachers who are trans? Are there nurses who are trans? If not, why? And when healthcare spaces are also not inclusive, that is going to be a huge learning, the ambience of what the hospital offers. And all these 5 things need to come together to provide that atmosphere of learning for a young 17, 18-year-old person through those 5 years, 10 years, as they become a doctor who can provide a trans-affirmative health care. Medical teachers, textbooks, curriculum, inclusive campus spaces, and inclusive healthcare spaces, all of them have to come together. At least these 5. I'm sure there are more. This is an example of a textbook where the trans identity is considered a disorder. These are examples of lines from the current curriculum where it's still in the binary of male and female and describes anything beyond that as an abnormality. So if you want to look at what are the types of problems in the medical education, one, as I said, is that it focuses still on the binary of male and female. Somebody who identifies as a non-binary person or a trans woman or a trans man is difficult because we are very much focused on the binary of male and female. There's no space for a non-binary person. Sex is assumed to be linked with gender. If somebody is born and the doctor assigns them as male assigned at birth, it's assumed that they're going to be growing up as a male, as a boy, as an adult man. And there is no space, there's not much discussion about the process of understanding our own gender identity. How is that gender? Some students today spoke about how gender is socially constructed. What is the process and how, for some people, maybe they may be able to have their gender identity that aligns with their sex assigned at birth. For some people, it may not, and that is absolutely okay. But are we talking about this in our medical curriculum? That it is okay to have a gender identity that does not match with your sex assigned at birth, and it's okay to be a trans man or a trans woman. Third is the implicit privilege to male sex and masculine gender. And this goes beyond challenges faced by the trans community to challenges faced by women in healthcare. And that also percolates when it comes to access of trans women and trans men in healthcare. And a lot of trans identity is considered a criminal offense. Cross-dressing, for example, is considered a criminal offense. It's a lot of criminalization, or it's considered as a disorder that for example, now the WHO has changed its terminologies to use the words gender dysphoria and gender incongruence. But it was until recently it was still called a gender identity disorder. Why is it a disorder if it's a normal variation? And so such pathologization still continues in the medical curriculum. Finally, I come to the recent developments, and some of it has been already covered by my colleague Natasha, so I'll go over it briefly. So as I mentioned, it was only until 2014 that for the first time we recognized as a country that the trans identity, and that too it was because of the Supreme Court verdict in the NALSA judgment, and subsequently homosexuality was considered no longer a criminal offense. It's just the absolute basic step that it's not wrong. Whether it's right or wrong, right or not, that is not the question. It's not a criminal offense anymore. So that was the absolute basic step that was recognized in the Navtej Singh Johar verdict, again from the Supreme Court of India. And then so the Nalsa verdict required that, asked governments to start framing laws, and it took 5 years and a lot of discussions with little representation from the trans community and very little representation from the trans masculine community to finally frame this policy, an imperfect policy. Even as you must have heard, Alok Saxena himself recognizes that this is an imperfect policy with flaws, but at least it's a start. And linked to that is the trans person's rights, protection of rights rules. And as Natasha mentioned, this act specifically mandates government to take steps to reform medical curriculum because it is problematic. And because it had been a couple of years since the act in 2019 and the rules in 2020, and nothing was happening from people who should be making a change. And as I mentioned, the policy, the act is not perfect. For example, it says you have to reform medical curriculum, but what about nursing curriculum? The nursing school, you're organizing this conference. The act doesn't say about it, but nursing curriculum equally needs to be reformed. And the competency-based nursing curriculum is better than the competency-based medical education curriculum that the NMC released, but still there's work to be done. So despite the act, there was still not much happening, and my colleagues from other organizations like Sati intervened through courts from Queridam in Kerala, from Sati in Madras High Court, which led to different judgments that Natasha spoke about, subsequent to which the National Medical Commission, this is the Madras High Court judgment report on that, Kerala High Court judgment, and then the NMC released a directive saying we have to reform the medical teaching, specifically looking at how the medical textbooks need to be changed, teaching has to be changed. But even then, they did not say anything about their own problematic competency-based medical education curriculum. And then it took another 1 year when finally NMC started revising the competencies, starting with forensic medicine and psychiatry. And as Natasha mentioned, that is not enough. That's just a start. And still there is need for foundational learning, starting from the basics of what is sex, gender, and sexuality. And in 2022, this year, NMC has also notified conversion therapy. And conversion therapy, for those who may not be familiar, is any kind of a clinical service provided with the promise of changing somebody's sexual orientation or gender identity by force by a health provider. And that is considered a professional misconduct under by the NMC. And the Supreme Court also recognized that under the MTP Act, the term woman, even though Supreme Court doesn't have the authority to change the law, they said that it includes persons other than cisgender women, which means it includes trans women as well. So all this has happened in the last 8 years, since 2014, with the verdict from the Supreme Court under the Nalsa judgment. Progress has been very slow, and the CBME curriculum has just revised the competencies in psychiatry and forensic medicine. A lot of other specialties still needs to be revised. And there need to be foundational competencies. What about an MBBS student who just enters college? Are they being taught about what is sex, what is gender, what is sexuality, and what does it mean to be a cisgender person or a transgender person? What does it mean for gender to be a social construct? We are using those fancy terms, but what does it actually mean? And is this being talked about in MBBS curriculum? In my MBBS curriculum, it was not. And so those are foundational competencies that need to be included in the curriculum, not just for doctors, but also nurses, dentists, and all other paramedical professionals as well. And then in the teaching, that there is the curriculum, but it's just a paper. To be followed, we have to start implementing it. And to implement it, sex, gender, sexuality is not something we can go and say, this is the definition of sex, this is the definition of gender, and assume that people are going to forget about their implicit biases that they have born and grown up with. And these are the same medical students who are going to go back to their houses and their societies, and they're going to continue watching those movies which continue to portray trans and queer characters in a very phobic manner. So this means that there is a need to address the historical injustices and marginalization that they faced. There's a need to understand that there is these structures still in place that marginalize these societies. And therefore, there's a need for an attitudinal shift, a foundational change in thinking. And that is not going to happen through a definition in a textbook that can be memorized by anybody. And therefore, there is a need for newer methods to be used, using personal lived experience, narratives, stories that can come powerfully through poetry, theater. Dr. Aksa herself has been involved in Theatre of the Oppressed workshop, where they use participatory theater as a form of people to understand what is their own feelings. Tomorrow, if I go and I'm meeting somebody whom I've considered for 20 years as inferior to me, those implicit biases are going to come out one way or the other. I may be able to speak in a language that's politically correct, as my friend Rajan says. It's easy to speak in a language that's politically correct, but it's more difficult to really change your mindset and truly empathize and be compassionate towards somebody and treating them as an equal, not necessarily somebody, not as somebody who's inferior. And so there's need for newer methods, need to equip teachers to use those methods, implement them in the classrooms, revise textbooks, and also to go beyond that. As I mentioned earlier, it's not enough for teachers and curriculum to change, but also the campuses need to be inclusive. Can a transgender person or an intersex person who joins a medical college have a comfortable and joyous medical school days in Jamia Hamdard, in Himsar, or in the nursing college? Tomorrow, I don't know currently how many trans students you have, but how comfortable are they? Or if tomorrow somebody is joining, how comfortable can they be? Will they have a fantastic experience just like any other cisgender student will have? If a trans nurse wants to join your college, how safe is your campus going to be? So it's necessary that we go beyond the curriculum, go beyond teaching medical teachers, but also to look at campus inclusion and healthcare inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hari. I'll keep speaking in between ताकि थोड़ा आप लोगों का मनोरंजन भी होता रहे. So I remember this one WhatsApp message which came yesterday saying कि if someone knows कि नोएडा में बकरी का दूध कहाँ मिलेगा तो please बताएं, 1 से 2 घंटे में चाहिए. And we are like किसी पेशेंट का प्लेटलेट बहुत कम हो गया and किसी ने बताया कि बकरी का दूध पिलाएंगे तो प्लेटलेट्स बढ़ जाएंगे. So I wrote in that group, there is no scientific evidence to suggest that goat's milk increases platelet count in dengue. And then someone said, there is evidence that having papaya increases platelet count. And I'm like, ab kya bole? Can I send them a paper saying that it does not increase or something? So sometimes even when you have scientific evidence available, you have saying ki this doesn't work or this doesn't work, people end up doing because kahin suna hai ki ye kaam karta hai. And this reminded me of another conversation. We have Unani school in our campus, and the oldest school of medicine on the campus rather. And one alumni who has passed out from the school called me up and said कि डॉक्टर साहब मेरा एक patient है, and that person knows I'm trans woman, I work with trans community, and he's like मेरा एक patient है and वो homosexual है और हमने बहुत उसका इलाज करने की कोशिश की, उसको बहुत दवाइयाँ दी, but कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. And I'm like, I'm not a practitioner of Unani medicine, so I asked कि ऐसे क्या दवाई देते हैं यूनानी में, होमोसेक्सुअलिटी का इलाज है, मुझे नहीं पता था. बाबा रामदेव का तो मुझे पता था कि उनके पास है, बट आई डिडंट नो कि यूनानी में भी है. हकीम साहब ने कभी लिखा नहीं इसके बारे में. तो ही इज लाइक हाँ वो हमारे यहाँ पे होती है जो मर्दानी ताकत बढ़ाने के लिए दवाइयाँ हम देते हैं हकीम लोग. आपने देखा होगा जब ट्रेन से गुजरते हैं वेस्टर्न यूपी में हर जगह हकीम के एड्स होते हैं. सो ही इज लाइक वी गिव, एंड हमने उसको बहुत 1 साल दवाई दी लेकिन उसका कुछ हो नहीं रहा है, तो क्या कौन सा साइकेट्रिस्ट आप रिकमेंड करेंगे इसके लिए. एंड देन आई हैड टू डू अ लॉट ऑफ एजुकेशन फॉर दैट पर्सन टू से दैट वो नॉर्मल है, थोड़ा अपना इलाज कर लो. And this is what happens, you know, unfortunately we are focusing a lot on MBBS curriculum. Hari also spoke about nursing curriculum, but who is speaking about Ayurveda curriculum, Unani curriculum, homeopathy curriculum, yoga, naturopathy, yes, and various other, जिनको हम quacks बोल के कहते थे ये तो quacks हैं, but लोग उन्हीं के पास जा रहे होते हैं क्योंकि faith है, right? So when we even spoke about convergent therapy, it's a sad reality that even today, even if it is banned, convergent therapy
is happening. बहुत सारे केसेस आपको मिलेंगे, कम्युनिटी के मेंबर्स हैं, कभी चाय पे इनसे बात कीजिए और आपको पता चलेगा कि इनको भी किसी बाबा के पास झाड़ फूक के लिए ले जाया गया होगा. Even my parents tried tavis and everything. मैंने लाइक कोई जिन आ गया इसमें. मैंने कहा वांट अ जिन, कुछ काम वाम तो कर लेगा. लेकिन है नहीं कोई जिन, you know. And this is the problem. So while we speak about laws, while we speak about curriculum, while we speak about kanun, we have to also see how effective they are in this society. So with that note, I hope you all are awake. I'll now invite Rajan to talk about how we are working and taking small steps towards making the curriculum and campus spaces more queer-friendly.
Yeah. Thanks for staying awake. A heartily good evening to everyone who is present in the hall. I was gonna say a heartily good evening to all the ladies and gentlemen. And if you find a problem in this statement, then what my colleagues and Dr. Hari Ketan and Dr. Aksa spoke before me maybe made some change if you can find a error in this statement. I myself as a trans non-binary person, I'm 20 years old, and today I'm gonna talk about one of our project, Transcare Meded, which is very close to my heart because it is from my community, it is for me. So in Transcare Meded, as Aksa said, there are a lot of quacks, you know, jhad fook, home remedies. So when a trans person fell sick at home, they don't go to hospitals. वो घर पे काढ़ा बना के पी लेते हैं, वो ठीक हो जाते हैं. Why do they do that? Because they are not comfortable going to healthcare institutes. They're not comfortable telling, they're not comfortable only putting it on the document about the gender identity, but the moment they enter a healthcare institute, from the gate, from the guard to the doctor, that journey is a bit traumatic. And this is something coming from my own lived experience. So in Transcare Meded, we try to we try to emphasis on changing the curriculum. Now, changing the medical curriculum is not something which, only 3 people can do. And it is also important to involve those people for whom this curriculum, this entire project is about. Hence, we opted a participatory approach, which involves having workshops with the community people, asking them, what do you need? Them telling us, their lived experience. So with this we started developing competencies. Now how we develop competencies is through workshops. Workshops in 3 different cities, Manipal, Delhi and Bhopal, where our Sangat office is based in. Now in these 3 cities we have one workshop with each group. Now we have key stakeholders, right? Because now key stakeholders are the people from the community, not the people who are sitting in the power. People who go to hospital with their own identities, who have faced trauma, who need this change. So we had workshops with them. So I'll just name the key stakeholders, which is transgender non-binary people, healthcare professionals who are transgender non-binary, who belongs to transgender non-binary community, students, health professional who works with transgender non-binary people, and last not the least most important, the medical educators, because at the end wahi padhayenge, they are gonna teach this curriculum. So it's important to know कि उस तरफ क्या चल रहा है, क्योंकि इस तरफ तो हम जान लेंगे कि क्या दिक्कतें हैं, क्या बदलाव चाहिए, पर उस तरफ की बात भी हमें समझनी है कि क्या सिखाया गया है या सिखाने की ज़रूरत है तो कितनी है, और सीखने की चाह है कि नहीं है. मतलब if there is a will, then only, you know, the curriculum can add into skill. So after developing these competencies, there's a review. Now, the review is a very important part of any research study, any project, because we are doing this for the community. So we cannot review the, खुद के बनाए हुए dish कभी खुद review नहीं करता है ना. So same goes with these competencies, because these competencies are something which will be for the community. So after the workshops in these 3 cities, we built these competencies. By that time, we also had an amazing Transcare National Merit Conference, in which we shared a draft with the stakeholders, the participants who joined the workshop, and we asked their feedback. They shared the feedback with us. Now, after that feedback, we had a dissemination event. Yeah, so this is our beautiful first picture. I think it's of Hamdard Institute. Then we have KMC Manipal. These are some pictures of workshops where you can see Amrita having discussions with the stakeholders. And since it was a COVID time, and I think we all have gotten used to Zoom now, so some of the workshops were on Zoom. This is a picture of healthcare professionals. We have our team, Khan Ami Maroof, Dr. Hari Keetan, Dr. Aksa Sheikh, Dr. Anand Bhan, Dr. Satendra, Dr. Keetana, Maithili, Dr. Maithili, Gatha Asha, and our director of, okay, I have to fast. Okay, yeah, and then we have Gatha Asha. So these competencies were built in a framework which was provided by the National Medical Commission as a part of their competency-based medical education, which have 5 domains. Now, which are those 5 domains? I'll just take you through them. So first is the clinician. Now, I know Google is a thing, but not everyone is aware about SOGIESC term. Not everyone is aware what is sexual orientation. Not everyone is aware about gender identity. People often confuses trans people with intersex people. People very often confuses sexual orientation with gender identity, and these are something people are not aware. They're not aware. They may not want to aware. So when an intersex person enters in a clinic, you know, that person, the healthcare provider, should be aware about what is intersex exactly. And even if it is not exactly, then that person should be aware about that intersex people are not transgender people. Intersex people are intersex people. Let's not mix these two things. So giving, they can also provide kind of a inclusive environment to these folks who come to the clinic, people who come to the hospitals, and that is why the clinician part is important, because they can actually explain. They should be aware what is SOGIESC, what is sexual orientation, what is gender identity, and what is gender expression. Next is leaders and members of the healthcare team. Now, because we want to change a curriculum which is part of a system, and when I say system, I mean CISTEM, system, we have to involve with the leader and members of the healthcare team, who can demonstrate the awareness, you know, that why is this important. So we have some quotes from the health professional or medical student, it says it's not really difficult to live in the boys' hostel. It's in the boys' hostel. But I just, think at times that would have been better. They are implying that the binaries are such that it's the people who are even living in medical hostels, the binaries are such that it's difficult for them also to be in a medical space, and that to be in a hostel. They're not saying it's bad, they're saying but it would have been better. Next is the communicator. Now, language is very important. How I address someone, how I talk to someone, that is something very important. So if my pronouns are they and them, and maybe you will feel that it's not grammatically correct, I do not care about your grammar, sorry. I care about my gender euphoria. I care about what is more affirming to me. So the communicator are there, to make this message reach to a wider audience, to make them sensitized about what vocabulary they should use. So for example, I have a friend whose pronouns are ze and zer. Now some of you will be like, what kind of pronouns are these? These are not taught in the school grammar book. But I'm sorry friends, pronouns are more than grammar books. They come from people's own experience and people's own lives. So this is why we need communicators, so that they can educate, they can sensitize, they can talk about these gender identity. What is gender identity? What are pronouns? What are gender expression? They can talk about all these things and try to normalize these conversations in a larger picture. Next we have lifelong learner, so what are the standards of care for the trans people? We may not know about a lot of trans people don't know about these standards. So that is why we really need lifelong learners as well. Then we have professionals. Now professionals, because so I'll just read a quote and I think you can understand. It is a quote by health professional. I feel doctors have this raging urge to tell what is good for us, and instead of asking what do we want, they have the urge to tell you look like a man. Why don't you conform to that? This is a quote from one of our participants of the workshop. So this urge to tell what is right and wrong for me, to stop this urge that maybe accept me. If you don't want to accept me, don't try to change me. Just treat me and let me go, because you're not paying for my therapy, obviously. So yes, you have to treat me. You don't have to correct me. You don't have to. I don't have any default. So that is why engagement with conversation with these professionals are also important. Now we have some output out of the project. I'm sorry, Aksa, I'm just taking
just an announcement that the QA part we are doing tomorrow.
Yeah.
And Q&A part also tomorrow. So we'll just conclude with the med part.
Okay, so now Farman aa gaya hai, so now I have to conclude it. Okay, so as I talked about the SOGS term, we have an output out of the project, which is a queer sensitivity booklet. Now this booklet is something which talks about very basic terms: gender identity, sexual orientation, who are intersex people. And there are people who are non-binary people. People often confuse non-binary people also with gender fluid people. And I think people have this mindset that they have created boxes for us in their own minds. And they just want to put us in those boxes, where I don't find myself comfortable in boxes itself. So we have a queer sensitivity booklet. Then we have the competencies which I was reading. This is a competency booklet. And I think we had a World Mental Health Day event few days back in Bhopal, where we launched our advocacy booklet, which is more detailed version of what stakeholders talked about. It has quotes from the community. It has all the competencies in the booklet itself. Also, it has like the way forward, because this project has ended, but the curriculum still needs to be changed. Then I talked about, we had a national conference on transformative medical education in May. Okay. That's our team. You can see all the smiley pictures. And then we had a dissemination event with doctors, students, lawyers, and activists, where we actually launched this.
That's an indicator that we are supposed to close.
Thank you. Okay. Whoever that clapped, thank you so much. Yeah, so just 2 minutes more. So in our final dissemination event, we gave the competency booklet to the key stakeholder. We met key stakeholders from NACO, USAID, Ministry of Social Justice, because it has to go to those people. We have to start the conversation somewhere. And yeah, I think that's my, and then we have our other projects also, which I think we're going to talk about tomorrow. And that's it. I'll end my presentation with one quote. Neutral is not new. We do not want a neutral thing, you know. We want affirmative healthcare. If an agender is coming to you, you cannot say, we will give you something, you know, it's not paracetamol. We want specific health care for people, because all these people come from intersection background. They come from their own lived experience, and they also come from different experiences of their own life. So maybe this is what we need to change, you know, and making the curriculum not just trans-affirmative, but also queer inclusive. Because when a gay person or a bi person go to a doctor is like, why are you having sex with men? When you're bisexual, you can have sex. Why are you not only having sex with women? Maybe that's not how it works, right? That's literal bi-erasure. So maybe we have to somewhere stop this neutrality. We need more queer and transformative medical curriculum in healthcare profession, healthcare institutes. Thank you so much. That's my time.
Thanks, Hari and Rajan. We had to cut short your presentation, so apologies for that. But this is the start of the conversation, and we'll continue the conversations tomorrow in Hall 2. We have a session on this around lunch. The time may change depending upon the backlog. So it may be pre-lunch or post-lunch if it gets postponed. And more Q&A also will happen there. And बाकी हम तो हैं ही, जब सवाल पूछने होंगे पकड़ के पूछ लीजिएगा. So we'll skip the Q&A part and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to say that Madam has beautifully explained the different aspects related to the medical errors and how it can be prevented by simple interventions, what we can do in the OPD cards, and just making the trans people comfortable by having just one nameplate outside the washrooms. And also I would like to thank the speakers and the Dr. Hari sir and Rajan, who has beautifully explained the different aspects related to medical education and what can be done, how the different aspects, the curriculum and the textbooks and the doctors, what kind of training is needed. So we are going to discuss more in detail about that. Thank you, ma'am. And I request Dr. Aqsa Sheikh to felicitate our speakers. Dr. Hari Kirtan sir. I request Madam to felicitate Mr. Rajan. Thank you.
I have already received my in advance.
Yes.
ट्रे रख दीजिए।
Now we are moving on to the next session, and I hand over to Ms. Rajlakshmi. Over to you.
सेशन चेंज कर दो स्लाइड नीरू मैडम की। Thank you, Shilpi ma'am. Again, a very good evening to everyone present here. It's time for the next session, and the next session is on building foundation social issues. For this session, the chairperson is Dr. Neeru Kumar. It is a pleasure to introduce her. So, ma'am has been honored with Padam Shri, one of the highest civilian awards based on work done in diversity and inclusion. She is also the national icon and board member of Election Commission of India. She has been powerfully impacting and transforming lives through a blend of expertise in modern medicine, psychology, coaching skills, and NLP. She is a Mars-Venus coach trained by Dr. John Gray, author of Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus, the famous book himself. Her other prestigious international partnerships include TGIG, led by Barbara Ennis, Future Work Institute, led by Margaret Regan, Dr. Ellen Richter of QED Consulting, and Jennifer Brown. A pioneer in transforming global organizations and multicultural individuals to enhance capabilities in an inclusive environment. Ma'am, I welcome you on the dais to carry forward the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. And before I say anything else, I must humbly and vulnerably say that in front of all you experts, I know very little on this topic. I have learnt a lot. Though I work in the field of diversity, equity, and inclusion, the fact that I know very little in this field means that there is very little being done till now. I work with large corporate houses, and humbly I can say perhaps we are among the first few people who started the conversation of diversity, equity, and inclusion in India 15 years back. To begin with, I'm a medical doctor. I have an experience of 25 years of clinical practice. I was in CGHS, and then I took a voluntary retirement to follow the field of my passion because I myself have a disability from early childhood. I got polio when I was 3 years of age. And talking of medical profession, like Dr. Aksa and like Dr. Hari, I was feeling when I was listening that in my curriculum, I too come from one of the most prestigious colleges in India, Maulana Azad Medical College. And in my college too, in my curriculum too, there was very little being said about transgender and transgender health. And now that I work for the corporate houses, large corporate houses, from Amazon to Flipkart to Tata Group to Birla Group to many, many more, why is there no conversation there? 15 years back, when we started the work, we were talking only of binary gender, not of disability, not of the LGBTQI spectrum, not of people of different ethnic groups, nothing. Now, the space has started opening up. But I would still say this is one aspect which is completely neglected. In May this year, we did a conference which we called DICE. So I suddenly had the idea of converting DEI into DICE, diversity, inclusion, collaboration, and equity. The reason was that what I felt, say in areas of gender, binary gender, say for women, what do we feel that the conversation inside the corporate houses is getting very strong. There's a momentum, there's a wave, people are doing a lot. But when you go outside in society, there's still a lot to be done. Just yesterday, I was with a lady who runs a unique home in Jalandhar. I mean, she's a fantastic lady. She takes care of orphan girls. And I asked her, why only girls? Because she says in India, nobody abandons a boy child. And she says, we find these girl babies in dustbins. One such girl baby, the dog was taken away and the entire back had been eaten up by the dog. Just yesterday she told me that in a family there was a fourth girl child and the husband beat the wife's head. She died on the spot with an iron rod. She died on the spot because she had given birth to a fourth baby girl. And this lady whom I'm talking about, she quickly got all four girls. So the concept of DICE was that if it's happening only inside the corporate houses and not in the educational institutes, not in the governments, we're not really making progress. But when I sit here listening to all your conversations, I feel for this subject, it's the other way around. The corporate houses are not at all talking about it. They're not at all inviting people from the trans community. Now, whether that is because of the education, that they don't have enough qualified people, and there is always a large debate of diversity versus ability. When we spoke about, sitting next to a person, having low representation and sitting next to the person who's not had the same lived experience, that tells us we need representation to be able to change the policies, to be able to change the air of inclusion. So why is it, and I'm sure Man can put a lot of light on this because he's a HR professional himself and he can tell us something about that what is it that we can do to get more representation of trans people inside the corporate houses. I feel the momentum is stronger outside than inside in this case. Also, how can we create those psychologically safe spaces? And I think Renu will talk about the safety, and she will talk about how she herself is an ally. So the last thing, I know we're very short of time today, the last thing I will talk about allyship is this, that we often assume that people who belong to a particular group, whether they're the trans group or they're from people from disabilities, they can be the best allies, and not the people who are maybe from the dominant group, from the privileged group. Renu, I think, is one such person who can tell us that she does not have any experience of having a trans person in her family or her near and dear ones, yet she chose to be an ally. And she will tell us how and why. So I'm not going to take more time than this. Renu and Man, I had the good fortune of speaking to both of them yesterday, and they have a wealth to share. But keeping time in constraint, let's see how much time we have for each of them. So welcome Renu and Man to... Thank you so much. I'll sit here. Okay.
they'll introduce
Aruna ji.
Thank you very much, Dr. Neeru. Hi, I'm Dr. Renu Naidu. I'm Assistant Professor of Sociology from Shankar Rao Chavan Law College, Pune University. I'm also a chairperson of Equal Opportunity Cell of the college. And before I will begin, let me, because the topic of our session is building foundation social issues. So I would like to add 3 more panelists here. Aruna Desai, Swikar Foundation, Bela ji, and Mukund Mala. Please. When we say building foundation, social issues, I think education, family, everything comes together. As we all are aware that we are short of time. So, Dr. Neeru has mentioned, yes, I have taken an initiative in my college. I teach 3 subjects, 3 papers of sociology to 5-year law students. But in the curriculum, I never saw that there is anything related to gender studies. We are talking about gender studies, but only men, women, and just little bit about the transgender. I happen to be very fortunate that I lived in United States for about 6 years. And there my colleagues were from the LGBTQIA+ community. I have done my PhD in social work. I have worked in different areas. I have a very varied experience of working with the society, with different national and international organizations. But working with the community member, just like you and me, helped me understand more better about the environment, safe space for everyone, because everyone deserves dignity and respect. When I came back from United States, and during the vacation time also we used to come, my 7-year-old daughter used to ask questions when she used to see the transgender people on the streets clapping on the signals. Ma, who are they? I had never seen them in United States. Why they are not in colleges? Why they are not in the workplace like you? And yes, 7-8-year-old child, if that age, that young child can see the difference and understand, it feels that somewhere we are doing wrong as a person who belongs to a society so-called educated. I got an opportunity to work with law college, and therein when I got to know that there are few students who drop out their education because of their sexual orientation, because of their gender identities, I could not control and I could not stop myself. And during the COVID time, I read a lot about LGBTQIA+ community, and I designed one certificate course, that is Law and Alternative Sexuality. If anyone is interested, I would love to share the brochure I am carrying with me. This is first of its kind initiative, and it has been designed with a holistic approach, keeping in mind the larger socio-cultural shifts in understanding the sexual and gender identities. This particular course has speakers like Professor Dr. R. Raj Rao, who is from the community, Parmesh Shahani, Ashok Rao Kavi, Ms. Maya Sharma from Vikalp, National Program Officer Ms. Sarita Jadhav, Shobhna Kumar, Sylvester Merchant, first gay prince Manvinder Singh Gohil. So what I'm trying to say that the idea, and we spoke in the morning also, that when we make policy, we need to have people from the community. So even I had that thought that if I am designing this certificate course, what people from the LGBTQI+ community can deliver, no one can else explain and deliver. So we have the certificate course, and now Pune University is looking forward to make it as a credit course, 3 months certificate course as a credit course, so that people from all over India can pursue for the certificate course. I had first and second edition of the course, wherein we had around 32 students all over India, and they are not just the law student, there are people who joined this course who are from IIT Kharagpur, research scholars pursuing PhD studies, gender studies, assistant and associate professors from different universities, psychologists, school counselors, BA LLB and BBA and MBA students. I think such programs, such courses will help all of us to know and understand the problems. Not only that, we all need to build an environment where we accept people exactly where they are in their development. And after successfully completing 2 editions, now I feel and I see that the next step should be that if any LGBTQI plus community member or a person faces any sort of discrimination, he, she or they must gather the courage to go to the court, so that we can have body of case laws, and which will definitely lay the foundation for other judgments to come, like decriminalization section 377. It's like a ladder you climb up. Now, also I would like to just briefly that how we can create safe space in the educational institutes. We need to have, first of all, as you all can see, I'm wearing this badge, and I have also put it on my pin board. And after putting this flag, this badge, I have come across so many students. Somewhere they feel that yes, she knows something about us. She can help, she can stand for us. Start building some LGBT activities in the college. Start talking, have some workshops, seminars, and transform school or college into a safer space for all the students, not just by this particular course, I think by welcoming everyone with dignity and respect. Be an ally. So yes, I am an ally. I do not have any person in my family who belong to the LGBTQIA plus community, but I feel that yes, this is the area that we all need to discover, and there should be equality for all of them. Know the issue. We all here present, we need to know the issues. What are the problems? Every step, the moment we step outside the house, the first foremost thing that we think about, where I am going, whether we will be having, whether I will be able to use the washroom or not. So just imagine about people who are from the community. Stand up against homophobia. That is very, very important, because due to that, there are students who drop out because they cannot face that homophobic comments and environment. And integrate LGBTQI plus topics into the curriculum, which we all were discussing since morning, and pursue professional development, because it is not just the students, it is not just the children that they need. We as professionals, even I am learning, I am taking small steps and I am learning about the community. So we need to have workshops, professional development courses with experts who are from the community and who can help us in designing and giving the safe space, helping to create the safe space in our educational institute. I think that is when we can say that yes, person from irrespective of caste, class, gender, sexual orientation will be able to have education just like any other developed nation. We will be also be able to provide respect and dignity to every person. Thank you. And I will now just request my another colleague, my panelist, to please take over from here. Thank you.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm not going to take much time. Now, everybody has been talking to me, and I think I've well established the fact that I have transitioned from female to male. I'm a trans man. But there is also another side of me which I'm glad that I was put into this panel discussion to talk about the corporate sector. Now, very important fact is, yes, healthcare being one of the crucial thing around the medical vicinity. At the same time, corporates, what changes we have seen over the period of 10 years, okay? So let me tell you why am I speaking this, because I'm a master's in human resource with and I have been actively part of the learning and development department, and I've been called for workshops as well, as rightly said by Renu, that you need to have representatives from the community going out and taking seminars and talking about the same. Because from the personal experience, there could be a lot learned. That is one thing. Second thing is, now the concept about transgender, from being a sex worker to making their place in the corporate, has changed. We kind of happen to receive this honorable positions during the Pride Month. Now, it's only during the Pride Month that unfortunately, it's only then when we see corporates being extremely active on LinkedIn or other social media, posting positions, opportunities, and the rest 11 months I don't see that happening at all, which is sad. Because post recruiting a person from the LGBTQ community, it is also responsibility to make sure that few of their emotional aspects as well as career-wise aspirations have been addressed. What I have noticed is I have certain amazing friends circles, trans women and men, both sitting in the corporates right now as a journalist, like on the general position. So like a beginners is what we call. They do not have an opportunity to grow. This is also one of the things that I have seen, noticed in the corporates. They do not receive a decision-making role. So my idea about the whole thing, which we have simultaneously started along with T-Arms Charity Foundation, is Meraki Services, which takes care of first sensitizing the corporates with the entire community, the basics from the pronouns to the understanding all the aspects, holistic aspects of what are the dynamics of the LGBT community. Plus, we conduct counseling sessions for the employees, because it doesn't stop there, isn't it? Once a corporate has that CSR funding, it shouldn't stop there. It should be utilized for the right resources, not because it's a compulsion, isn't it? So my idea is to make sure that once you have recruited those LGBTQ transgender employees at a very minimum salary, at the very minimum position, and which they are much capable of otherwise, you should also consider maybe having an insurance policy through them, which helps the LGBTQ community, because you can do it. There are insurance companies who are considering the fact that there should be more done for the transgender community and the LGBTQ community with regards to the healthcare. And they can have a personal, HRD, as they said, sponsorship given out for mental health care, and help the employees reach certain stability in their life too, and give them an opportunity to grow. So that is the prospect. I look forward to connect with people with have a similar thought process, where it's not just limited to sensitization, but the growth aspect is also brought into picture, because you cannot limit anyone's capacities or capabilities to be what they want to be or what they can achieve just because they come from a transgender community. Do not label them. Thank you.
Working? Yeah. I'll just thank Renu and Man for being short and sweet. great pearls of wisdom said in a short capsule. I've run many conferences, and I know by this time, the end of the day, when you're really lagging behind, because each conference does, what that can do to the organizers. So I'm going to hand over to the rest of the three speakers and ask them to do the same. Thank you.
So we are three parents basically. That's our introduction. I'm Dr. Vela, Ms. Aruna and Mrs. Mukundmala. I will not talk much because once I start then it becomes very difficult. So not like Air Commodore Sanjay Sharma, of course. So there's no comparison. So I am just going to ask both my friends to share their experiences in short as parents, and then we will talk about specific things later. So in short, Arunami ji, आपका experience as parent, if you don't mind.
Wonderful experience. I am extremely happy and proud that my child came out as queer, and that too at the age of 17. He made me the better person. I mean, I was already, but he made me the, he gave me that diverse experience about people. How would I know if he was not a queer person? I don't know. I mean, maybe after 2018, after Section 377 was scrapped, maybe after that I would have come to know. So I am very happy that, he came out as queer. And I learned about the community because of him, and through him so much that, yes, I am here. So it's a great experience.
Ma'am is being very modest. She founded the parent support group which is called Swikar. She is the founding member, and as of now there are more than 200 members.
We started with 10 parents, and
yeah,
now we have more than.
And it's a global organization, I should say, not only in India but parents from all over the world are joining, and she personally reaches out to each and every parent, talks to them. Children reach out to her, ki, please talk to my parents. So she is a phenomenal person, and she is trying to be very modest, but we will not let you be. Mala ma'am, your experience.
Yeah. See, I'm very lucky to have motherhood of, mother of a gay, mother of normal child, mother of a gay, mother of trans child. Because my child identified initially as a gay, later on a trans child. So when she came out in the year 2005, that time I don't know anything about this community, but still because of my unconditional love to my child, I said, end of the day, you are my child, I am going to be with you. Please carry on with your studies. That's how today she could do her MBBS in very, very conservative college in Hyderabad, top college. Though she was having a lot of bullying, harassment, everything. Then she left our country. She thought, it's very tough to continue her studies here. In the 2005, nobody was talking about that. She went abroad and then she did MS gerontology. Now she's doing PhD in gerontology. One of her papers is LGBT aging. See, my experience, my child was the first teacher for me. Then I Googled. After I accepted her, then I Googled it. I took 10 days, 15 days to study about that. But I accepted, I did it on the spot. Then I spoke to my husband, he also accepted. So acceptance was very, very easy. We never had any problems like that. See, challenges will be there within, as a trans child, parent. But we should not live for the society. That's what I decided. When I studied in Google, I decided I should not be hidden from the society. I should not hide my child also. That's how I came out, I was telling everybody, yes, challenges are there in family, everybody, but we'll have to bear that, we'll have to stand with our child and we'll have to bring them up.
That's so beautiful. First the child comes out to you, and then there is a second coming out for the parents. So, yes, that is always there. Because when the child comes out of the closet, the parents go into the closet.
Parents' journey starts after that.
Yeah.
You know, children's work has been done, like they have come out and now it's parents.
So, Arunaji, you have done a lot of work on social media. So, how do you connect to community, to parents, to children, and how does your work coordinate with that?
Yeah, so it was great that my journey started with it was not my son who came out, it was me who dragged him out of the closet. You know, even though he gave me 15 days to learn about the community, but he still could not come out. So, you know, that was the opportunity to learn about the community. And then I thought, if being so close to me and so the atmosphere was at home was so great, but still he could not come out. That means, you know, imagine the homophobic families, how difficult it is. So, you know, we thought, children started reaching out. We thought, like, let us, my son, it was thanks to him that he took me to the, you know, various forums, you know, where I met other children who, you know, were struggling so much, you know, to convince the parents. And then, you know, there my journey started of talking to other parents. And this was going on since 2007 and for so many years. And then we realized that, you know, I was talking to more and more parents, you know, we got that experience of how parents are so difficult. They are not able to accept their children the way they are, their own children. And I am talking about their own children with them, you know, to convincing them to accept them. And what is actually, you know, you accept your children the day you are giving birth. In fact, 9 months before that, you know, you are, you have accepted, you know. So why there is separately acceptance is required, you know. But then that's the way it is, you know, still. But, you know, those days were very difficult. But then later on, like, you know, it became easy more and more. Like, and then in 2017 we started. We thought, like, you know, separately doing a single person, you know, 3-4 of us were doing, and then we came together, and then we thought of like forming a group, you know. It will work more, you know, like it will help more children to, you know, parents will see that that's the beauty of our group, you know. When parents, when their children come out and they fill the form, that form comes to me, and when they, you know, that till that time they feel that they are the only parents. Why it is happening with us, you know, with me, what wrong I have done, you know, my child came out as queer, and once they are in the group, they see that there are so many parents, you know, like me, there are so many parents, and that first thing that they get strength. And then, you know, our group is such, so confidential and so, you know, they feel so much comfortable that they can ask any question, because, you know, when the children come out, they have so many questions, so many doubts. And those questions, because they're from the childhood, you know, their relation is not so great that they cannot discuss you know, anything and everything with their own children. So they need the support, you know, when children come out, like you said, parents go into, you know, shell. They have so many questions, they feel they're so much comfortable, you know, they can ask any funny question also, you know, and they get the answer. And what happens is, it's a WhatsApp group, you know, you ask one question, you write one question, you get 100 answers. And then you relate to, okay, this is okay with me, this answer is okay with me, this solution is okay, you know. So that's the thing. And, you know, social media, like you said, we started you know, immediately after the group we started Facebook page, and then during pandemic we started Instagram. You know, so many requests were coming that, ma'am, we want to have a live with you, you know. During the pandemic it was like that, you know, everything online. And imagine, you know, now, I mean, in June 20 we started the Instagram handle, and now we have more than 3,000 followers for the parents group. Imagine, okay. So, and but that's the number. That's the number. But, you know, so many children are directly in touch with me to talk to their parents, and they're so comfortable. And it's not only for talking to their parents. They reach out how to come out to their parents also. you know. So social media has really worked great for us.
I've got it 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. So just one more question from Mala ma'am. Mala ma'am has done a lot of work with the government in Hyderabad. She's done a lot of work with the community. She's like a bridge between the community and the government. So ma'am, can you tell us a little bit about your work and a little bit how corporates can improve their work with transgender society?
So one point I want to mention here. See, society is not with us, we can survive. But parents are not with children, their survival is very, very difficult. So somebody asked me, why are you coming out and telling everybody? I said, we were ruling by Britishers, great leaders, they came for us, they fought for us, they lost their lives also. That's how today I want to come and fight for these children's rights. At least a future generation they can live with, in a safe place and with dignity. But I never thought while I am alive I'll see these days, but I am seeing these days things are moving. Then coming to my work, I was working individually with community children. See, whatever I'm doing, everything with my team members. Now Tashi is there, my team member, Rachna Mudrvaina is there, my team member, brother Varghese, Jasmine. 5 of us together we are doing everything. So one day night I thought, when do we go and touch government? So one day I went and, me and one of my team members, I went and spoke to Women and Child Commissioner, and we gave one proposal for housing, pension, everything. Immediately, without any second thought, she came forward and she said, my pension and housing, it will take time, but livelihood immediately will start. That's how she started a jute bag training program for 2 months. For cisgender, they were not giving any money, but for transgenders, she said per day we'll give 200 rupees with accommodation and food, boarding and lodging, everything. End of the training, they were given even certificates. They shifted these trainees into production unit. They thought, with production unit they can start money, earning money. I said immediately they can't start money. Then immediately she said, okay, we'll give them wages. Like that, per month they are getting 15,000 rupees wages plus breakfast, lunch, conveyance to community to house and center. That is the one thing. They coming to transgenders ID card. It came in they launched to 2020 November, but in Telangana nobody applied. So we were getting scared. Rachna Mudrvaina, me, and we were thinking. So all these days government didn't come forward. Today they came forward. Maybe they are collecting data from us. Tomorrow they may put us in rehabilitation center. Then I spoke to Dr. Sanjay. What do you suggest? He said, Mala, all these days we were asking these facilities. Now government has come forward. If you don't use these facilities, tomorrow they'll not come forward with another facility. That's how I asked my child to apply for it. After 2 months, when I went and asked the district collector, she said, ma'am, we don't know anything. Very politely she said, we don't know anything about this. Please let us know, we'll do it. Immediately from there, I called up Minister of Social Justice. They created password, user ID, everything. That's how my child got a first card in Telangana. Then another second card, Rachna Mudrvaina, she got a second card in Telangana. That is done. Then when people are getting vaccinated, these children were not able to go for vaccination because they don't have any proof document, Aadhaar card, ration card, nothing was there. Then again I called up Minister of Social Justice. Within 3 days they circulated to all chief secretaries in India. That's how even our chief secretary received, I also received one copy of that. Then I shared with the district collectors, they arranged camps for vaccinations. That's how vaccinations also done. Coming to District Legal Services Authority, when something goes wrong, these children can't go anywhere. So we went and my team, we went and met 2 district legal services authorities. They included LGBTQ for free services in the services authorities. That's how whenever children are coming to us, we are sending them, they are availing those facilities also. Coming to the Social Welfare Board also, we all together, we gave proposal to Telangana government. Recently they formed Telangana State Transgender Welfare Board. We are all board members in that board also. So we started working with government, transgenders, and the health also there. We had the first meeting with government hospital. They are going to start free surgeries, everything. It will take time, maybe a few months it will take them. It is on.
Yes. Thank you. One just small point I am going to ask you. Coming out, we have already spoken, but as a parent, when do you think in our families, now that we are talking about gender and we are talking about sex and we are talking about how the identity is different, when should the conversation be started in the house with the child, when the child asks, or maybe earlier?
Thank you for asking that important question. It is really important for at least not our generation but for future generation. There is not and this question was asked in last week. I was at Google's office also there. This question, there is not a single age where you can start the conversation. You can start the conversation when children start asking questions. What we, at least Indian parents, do that, we avoid the children's many questions answers. We think that this is not the right age, to answer that question, So, there is no, they ask age appropriate questions, we should answer age appropriate answers. If they are asking, let's say when we say gender identity, children know as early as age 3, from age 3, that they are different. They like being a girl, they like, So, when they start asking questions, like suppose, and so, for example, some child sees a man kissing a man and asks the question, parents should not avoid that question and say that, it's just like, your parents, your mom, dad kissing, or, your parents kissing each other, they're showing love for each other, or your child asking question, whatever age, what is gay? You can say that, gay means, instead of having a boy having a girlfriend, having boyfriend, and that's that bit love between each other, So, and when we children are, when they are born, they do not know anything, whatever they are taught, So when we talk about relationships, we teach them that your uncle, your mama, mommy, So we teach them that we are, there are marriages when we discuss about marriages, marriages can happen between, not only between man and a woman, it can happen between man and man, between woman and a woman, So these, we have to teach them from the, as early as possible. Whenever we start doing that, otherwise, start doing things like this, and that children are very, they don't have anything in mind. Whatever you say, they will grasp. It's we teach them. If they ask what is gay or what is LGBTQ, don't give your version of sexual advice or, your version. Don't do that. Say the right things and they will grasp. They will not ask you back, oh, why this, that, why that. So that's, there is no single age. You can start as early as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you. With this, today we are going to end the session of today's first day in conference. So I would like to request Professor Dr. Sibu John and Professor Salina ma'am to please come for the facilitating our sessions 5th and the 6th for the today's program. So I would like to request.
Yeah, I just want to say one closing little thing as they come up. I'm hearing everybody talk. Sometimes people, when I tell my story, being a girl with a disability growing up in this country, people all often say, that made you tougher. You've received a Padma Shri. It's because of what you went through. And I say, whenever any group is different, three things can happen. Either they can be completely lost, or they can become negative. Only 1/3 can be on an overdrive like I was. But you've lost 2/3 talented, aspiring people because the environment was not right. And I must congratulate this conference, Dr. Sharma, all the organizers, all the speakers, all the people who are still listening, that you are the change agents who are going to make that 2/3 talented, aspiring people, giving that place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Everyone is an ally.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable words. And I request Professor Sibu John and Professor Selina ma'am to come for the facilitation. So first of all, I would like to request our fifth session chairperson, Dr. Nirupama ma'am, Niru Kumar ma'am. I request ma'am, Selina ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Renu Naidu. Take it. I request Dr. Sanjay, please, Sharma, to felicitate Dr. Bela Sharma.
Oh, please. I'll be felicitating my wife.
Yes, please.
This is for your occasion.
कौन रह गया?
This photo shall be
Ma'am, Dr. Shibu ko bolo.
Yes, please, please. Please, I request Dr. Sanjay Sharma to felicitate Dr. Bela Sharma, ma'am. Please.
This is love is in the air.
I request Dr. Sibu John to felicitate Man Chavan. Chavan. Sorry, I pronounced. Please, round of applause. This is an ending session. We are going to complete. I request Professor Selina to felicitate Aruna Desai. Ma'am. एक ही रह गया? नीरू मैम का हो गया? एक रह गया? किसका रह गया? नीरू मैम का है? कौन रह गया? Okay. I request Sibu John sir to felicitate Mukul ma'am. Please come, Mukul ma'am. Come, चलो हम चलते हैं. With this, we have at the end of the session, so we request all the participants who are present here to will move for the cultural program at archives. So we will have a photo session, ma'am, please.
Chawan. What is it, Chawan?
Chawan. It's Marathi.
That's right.
Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Sanjay.
Sanjay sir. हो गया? हो गया? करना पड़ेगा वहाँ जाके.